do it again.
Good morning,
All right.
and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of July 21st, 2026. Welcome, everybody. Have another thick agenda today, so lots to go through. So with that, let's establish a quorum.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Kane?
Here.
Mr. Robertson?
Here.
Mr. Huff?
Here.
Ms. Kirkner?
Here.
Mr. Soyson?
Here.
Mr. Lester?
Here.
Mr. Smith?
Here.
Mr. Gordon?
Here.
Secretary Daly?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, please let the record reflect that 8 members are present and we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand for the pledge.
I get extra points for the save.
We saved the Maryland flag. All right. Has everybody had a chance to review the agenda today?
Yes.
Any changes to the agenda?
I don't think we have minutes to approve. Is that, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
So those would be.
So we'll scratch item number 5.
I move we approve the agenda as submitted without change.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, commission member reports. I have nothing to report today. Commissioner Gordon?
I have nothing as well.
Okay. Any other commission members?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Administrative reports. Daphne?
Thank you. I have just a couple of things to let you know about. Last week, I think it was last week. They're all
It's a
blending
blur.
together.
It's-
Whenever we presented the overview of the Freedom of Small Area Plan Amendment, I had mentioned that I was going to send you some dates to calendar, which I did. I just want to especially put on the radar screen the open house that is being planned for the evening of Thursday, August 6th. That'll be from 5 to 7 at the Eldersburg Branch Library. We'll have communication that will be sent out to get the word out with the public. But whenever you see that come across your inbox or what have you, please make sure you share that so we can help spread the word and get some early input from folks about what they'd like to see in the commercial core of the Freedom area.
Okay.
What time is that again, Daphne?
It's between 5 and 7, so there's no set program. It's a drop-in type of thing whenever people are available to stop in and share some of their feedback.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to let you know about, and I will follow up also with an email about this, is a virtual planning commissioner training course that Maryland Department of Planning and the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association is holding on Wednesday, August 19th. That'll be from 4 to 8 p.m. So if you are available, it'd be great to see what sorts of training they're offering, and whether you've done training before or not, be a great refresher if you have. But I will send the registration information to you for that. And it'll kind of cover some of the things that we covered in our training session in January of this year. But again, you'll hear that from a different perspective and may be able to take some new things away from that. Let's see. We have a couple of things coming up with the Board of County Commissioners on Thursday. We'll be presenting the water and sewer master plan amendment to go to public hearing. We'll also be presenting the planning annual report, which you all saw, and what's our other thing? There's one other item. Pardon me? Thank you. We will be requesting approval for another application for the Finksburg Facade Improvement Program, which, if anybody's been down there recently, you've seen some really good outcomes from
Yep,
that. So hopefully we'll be able to continue the work on that.
Great.
Also, just wanted to let you know that we are continuing to work with a consultant to develop some studies for transportation network in the Freedom area, specifically Ridenour and Dickinson, the planned roadways there, really trying to figure out the feasible alignments so that we can begin to push those forwards as the opportunity arises. So lots of things going on to really implement both the local comprehensive plans and the county master plan. So just wanted to put those on your radar screen, let you know those are in the works, and we will bring things to you as they are ready.
Okay, thank you. Any extensions?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
We have 2 extensions since we last met. The first one is called Stillwater. This is a minor subdivision, M07013. It's a 1-lot subdivision in Commissioner District 5. This is its 16th extension. So that went through, was granted. And the second one is a major subdivision. It's called Lake Forest Estates, Section 2. The file number on that is P02052. This is a 27-lot subdivision in Commissioner District 4, and this is its 18th extension. And this one you probably recall from years past, the developer is dealing with some groundwater contamination from off-site sources. So the groundwater quality has been improving as they retest every couple of years. So we've actually had a couple meetings over the past year to talk about forward motion. So,
Okay.
thank you, that's all.
Thank you. BZA cases.
Good morning. I have one BZA case for you. Case number 6626 is a request for the conditional use of a 2-family dwelling not in a planned unit development or retirement village. The property is located at 3021 Walnut Street in Manchester in the county's residential 10,000 zone. The size of the property is 13,906 square feet. Planning staff found the request is consistent with the Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019. Do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Good, okay. Any other administrative business? Okay. Thank you, guys. Moving to item number 8, Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan Update, a 60-day review introduction. Ethan is going to join us.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm going to be giving this short presentation here on the City of Tawnytown's comprehensive plan update, which is currently at the county and at the state for review. I am the liaison planner that serves the City of Tawnytown and New Windsor and Union Bridge and goes to their planning commission meetings and other meetings as requested on behalf of the county. So that's why I'm the particular planner that's in front of you today giving this presentation. Again, the city of Tawny Towns has been going through a comprehensive plan update process over the last few years. And actually, they were in front of you in February of 2025, kind of at the beginning of their comprehensive plan update process, just to kind of go over with you a number of their goals at the city level. And what they were looking to get out of their process. I believe they were there on that same day with Sykesville, who was doing something similar, even though they weren't going through a comp plan update process at that time. So what we are formally in now with the city of Tawny Town is called the 60-day review process. And again, this is the city of Tawny Town's comprehensive plan update. The county has no formal involvement in this update other than as a review agency to make sure that the plan is aligning generally with the county's master plan and the other functional plans, such as the water and sewer master plan, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, other plans of that nature. The state of Maryland requires that jurisdictions forward copies of their comprehensive plan once it's reached a final draft to relevant state agencies and adjoining local jurisdictions, which in this case is Carroll County. So they sent us their final draft of their comprehensive plan update on June 10th, 2026. 60-day review period gives us till August 7th to actually get comments back to them. So what we have done at a staff level is forward this plan around to all of the agencies here at the county that will be reviewing it and providing comments as necessary. Some agencies have no comments, others have many. And we are also presenting it to you as well to review within the next 15-day time frame whenever we're back in front of you on August 5th to see if you have any comments in general. Today's presentation, I'll try to point you to some sections that are particularly applicable to our master plan and to your process as a planning commission. So Tawny Town's plan update, there are 8 planning principles that the Maryland Department of Planning has that help guide jurisdictions whenever they're doing plan updates. And from those 8 planning principles, Tawny Town broke down 9 to 11 kind of sections where they lay out goals and particular implementation steps for their comprehensive plan. Pretty standard. You see what's up on the screen now: land use and smart growth, transportation, intergovernmental coordination, which is one that is very applicable to Carroll County. And the goals that are actually listed on the screen currently correspond with the goals in the plan that are for that intergovernmental coordination chapter. So basically on the left-hand side, you're looking at the chapters the associated chapters for this particular plan. Again, some are more pertinent than others. They're all pertinent to our work in county planning, but some are more pertinent to development versus environmental sustainability versus housing and stuff like that. So each one of these chapters has a couple of goals associated with it, and each one has implementation steps. The implementation steps graphic up here, I put this one up there because it specifically calls out Carroll County for an issue that's important to the city of Tawny Town specifically, coordinating with Carroll County to identify and secure additional groundwater recharge area beyond city limits. So that's associated with their kind of water allocation from the state with how much they're able to withdraw and use in their municipal system. So some of the important chapters for you all as a commission to just briefly look at and maybe provide comment on in the next 2 weeks, the water resources element. You all obviously know what the water resources element is, and it was recently, we're at the point where it's out to public hearing now, I believe, at the county level. The municipal growth element is particularly important. We actually reviewed this at a staff level before the final draft and are reviewing it again in process now during the 60-day review. Community participation is always an important chapter to look at. And then specific to the city of Tawny Town, I put 3 kind of topics that are really important to them. The Antrim Boulevard extension, obviously the Tawny Town bypass. Just doing a word search in my review, it appears in the plan 49 times. So it's a very important topic in their plan and something they're bringing up consistently through different chapters. Water recharge area, like I brought up a minute ago, that appears in their plan. The word recharge appears 46 times, the phrase water recharge 18 times, and groundwater recharge 13. So they're thinking about this a lot as they're thinking about the future of Tawnytown, further growth and development, and what is constraining them from future growth or development or allowing them to grow and develop. Agricultural preservation is another really county-specific topic that Tawnytown cares about because it determines where their growth boundary and where their growth area can be in a lot of ways.
Let me ask you a question.
There you go.
On some of the agricultural land preservation easements, there was a water recharge element. Does the county have a list of those farms that have that language in the easement so that you can locate them? I don't know. I know there's some, maybe in Tawnytown, I don't know. I know there's some around Westminster, possibly New Windsor. Does the county keep track of that?
That would be a question for Ag Pres staff, but go ahead, Daphne,
Yeah,
sorry.
we do keep track of it, but whether we have it in a discrete list or not, I would have to check and see.
I mean, I know that's a big area of concern right now. And there was well, I don't know how many, I can't put a number on it, but there were a few easements that were pertinent to water recharge and the city of Westminster or possibly Tawnytown. And I just want to know how that's coordinated.
Yeah, I can check on that for you.
It's pretty important too, because the land of Ag Pres is predominantly up there, up in that area.
Yeah.
So that'd be good to know.
Tawnytown's permit allocation for the water that they're allocated from MDE is kind of constrained by aquifer recharge, and so they're really always looking for ways to expand their permitted capacity, and one of the ways to do that is through easements for additional aquifer recharge, but they have to be within city limits, or there has to be some kind of agreement made with.
Very close to the city. I can't quote you the language, but I know there's language that's pertinent to that.
Yep.
And also for maybe possible development outside of the city limits
Yep.
of those municipalities. So just wanted to mention that.
For sure, yep, and it's definitely an important topic in this particular draft plan.
So just one quick point of clarification I would ask is, how do we coordinate, the proximity that these easements need to be to the city, but also allow for the city's future growth? How do we anticipate that? How do we manage that? What is Tawnytown's desire in terms of managing both of those concurrently? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think it's an effort that's coordinated together between us here at the county, the city of Tawnytown, and MDE. I don't know exactly how we've coordinated it at the county level in the past. I do know that we will be discussing this and thinking about it with the triennial update for the water and sewer master plan. Mm-hmm. And Daphne, I don't know if you want to add anything in terms of what Tawnytown's relationship with MDE and how they discuss that with them.
Yeah, I don't, it's kind of like a soup of conversations. You
Yeah.
know, I think
Yeah.
they don't happen in isolation. So I think these are ongoing things that particularly, MDE will be providing comments on this draft plan. So in terms of their municipal growth area and how they're providing or how they're anticipating providing services for that is going to be subject to comment from MDE. I think it's kind of an ongoing type of conversation, and certainly when it comes to how the county can support the town's growth or the city's growth efforts through water recharge on conservation easements, that kind of thing.
Okay.
It's just an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, I don't know that there has to be an answer, but we've talked about strategic approach towards this, and it would seem to me that, if we're not careful, we're gonna solve the growth issue because we've hemmed it in.
Yeah.
And I don't think we necessarily want that, so,
Well, that's where it would be good to see what their growth municipal growth element says.
Right.
If it's got any language about, trying to either encourage or discourage preservation easements right along their growth area boundary. I mean, we have a policy of not taking easements within municipal growth areas, so that certainly comes into play here as well.
It's pertinent to this particular plan update for them, because there is an easement project that borders the municipal growth boundary that actually adjusted the growth area boundary for the maps in this particular draft plan. So it's a topic that, there's already a comment that's come from the Ag Pres office to us that's going to be included for them to update their mapping. And it's something that they're aware of at the city level. So it's Ag Pres applications come in as they come in. So some of these things are handled on a case-by-case basis whenever they come in, and then the discussions, happen subsequently with the city at that point. But it is pertinent to this particular plan because I believe there's an easement project off of Stone Cipher Road that adjusts, because of it, is adjusting the growth area boundary on the south side of town for the city of Tawnytown within this particular plan.
Yeah, with that one, I'll just note that was, the city had already agreed to adjust their growth area boundary and were okay with that.
It was coordinated.
Before that easement was even taken. So
Yep.
it wasn't something that was done and then the city had to respond.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting at is that in the ag easement program, you can be very innovative on some things, so especially when you're dealing with county-held easements. So I know we've kind of pushed hard in certain respects to include in the master plan that we're working on now, to take a real comprehensive look at certain areas in the county
Yeah.
where it may or may not be pertinent to say no. And I think we're at that point now. The county's growing, we've been discovered again, and so I think now is the time for us to really take a look at that, especially when you're talking about essential needs like water and water recharge. So again, I think when we go through the master plan, get to the ag pres part of it, that's where the rubber hits the road.
Good deal. Good.
So, I don't want to take a whole much more time on this, but I think it's very important to keep bringing this up.
Yep.
So that there's a coordination effort going on.
Yep.
And I would agree with your point there, but I also would agree with, and I know Ms. Daly said she was going to look into it. I think everyone on this committee should get a copy of that water recharge list. We should be looking countywide, not just at those specifically around the various municipalities, because we really need to know what's the whole picture there.
Yeah, we had a lengthy conversations with Maryland about water recharge and water recharge elements within these easements. And so that conversation might need to be brought up again.
Yeah.
It was quite a process to make sure that we were on the right track by doing this.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to, I want to keep bringing that up.
Yes, sir.
It's
Agreed,
important.
totally, wholehearted.
And I'm sure that conversation will come up again this upcoming year in the triennial update of the water and sewer master plan, as well as we coordinate with MDE too. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Moving on quickly to the next slide here. So like I spoke about earlier, one of the more important elements to look at here in the next 2 weeks as you review this ahead of August 5th is the municipal growth element. It's the element that we as a comprehensive planning staff are really looking closely at to make sure it aligns with our county master plan. And in this kind of municipal growth summary, this graphic is pulled right from Tawnytown's draft plan. Some of the themes we were just talking about are summarized here and bulleted in this particular graphic, such as ag preservation easements, environmental features, and infrastructure limitations continue to shape where and how future growth can occur. Transportation improvements, including the proposed Antrim Boulevard extension, will be important to supporting future development. You catch my drift there based on what I've already brought up as important topics. They're summarized in this element of the plan, and it's particularly pertinent to what we do here at a county level as well. So, Just some maps and figures, like any good comprehensive or master plan, there's all sorts of great mapping resources and population projections. If you look at the population projections on the right, you know, you're looking at the year 2075 and a projection of 12,649 people in the city of Tawnytown. Those are just kind of, you know, obviously good, it's good data to look out and forecast and think about what the county's going to look like in the future. And this plan is obviously full of that, so I would pay attention to specific, you know, points of data and graphics like this as you do go through a quick review. And then future land use. This is a comparison on the left of Tawnytown's 2010 future land use map versus the future land use map that's in their draft plan on the right. There's, in my opinion, there's a lot of different things going on this map and a lot of different colors. I believe the orange shading surrounding the municipal boundaries in the map on the right are ag pres easements, actually, when they're depicted in gray on the map from 2010. So that's a little bit confusing there as you compare the two. But actually, the growth area, the growth boundary for Tawnytown has shrunk a little bit since the 2010 plan. And that was due to a property on the north side of town, a pretty large property that has, I believe, forest conservation easements on it, being taken out of the growth boundary there. So that's kind of looking at the top of the map, top center of the map near the new Bollinger Park up there. So what is our responsibility as staff and then for you as a planning commission? Staff will continue to review and have our comments ready to go. We're asking the Planning Commission today to briefly review the Tawnytown Comprehensive Plan update in advance of your August 5th meeting. We will appear before you again at that August 5th meeting to solicit any comments that you might have. And then we at a staff level, in addition to our overall comment level where we're aggregating comments from the different departments around county government, will be preparing a letter to then convey to the city with your comments included in there as well after that August 5th meeting. So I have until the 7th of August, but I'm hoping to actually get that out shortly after our meeting on the 5th, by that Thursday, August 6th, with something back to the city. So any questions for me while you have me up here?
Ethan, will Tawnytown be here at the August 5th meeting?
We can certainly invite them, yeah, and we'll be letting them know that they'll be on the agenda that particular meeting. I don't know whether they'll want to attend or not, but I'll be seeing them next Monday at their planning commission meeting, and we'll be letting them know that they'll be on the agenda.
And you're reviewing the items that you're going to present to us with them ahead of time?
Yep, yeah, yep. And we've had a county liaison planner at meetings related to their plan update for the last 2 years. So we've been consistently engaged and involved in the process and have been able to provide comment whenever it's requested of us or whenever we see that it's necessary.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Public comment. No public comment. Okay, thank you, Ethan.
Yep, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Daphne.
All right. Item number 9, the concept site plan for Piney Ridge Parkway age-restricted villas, S230017. Kirsten's going to walk us through that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry for hitting the mic there for anybody who got any feedback. Okay. My name's Kirsten. I'm with the Development Review Division. We're here before you today with a concept residential site plan for the, bear with me, the name has changed over time, Piney Ridge Parkway age-restricted villas. I will get my pile settled while I let these gentlemen introduce themselves, please.
Mike Kalanock, JPB Partners, we're the owner and developer.
Jeff Sinner with CMS Associates, the civil engineer.
Bruce Harvey, Williamsburg Homes, the builder for the project.
All right, thank you. So this is a project that probably looks familiar to a lot of people. This is, again, Piney Ridge Parkway age-restricted villas, but in the past, it's been Freedom Avenue age-restricted villas and Johnsville Road age-restricted apartments. So this has been before the Planning Commission 2 times already here, and this is our 3rd time. And again, we're just here for a concept review, concept discussion, looking for any direction and feedback that the commission might have and any comments the public might have as well. I'll introduce you to the site now. So we're in Eldersburg. It's just cut off, but right here is the intersection of 26 and 32. You can see 32 down here. You can see 26 up here. Our site is here highlighted in teal. It is in an area where it's mostly zoned residential 10,000, with some pockets of commercial 1 zoning in the area as well, some pockets of conservation. This big conservation pocket you see here is the elementary school. This is a church. This is another church. And you can see these are single-family dwellings. I'll move on to the next slide where it zooms in closer to our area. So there's the single-family dwellings I just pointed out. Over here are some townhouse-style apartments. There's another pocket of townhouse-style apartments over to the east. It's a pretty well-built area, largely residential. This property itself, you might have seen in the last page, is split zoned. The zoning on this parcel is residential 10,000, which again matches pretty much the houses here in this area and the area surrounding. This parcel here is zoned commercial 1, C1. This project proposes the utilization of both properties in concert with each other. During this review process, as we proceed to the final stages, those properties will be consolidated into one. The zonings will remain the same. So the zoning will still be R10 and C1. What's being proposed for this site plan, which I think is the next sheet, yep, is townhouses. This should probably look pretty familiar. This is the exact plan I believe that we had. I included it again in this presentation because it was really useful, I think, to see it in context with the other aerial photography of what's in that area. So there are some slight differences between this rendering and what the actual plan looks like, but I think this is helpful for the purposes of discussion of location. What's being proposed now are five pockets of townhouses here and a retirement village. Retirement villages are a principal permitted use in the C1 district, this area here, but they are conditional use in the residential 10 district, this area here. So the last time that the Planning Commission saw this was just before it went to Planning Commission, just before it went to the Board of Zoning Appeals to request to allow the use of the retirement village in the residential 10 district. It's proceeded to the Board of Zoning Appeals and was approved, and now we're back here again just for a concept review with the Planning Commission. So it's not like we're at the final stages here. This is for the purposes of discussion and direction. A couple things that can't necessarily change would be the density. That is something that what we were talking about in our last meeting was for the purposes of the Planning Commission to consider and approve the density before it proceeds to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And the Board of Zoning Appeals can't change the density, and then neither can the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, nothing can change the density once it's gone past that stage there. But the site layout, within reason, is a purpose of discussion here today. So, in the discussion of context within the neighborhood, this is where the main entrance will be to the internal driveway we saw on the last slide. So this is, can I actually have that keyboard? It's a lot easier for me to pan back and forth. There'll be a lot of clicking with the mouse. Okay. Whoops, maybe not. Okay, so this is the entrance I was just showing you. This is the driveway we can see that's already existing. So here's the location of the internal driveway. This here, which serves, I believe, 17 of the houses. And then I'm going to kind of walk us around the site going south and then east and then up Freedom Avenue. So over here is the entrance we just saw. Here's the intersection of Piney Ridge and Johnsville Road. Here's basically just past that stop sign, looking along Johnsville Road. You can see the single-family dwellings in the distance. Here's that corner right next to the single-family dwellings, looking back onto the site, and then looking down Freedom Avenue. So getting into the plan review, I'll go over the history briefly. It's in the report. Again, this has been a lot of history for this property. In fact, after it was subdivided originally in 1987, which at that time, Lot 64 was already zoned commercially, there have been quite a few site plans that have come through the county's review process, and some of them have even proceeded to Planning Commission, I think 1 or 2 even to approval, and then fell down. Most of them were of a commercial nature. Most of them were things like stores, a retail center, office building. I think there was a restaurant at one point that was proposed. So what's being proposed now, of course, is just residential, strictly residential, townhouse-style dwellings. The original plan that came in, like I mentioned, was originally townhouses in this area, pretty similar to this layout, in fact, and then apartment buildings here, but that plan has now been replaced with this one. This is what's proceeding forward. This was presented to you by the developers at the time that they were considering that change. They presented plans for discussion. There was a discussion, the plans were then submitted, the plans were presented to the Planning Commission again prior to BZA. The plans were presented to the Board of Zoning Appeals for conditional use approval, specifically for the residential zoning portion. And there have been 2 different technical review committee meetings, because again, this project has had 3 different iterations. So there was 2 originally, and then there's 1 for this one. So the site layout itself, like I said, it really hasn't changed that much since that very first Planning Commission presentation. We still have, they're all just single-family, semi-attached, townhouse-style, age-restricted dwellings. I think even the configuration has remained the same as far as how many are in each pocket. We still have this internal driveway here. I'm going to describe a little bit more about the details you might not be able to see too well here. So what we're seeing in this rendering, everything that's shown in green would be grass, in theory. Grass, stormwater facilities. You can see outlined these little ring shapes here. There are, I believe, 14 of them. There are quite a few of these microbial retention ponds to help treat the water. 15, I was close. Scattered throughout, but there are also areas of flat yard space. In fact, each one of these units will have, it's not delineated on this plan, but each unit will have their own little backyard space, and you can see that the stormwater facilities are not within those backyard spaces. They do have their own backyards they'll be able to do not stormwater things in. There is a pocket over here that's not shown in green, but that's going to be a forest conservation easement area. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Oh, no, we don't show it. So there's an existing forest conservation easement on this site that was added to this site from a different site plan. One of the churches just north of the site previously owned this property here, and when they developed their church, they elected to do off-site forest conservation easement on this property. So there was an acre just about of forest conservation that went just about to here. That's still mostly wooded today. And a portion of that is proposed to remain, but this developer has elected, as they're allowed to do, to pursue a different off-site forest bank to address the removal of, different off-site forest easements to address the removal of a portion of this existing easement from a different developer. So they'll retain a little bit of forest in this area here, under easement, protected, and they'll be doing additional off-site easements as well to address forest conservation requirements. It's a little bit difficult to see in this view as well, but there are sidewalks that run, well, we can start internally. Sidewalks that run to the terminus here of this internal drive, I believe on this eastern side. It wraps up and around, and it runs along Piney Ridge Parkway here. There's a crosswalk cut in that will be here. It continues along Piney Ridge. Another crosswalk cut in here, which I think is existing, and if they need to modify it, well, maybe that's not existing there. They'll put a crosswalk here if there's not one already. And it will continue up here and connect to an existing sidewalk terminus in this location here. So there's some steep slopes here, and again, the forest conservation easement there, and there's no sidewalks in this area. So the sidewalk basically begins here, allowing connectivity from the sidewalks on this side of the road over to this side of the road, effectively conveying towards the school, which is just down this road here. Well, I can't zoom in too much here, but Freedom Avenue is also being widened to meet the county standards of width here. Right now, Freedom Avenue does not meet our current standards for that type of road, and this developer is widening it in conjunction with this site development plan. Parking is required for 2 spaces for each dwelling per the zoning code. 4 spaces are provided per each dwelling, 2 in the driveway, 2 in the garage. And that exceeds the zoning code doubly, in fact. Water and sewer will be public water and sewer. Utilities has already confirmed that there is capacity for all 31 units at this time. And they'll, of course, they'll manage this internal driveway as a private driveway. Okay, Freedom Avenue is already a public road. Piney Ridge Parkway, Johnsville Road, public roads. This driveway, internal driveway here, will be a responsibility of the property owner, the HOA, to maintain, in addition to any public water and sewer lines that go into the site to feed these houses. And of course, they'll have to pay the connection fees when constructing this as well. As far as the multiple public meetings that we've had, the signs we've posted, the postcards we've sent out, we have gotten quite a bit of public feedback on this project. A lot of it really came out during the original discussion, which discussed the apartment complex and the, I believe, 11 at that time, townhouses. We had a lot of public feedback, in particular in regard to traffic concerns. A lot of feedback about parking concerns, because the apartment, of course, needed more parking than these houses will, and it was just barely enough at that time. So it was good to see this come back, and they literally double what the requirements are for parking on this current plan. And concerns about water and sewer as well. But again, Utilities has noted that there is capacity available for these units. And although, again, those comments were largely resultant from the discussion regarding the apartment complex, we still recognize that that's nothing really changes too much. There's still traffic concerns, there's still parking concerns. In particular, along Freedom Avenue, where a lot of the residents park basically in the grass on the edge of Freedom Avenue now. And of course, there'll be driveway cut-ins in that area, so we recognize that that's a concern. The applicant has the right to connect their driveways to a public road, and they do meet the requirements necessary to do so here. And a lot of the parking will be internal. Most of the units are inside this private driveway here. This page here that I flipped to shows landscaping. You can kind of see them as these little pom-poms along the edge of Piney Ridge, along the edge of Johnsville Road. There's a few over here too, as well, that butts right up to the forest conservation easement to provide screening for these backyards and these side yards. But you'll notice that there's not really any in the front yards. The landscaping code does not require that landscaping be provided in front yards. It's not a code requirement. Some developers will show more landscaping in the front yard. Some builders will choose to put landscaping in the front yard. These plans are currently not showing them. Again, it was not a requirement for a landscaping review. Landscaping has approved this concept plan. I'm going to take this opportunity to go on to the next few pages and to mention the comments that our design review committee had about this site. I'm going to flip through our architectural images here, the renderings. So these are, again, they're townhouses, townhouse-style villas. First floor, primary suite, right? And a couple of bedrooms on the second story, 3 bedrooms optional on the second story. There's essentially 3 primary configurations as far as the roof goes, and 3 primary configurations as far as the siding details go. This is showing one roof style that kind of exemplifies all 3 siding styles. You have your vinyl, I believe, you have shake style shingling here. You can have half brick, you can have full brick on the bottom. So there's some variety in the materials and colors there. Here's another roof line. There's another roof line. And the rear elevations, the top left exemplifies pretty well what the difference between the two-bedroom second story and the three-bedroom second story looks like, and the right-hand side shows some of those differences depending on what your side looks like, what your roof configuration because of that third bedroom would look like. So there's some variety here. We did take this to our Design and Architectural Review Committee, and I mentioned that as soon as I mentioned landscaping, because that was one of the primary comments that came out, is that why is there no landscaping in the front yards? It really would look nice to have some landscaping in the front yards, in particular along Freedom Avenue, where it's facing houses that are already there that do have mature landscaping that potentially the private homeowners planted 30 years ago, right? It might not have been required to have landscaping on those properties, but it was a recommendation of our Design and Architectural Review Committee. Another comment they had was pretty nitty-gritty. They suggested, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to zoom in enough to demonstrate, they suggested that around the windows that can I zoom? That the style of channeling, J channeling, this might mean stuff to some people, it's a little bit over my head, but explain it to me. So the J channeling along the windows, basically the flashing or the siding along the windows, be wide on the backs and the sides to match the fronts. So essentially these windows, the way they explain it to me is that the rear and side windows will kind of just be inset into the side of the vinyl, whereas the front windows will have more of a framing around it. So it gives you some more visual distinction as opposed to the windows just being in the siding versus having that design aspect to it. It was a very minor comment, but those were the only two comments that they had, so I did want to bring it up. So I think they rather liked the designs of the houses and appreciated the diversity there. And something that we also noticed is that the threshold to get to the front porch is essentially a 0-step threshold to the front porch. And we've had some further discussions about that. Each house will be, obviously, you're not just building these on a flat piece of land, no matter really where you are. So there'll be some variation to them. Some of the houses might need a step up through the doorway. The goal, of course, I think probably for most builders is to not have any step-throughs at all when you're looking at an age-restricted facility. So that's the goal, is my understanding, is to reduce the number of steps you have. But it does look like the steps in the walkway to the front porch, at least, is no staircases. And I think that's all I have here. So I just wanted to run that by you to go over the site layout, the discussions we've had in the past, the comments that the public has had in the past, and where we are with the review. We're at concept now. Everybody's issued concept approvals. There are quite a few agencies who need details on the final plans. That's typical. When this proceeds to final, of course, they'll get them in order to receive or issue approval. We'll also double check to make sure that adequate facilities are, well, adequate in this location, fire protection, police, traffic, and so on. Schools, of course, is not a discussion when it comes to age-restricted, so that's not going to be an issue on this site, although it's an issue for other developments that are not age-restricted. So I'd be happy to go over any details here. The one page I keep flipping by is the photometric plan. You really can't see what's going on too much here. It's very busy for the small screen you guys can see, but you can see that they'll have front yard lights here on all the properties. Will have their own light that I'm sure that they'll be the ones controlling, so pretty typical of a residential development. I'm going to go back to this page, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure these gentlemen would be as well.
I have a question about Freedom Avenue. The width, when you're finished, the width of Freedom Avenue. You're going to widen it, so what would be the final width of that?
Pretty sure it's 30 feet, but the widening is kind of a generous term for this. What really happened was the southern side of Freedom Avenue, the lower end that we're building on, really just was not finished with curb and gutter. And so some of the pavement kind of lacked. So I think in general, 1 to 2 feet or something like that, we're extending it just to make it per the code for that type of street.
And the turnaround at the end, how big is that? What, And
That's an
who's responsible for that?
That's an existing turnaround right now.
Yes,
This
sir.
cul-de-sac, Ralph?
The cul-de-sac.
Yes, the cul-de-sac.
That's existing right now, so we're not really touching that.
That's a public road.
Yeah.
It's a public road. The county
But-
maintains that.
But how big is that? Is it big enough for a fire department to, do they need to approve that in any way?
Well, so Fire Review has reviewed the concept plans and has issued a concept level approval. So they reviewed their code. I don't know what requirements they might have. This is built to county standards, so. This roadway is built to county standards.
Okay.
Not new ones.
They're not the new standards, I know.
Question I would have, currently you can see there's people that park on that side. Obviously, there's going to be no parking on that side with the curb and all. Is that correct, or will it be parking?
There will be opportunities for parking on that side as well.
Okay.
The-
I didn't know if it was enough width for
Well, the driveways don't take up, what really was the driveways take up now space that used to be for parking, but it's not everywhere on that.
Yeah,
lane.
and obviously they weren't parking the whole way down, so, yeah.
So if you park on both sides of that road, on Freedom Avenue, can fire equipment get in?
Typically, as long as they park legally, yes.
So we saw there's cars parked
Yep.
on the other side.
Yeah.
That road's been there for years.
And those people have gotten used to parking over there.
Right.
Like it's their own private parking lot. So
Yeah.
I get the challenge here. From a stormwater management standpoint, I guess I want to either applaud you or just question, my goodness, 14 structures seems, for a site this size, in my prior life, I did industrial development, and y'all don't need to hear about, I need therapy over what we did, but we did regional detention. And, ornamental lakes and that sort of thing with fountains in it. And I'm not asking you to do an ornamental lake, but for the life of me, I would like to see you try to put one or two more ponds in here. What, is it the way we do it?
So.
Is it, why are there so many, stormwater structures on this site like this? It's not the topography. The topography is pretty, on the backside it slopes and it comes down towards the intersection here. What is it about this site that's requiring this many stormwater management features?
In the context of what you were talking about originally, in 2010, the regulations for the state of Maryland changed. So that it went from being the regional type facilities that you could build, put everything at the low point and make a big pond, to a step-by-step process of elimination of what type of stormwater or environmental sensitive design that you could do. And in this type of project where you're not eliminating impervious area, where you don't have enough room to just do rooftop disconnect, which is basically allowing the roof water to run along a linear piece of property. We're kind of constrained here. You go to infiltration, and infiltration, the state really wants you to limit yourself to 20,000 square feet per facility. And so once you do that, that's even a little bit less than
Yeah,
half
it's
an acre.
1.5 acre.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so the treatment aspect is really what changed between your past life and today. So this actually does drain into a regional pond. There is a pond that it ends up in eventually, just not on site, because again, they need to
Is that
essentially,
across the street on the church property?
not on the church property. I believe it's actually
It's residential, it's part of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah.
Over there? Yeah.
In fact, the neighborhood itself that's contiguous with that, if I'm not mistaken, maintains it. They're responsible for maintaining it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, again, this site's so constrained that, if we could get rid of one or two of those ponds, you might be able to, I sound like a broken record. I'd like to see, these units in 3s and 4s, not 5s and 6s like this. And, with all the stormwater features that you have, yeah, I don't know what to ask of you. Are these stormwater management features, are they underground, or are they just?
No, they're depressions. They're depressions in the land, yeah. Anywhere from a half a foot to a foot of a depression.
Wow.
Yeah, this is why it costs so much in the state of Maryland to
I hear you.
build houses.
This is overkill. I mean, I'm not blaming you guys. I'm just saying, this is almost a poster child for what we're doing wrong in terms of what we require of you guys. You know, and if we could consolidate a couple of those, I would think, again, you'd get more usable, I don't know, it's very frustrating. And then, I guess from a house plan standpoint, these are gonna have basements?
It will, yes.
What is our access in and out of the basement?
The minimum is a window well, escape well. You can also potentially do some areaways.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I mean, do y'all think that's reasonable for an over 55 to have a ladder in a well? I mean, you're the one who's got to sell it.
I mean, we offer those exits, and I understand your concern, comments. In terms of the stormwater management doesn't make it any easier for us to, to do that. But in general, people do purchase those areaways.
That seems.
Yeah, but throughout all the counties, you see those window wells, and they're received. People may never use them, but it's the way to get out, so.
I would love to see a demonstration by a 75 or 80-year-old getting out of one of those window wells, if they had to. It's not.
I'd be happy to show you.
You know, all of those who would like to see that, I have a motion.
Second that.
Yeah, I think we could sell tickets.
We're not allowed to
Let's make
vote.
that a fundraiser. No, I'm sorry.
So none of them has a actually walkout?
No.
Window?
As I don't believe there's any walkouts here.
It's a relatively flat site, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, the topography doesn't lend itself to a walkout unless you're going to put some sort of a French drain in the bottom or whatever you do and make stairs come out of it. Guys, this is one of those things that we're talking about in terms of, what we think we want for our county, and that is one of those design features that, from a design standard standpoint, I don't know what we do about it, because again, Janice, you're right, the market is allowing it. I think, given the number of these things that we're seeing, and the intended use, in that it's over 55, I think we're doing a disservice by not, pressing you as the developer to come up with something. Can we not come up with something better? We're not gonna solve this here today. You guys do what you want to do, but I think as a commission, we probably ought to give it some more thought in terms of what we require.
I think that we're not giving enough credit to the active adult community, because over 55 doesn't mean you're crippled and can't do that. They're out running marathons and 5Ks and everything. So
it's an interesting dichotomy, Janice, because at the same time, we're saying they're active, we're saying they can climb out of here, but we're also saying from a traffic standpoint, they're not doing anything between the hours of 8 and 9. It just blows my mind that
They're
we've
not
got.
all 55.
That's right. And so, again, I hear you, and I agree, and I aspire to be, the guy who can climb out that well. But if we're saying age in place, there's a moment in time when you're not going to be able to climb out. You do have a nurse coming in, staying the night with you, and you might not be able to climb out of that thing. So, and the nurse may not be able to push you out. So, but your point's taken, and I hear you.
And they're lower level, so typically your bedroom's on that first level. So it's there for extra activity down there.
Right.
So if I could ask a description of the difference between the window, the well approach that we're using here and what typically I'm familiar with, which is you have a door and a stairwell. Why one versus another? I mean, obviously, if you have a basement that's fully in the ground, it has no walkout capability, you have to get out. What are the pros and cons to using the well setup versus like a staircase type of thing?
So most of it comes down to space and comes down to room. So if you're going to do a patio in your backyard as an example, therefore your stairs are going to maybe get in the way or have to be coordinated. It can be done, but sometimes maybe you want to do a larger patio that maybe would encompass the area that areaway would go. So also depends on how is it fully in ground, is it half in ground?
Right.
So that determines how many stairs are going to be. So that stair could maybe not fit in terms of the actual site plan. So those are the considerations. Some people don't think it's ugly to have the stairs, frankly. As a consumer, not as a planning board necessarily. But, so those are the considerations, really.
Just for the record, some of the findings and conclusions when you went to the Board of Zoning Appeals is that the typical resident is between 70 and 75 years old. That was testified at the Board of Zoning Appeals. So I think what we're getting at here is that more and more we're trying to understand that there's aging in place going on. And when these things are built, we talk about 55 and over. I wish I could do half the things I could do at 55. Now I'm starting to wonder what I can do at 75, and now I'm starting to really worry what I'm going to try to be doing at 80. So I just want you to understand that these things now have started to come to a head because of this onslaught of 55 and over. And we've got to stop thinking 55. 55 is what the old 45 or something like that, whatever. And now what is the 75 and what is the 85? And that's what we're looking at here. So it's not an attack on the builders. It's just something that's happening in our society that's going to be a real issue in Carroll County moving forward. When you look at all the 55 and over communities that we're dealing with here, and we've seen some good, bad, and ugly. You have a nice concept plan here. It's a very good concept plan. But this is what we're looking for, and that's why these questions keep coming up time and time again. It's not a nitpicking trial and error thing here. So these are why we're concerned about EMS, fire departments, availability of all these things when the time comes, and these things will be happening in the future. So what do you do when they happen? And are we prepared for it? That's what we're looking for.
And Kirsten, when we say that this has been past fire review, walk me through that process just for a moment. When we send that through, does the local Sykesville Fire Department get a chance to chime in on these roads and the width and the parking plan?
So it's really a three-phase or three-component distribution for fire review. So in the county office building, we have a fire protection reviewer who handles site plans, sprinkler systems, permits, stuff like that. And they look at that for the behalf of the county. and they review it against the codes that they review it against. And they respond to us in comment letters, just like stormwater management does, just like fire or floodplain does, and so on. So that's our primary source of response, comment, and requirements.
Okay.
We also distribute the plans to two other essentially parties. We distribute it to the fire chief of that jurisdiction directly by email, and we distribute it to it's a group called, it's an emergent. No, it's ESAC. I don't know what it stands for, but there's about.
Emergency Services Advisory Council.
Thank you, Emergency Services Advisory Council. Wonderful. So it's distributed to our internal reviewer who reviews for the code, the fire chief of that jurisdiction who can refer their comments to that reviewer or to us, and to the ESAC group who reviews it and makes comment to either the review coordinator or to our fire protection reviewer, who can then incorporate their comments into their written response. The fire reviewer reviews the plans every time the plans come in. The other two parties review the plans at the first submittal. If the plans were to change substantially, for example, when this changed from being an apartment complex and townhouses to all townhouses, they would receive a new submittal for that because it's essentially a new plan. But if we're moving where a stormwater pond is by 15 feet, they don't need to re-review those plans. We're not trying to clog up the important work that they do.
Okay.
So essentially, our fire protection reviewer then, during resubmittals, becomes the primary source of reviewing for the fire code and for safety codes. And they'll receive plans at final as well.
So that, just so that we can avoid, because we know there's going to be a parking issue Freedom Avenue, just because of the habit that people have gotten
Right.
into, of parking across the street. I can imagine that there's going to be a settling out period. People will have to get used to the new normal. So that's just going to happen. But internally, on the new road to be built, I would like confirmation from our fire people that we're not creating a problem here with the parking that we're proposing, that EMS will be able to get in and out on this road. So I would just like somebody to confirm for us before we, send this on down the road. I would like somebody to tell us that we're not making the same mistake that we made previously in other developments.
Understand.
Is that
Yeah,
a
it
good
does.
request?
It does. I wanted to ask, did the fire chief make any comment about this when he saw it?
Not for this project, but again, like I mentioned, the first plan submittal goes to the fire chief and to the advisory group. That was in 2023, maybe 2024 for this revised version. So thereafter, per our process, it goes to our fire protection reviewer. Now, it hasn't been to our fire protection reviewer since, I think, last winter. So
Okay.
it's been a little while since they've seen it. I know there's been a lot
Yes, ma'am.
of discussion about this. They will absolutely see this plan again.
Okay.
If they have requirements that need to be addressed, those requirements will need to be addressed.
I'd ask him to sharpen his eye on this one.
Yeah.
Because let's not have we've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
Right, and if the fire chief is saying, I don't have any comment, you can document that he doesn't have any comment, or everything's okay, or whatever. I'd like to hear it specifically from the end user who's going to be driving the apparatuses through those neighborhoods and see if it's sufficient. Question about the density. So there's 6.6 acres. And I may be wrong on this, but at 3.5 per acre, units per acre, that's 23.2. So round down to 23, and this proposes 31 units. Why is there a difference of 8? I think I know the answer, but I want to hear
It's
it.
split zoned, so.
Part of it's C1.
Commercial
the
doesn't have any
commercial doesn't
zoning.
have a density.
Or density. That's what I thought it was. I just wanted to hear it.
And that's written in the code too, if you need to see it as well as hear it.
Yeah, I didn't like reading that. How wide are the driveways for the residences?
10 feet, if I'm mistaken.
Well,
No,
it's double.
No, it's 18.
18, yeah, I was looking at
Yeah,
this
that's
morning. So the driveways are 18 feet, I
right,
was
right.
reading that this morning. That's, okay. So the driveways in front of the garages are 18 feet wide.
And what's the length?
30 feet wide, I believe, is what I recall.
No,
seeing.
the length of the
down to
driveway he's
To
talking
the
about.
street.
For the street?
Yeah, how long is the driveway from the
What-
end of the garage to the,
The length varies on certain ones. The minimum amount is 20 feet.
so 20 to 30 feet?
I don't know if there's any 30-foot driveways. They may be on those three, but
Yeah.
Okay. And they're two-car garages, right?
two-car garage,
And the
20-foot wide.
Driveway, the garage door is 18 feet, right? Okay,
Garage door's actually 16 feet,
16 feet.
but 18 is pretty standard for a 20-foot garage,
And how wide are the townhomes?
30-foot wide.
They're 30, okay. And the walkway width, what is that, the sidewalk width around the community?
I believe our standard is 5 feet wide, at least against the public road. I wish I had a better tool to measure things while I was on.
That
the
is our
computer.
standard, it's 5,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it looks like it's consistent if you go from the public road, and this point right here is where it transitions to be a private internal driveway, internal sidewalk, it looks like it remains the same width. We can definitely make a note to check that, ensure that it meets our
Yeah.
current standards
Please
during the final plan
Please
review.
check that, please check the driveway width and
Mm-hmm.
those things. And who's paying for the road improvements on Piney Ridge?
Piney Ridge here?
Yeah,
The only improvement they're
widening there of
proposing,
the
so
road.
Piney Ridge is to remain unimpacted. They're cutting in a new driveway entrance here.
well, which
The
road?
widening is on Freedom Avenue.
Okay,
I'm going to go
Freedom.
back a page. So this area here where
Okay.
people are parking, that's effectively the area that they mentioned just wasn't finished when this subdivision was done.
Right,
And
right,
it's just
okay.
been maintained as gravel effectively. So that will essentially just be widened out to more or less where people are already parking, where it's already gravel.
Right.
Piney Ridge Parkway itself will remain unchanged. Johnsville Road will remain unchanged, just with the addition of sidewalk and one new driveway entrance for the shared driveway.
Okay. So, like we said, let's double-check the width of the Freedom Avenue. And back to my question, is that developer expense to fix that road, Freedom Avenue?
And curb and gutter on that other
Curb
side.
and gutter?
To my knowledge, it is, yes.
Right, all the work shown on this plan will have to be handled by the developer. Future maintenance for the public roadway, Freedom Avenue, is county responsibility.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, as Ralph was saying earlier, can we get some specifics on the turnaround at the end of Freedom?
Radius.
Yeah, the radius.
Sure.
I've been sitting here measuring on my computer. So what is the finished roadway width gonna be? Because I might have missed that on Freedom. Because looking at the rest of that development, everything's 30 feet curb to curb.
It's going to be easier for me to open this up than it is to zoom in on that, so bear with me.
Is it on there?
I'm pretty sure it's 30 feet.
Yeah.
Existing pavement, 50-foot right-of-way, 29 existing pavement, 25 proposed pavement. No, 30. 25 existing, 30 proposed. It's covered with a gray stripe. It does say 30-foot proposed
30?
along Freedom.
Would you go back to that photograph that you had of Freedom from?
This one?
Yes, ma'am. So, guys, if we look at this photograph, and this is actually a pretty good example for us, because we've got cars parked on the left in front of the homes that are existing. You have people parked in the grass and totally off of the pavement. So if we're saying this road is approximately, let's call it 28 as it exists.
25. It's delineated as being
It's
25 feet wide.
So you're
They
gonna,
gotta add 5 feet.
you're gonna add 5 feet to the right. And if we have people parking on both sides of that road,
And it's curved.
and it's curbed, so you're not gonna be able to, park in the grass area between the sidewalk. I guess my point is, again, like we're asking, can our emergency vehicles get in and out of there if that car is sticking out on the pavement another 5 feet, 4 feet, something like that? That's what we're talking about here in terms of access.
Yeah, I mean, they can get through there. I mean, I was looking in the other development where there was cars across from one another, and there's still 16 feet in between the cars.
Okay.
So I don't think it's any, I mean, that's what the current standard is,
All right.
so.
Got it. All right,
Now,
thank
would
you.
the turnaround meet our new standards that we want to do? No, but that's not, it's a public road.
It's, a public road, so.
Right, so this, again, I'm going to bring it back to this page here. This property is bounded by public roads. These all need to meet county standards, and the county is responsible for maintaining them. They're going to widen this one to meet the standards that we have now. This is an internal private driveway. I think this one's probably the one that, like Mr. Leister said, that we're going to really take a look at so we don't repeat some other mistakes that we've had on other properties. This is, I mean, it curves at the end because of the cul-de-sac, but this is a straight road. It goes straight and straight back. This one is, we'll be making sure that those numbers are right in consideration of our current discussions. Our fire protection reviewer will review that again, I'm sure, with that consideration in mind.
The only thing I would see on there that would be questionable would be the turnaround, because with no one parking on the street, it should be plenty, but the turnaround at the end, if there would be a fire in one of the units, I mean, you're gonna have a ladder truck in there.
On the public road.
On the private.
On the private.
On the private.
We'll look at, we'll make sure we're looking and discussing all details of that private drive.
Is that a T at the end of that
It
private
is.
road?
That's
So
that's
a
county
standard, come in, go there, and go out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's county standard for a true T turnaround for an emergency vehicle.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not an expert, but you see that on plans, so,
You remember the 3-point turn test when you took that?
yes, I do,
Now imagine it in a fire truck.
along with climbing up ladders.
Very good, very good.
I have to make a day of it.
Right, that's right. 9.9 on the dismount.
Any other questions, comments?
Put up with enough.
Yeah, we pestered you guys enough.
So again, we're just at concept now, so that's the point of this, is that we want to have that discussion.
Yep.
You know, you could elect to bring this to the chair for final approval, but I did not mention that previously because I didn't think it was going to be really a topic of discussion here, and I think after our discussion, that's definitely not going to be the case.
You're
So
probably
we'll come back before you for final review and approval with responses to the questions you've asked here,
Okay, well, good.
unless anybody else had other questions.
No other questions?
From here.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Yes, please. Please, if you haven't, sign in. Oh, I did. Perfect. I thought I saw you back there. State your name, address, and talk into the microphone to facilitate audio and video recording. You are on TV. Comments will be strictly limited to 3 minutes. Citizen testimony is not a Q&A, so this is your chance to speak. Q&A, you could do that after the meeting. If an individual fails to comply with these rules, the Planning and Zoning Commission Chair may call the person out of order and may require you to leave the meeting, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, 3 minutes.
My name is Kim Brecker. I live at 6178 Freedom Avenue. I am the fourth house in. Currently, I will not have any building directly across the street from me, I don't think, in this plan. I wanted to address Pete Lester's comment about can fire get down our street. Yes, an ambulance can get down our street and turn around in the cul-de-sac, but the tower truck cannot. The big engines go in and have to back out. We have, when Santa comes around, they have had to change their path. They used to come down our street, but they've had to change their path because the big engines cannot turn around in our cul-de-sac. So the reason we have to park on the street is because we only have We are single-family dwellings on Freedom, and we only have maybe a single-car garage. There are some that don't even have a garage. We only have a single driveway. We have had some houses put in secondary driveways to facilitate extra parking, but the majority of us are two-income families, and we have to have multiple cars. And some of our children are getting older, and we needed extra cars for the children. So we park across the street because we don't have enough space to park in our own driveway and in our own garage. Currently, we have all had to put in French drains along Freedom Avenue because our property was not zoned, was not graded properly, and we have flooding issues. I know Piney Ridge Parkway had been repaired once because it has a sinkhole right near that entrance that they're planning on putting the driveway. I've lived in my property for 30 years, and I've seen multiple plans come up for this. I am much happier with 31 houses than I was the apartment complex or Salerno's building or the Highs and Bank and gas station that were allotted back in '96. I would like to see more trees. They're getting rid of a lot of trees that are big and, bold, but that's just my own thought. And my question is, truly, can a fire truck get in on that private drive? Because if it can't get down Freedom Avenue, it's not going in that private drive. So I would like to see some concept changes.
Okay. Very good.
And that's my 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, that's it. Very good. Thank you, man, gentlemen, and Kirsten.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
I gotta pack up.
How about a break? Break now? What if I may break some food? Yeah.
Need a break? Can we take a 5-minute break? We're back in session. Moving on to item number 10, the concept site plan for Doss Garland Solar Farm, S-25-0022. We have David.
That is correct. So
Welcome.
David Beecraft with the Development Review Division. As mentioned, I'm here to talk about the last proposed development of the day, which is Doss Garland Solar Farm, file number S-25-0022. We have two representatives of the project here. I will let them introduce themselves.
My name's Jeff Ziegler with CLSI Civil Engineering.
My name's Trey Pippin with Renewable Properties. I'm the developer.
Thank you. And as you can probably guess from the title of the proposed development, what is being proposed is a ground-mounted solar facility. This may look familiar to some of you because it adjoins an existing facility that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission a few years ago. But for those who are unfamiliar, we are on the outskirts of Hampstead. So this red line you're seeing here, that is the municipal boundary of Hampstead. And then this black line you see that's running diagonal, that is the boundary of Carroll County and Baltimore County. So we're right on the edge of the county and also right on the edge of the municipality. And if you look at the property, you can see that there are a slew of zoning districts that are encompassing on this property. This one to the south here is agriculture. This green is conservation. This area here is R40,000. And then these two purples over here are industrial light and industrial heavy. So moving forward, kind of zooming in on the project itself. So the sites that we're talking about here are really three different properties. The one currently houses an existing solar facility. Again, this was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission back in October of 2023. And then you can see that there are two other properties here, one shown up here, and then this larger one shown down here. And in aggregate, all of these properties equate to about 70 or so acres. And you can see this aerial is fairly recent, so you can see that most of the area is farm fields. There is an existing house and outbuildings that are shown here. And because we are so close to the municipal boundary for Hampstead, this property with the existing solar facility, that is within Hampstead's priority funding area. But these other two parcels are not within the priority funding area, and none of these parcels are within the designated growth area. So what's currently being proposed is a solar facility, and I'm going to move to the next one. So I have some plan sheets as well, but I'd like to do an overlay on top of the aerial photography just to give a better idea as what's being proposed. So a solar array is proposed on the property, and this is only within that area that is R40,000. Because of recent state legislature, these solar facilities are required to be permitted within all zoning districts, that also including R40,000. Within our code, we were allowed to have the prohibition of facilities in this zoning district to not allow more than 5 megawatts facilities. So what's being proposed now is 5 megawatts. And it is comprised of 3 interconnected facilities, which is 2 megawatts, and 1 megawatt. Per the notes on the cover sheet, there are no proposed lights in conjunction with this development. And so I'm just going to move forward. Let me know if you have a preference on if you like this overlay, if you like this plan sheet, or I have the zoom-ins of these 3 different areas, the area A, B, or C, in case there's anything in particular you want to look at. So whichever you have a preference of looking at, I can currently leave it on here as I run through.
Any personal choice? The color? The
First
one color? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So the last time I presented one of these facilities in front of you after the state's RECA bill, I actually went through Chapter 155, 158, 153, point by point, talking about how that project complied with county regulations and site requirements. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do that. I'm certainly happy to pinpoint on anything if you have questions, but I will state that this does comply with all of those regulations within the county's solar site requirements. And this was granted concept approval by the zoning office, having complied with all those requirements. So there is access to the property is via Doss Garland Road. So Doss Garland Drive, I'm sorry. Doss Garland Drive is a public roadway, but at some point it does transition into a private drive. And this connection to the site is after that transition. So they are coming off of Doss Garland Drive, but off of that private portion. And what they're proposing is an 18-foot wide access drive, which will lead to 2 parking spaces as well as that fenced gate that they have. So there's going to be a 7-foot tall chain link fence that's going to surround this site. There's no barbed wire on top of that fence per county regulations. And I am actually going to move forward. So the detail for it, just a standard chain link fence, but that is provided in the plans, which designates the height of it as well. I mentioned that there's going to be parking associated. Just moving back here. So there's 2 parking spots that are shown pretty close to after exiting that Doss Garland Drive. And per county regulations, it states that for the solar energy generating facilities, 1 space is required plus 1 for each employee. There are no employees that are going to be regularly coming to this site, but they elected to provide 2 parking spaces regardless. The proposal was subject to citizen involvement at the November 2025 Technical Review Committee meeting. And during that meeting, there were citizens in attendance, and they did have some concerns with the proposal. One of those relates to issues that they had with the construction of the existing facility. So with the construction of the existing facility, there was a lot of damage to the roadway, but there was also equipment that was being sent to their residents that was supposed to go to that site as well. So that was one of the concerns that was brought up. One of the other concerns that was brought up is in reference to the landscaping on the existing site, but also what's being proposed on this site as well. That citizen had asked about beefing up the landscaping and or providing some type of dirt berm or landscape berm to kind of help shield that view shed from their private residence. So they lived right across from Doss Garland Drive, and they were worried about how it's going to look after this is fully constructed. Since that meeting, there has been no written correspondence received, and so I'm not able to provide anything in that nature. As you can see, I do have up on the screen what is currently shown in the plan. So when this plan was initially submitted back in October of last year, what was shown at the time was a Class A screen, which doesn't really have any width associated with it, but it is not very dense for that matter. Since that, the plans now show a 35-foot wide landscape buffer. So the landscaping has been beefed up since that initial plan, and that is shown to run on the outside of the fence. Moving back here. So on the outside of the fence, along this property line and along the edge of the drive and kind of full through the site here. And it's also shown in between the existing house as well as the solar arrays to the north and the solar arrays to the south here. So they are showing landscaping that's going to encompass most of the size of this facility.
In the landscaping, is there any, are they planning on having a height so that it doesn't get so high that it shades the
solar panels?
There's a variety of landscaping, both deciduous trees, minor trees, but we are set back off of the panels themselves, so the height doesn't become an issue.
And so to wrap up the landscaping, the landscape plan did receive concept approval, but obviously there's going to be further landscape review as we transition into the final plan submittal. And then just moving on to the rest of the review agencies, so
Can I ask another question about the landscaping?
Oh, please.
Do they have any kind of maintenance agreements on these landscaping?
Yes, so.
I drove in this morning and drove through New Windsor, like 65% of all the trees are dead around that one already.
So there is a landscape maintenance agreement that is recorded in land records, and part of that relates to bonding that we collect as well. So we collect bonding for landscaping, they provide a cost estimate, and they say it'll cost this much to plant these trees and to maintain these trees. We hold on to that bond until either 3 or 5 years inspection to make sure that that landscaping has fully set in and has not died off. But I do know the site that you're talking about. So Forest Conservation has granted concept approval with no easements or afforestation requirements being needed. Water Resources will require an easement. So as you can see, there is a stream that runs through this portion of the property. There's also a stream that runs through this portion of the property up here. And this blue area, the blue highlight, is also indicative of a FEMA floodplain easement.
Does that mean that they will not be developing the lower part?
Nothing is shown on that lower part. I can't say for sure that nothing will happen there. There will be easements encompassing those natural resources in the middle, though. So around that stream and around that blue highlight, that'll be required a FEMA floodplain easement as well. So navigating through the site, through those easements, would probably not be an option, but if they can find a means of getting to that portion of the property some other way.
We downsized this project to comply with the county code, so we don't have plans to develop, south of the wetland area. And so,
And then with the proposed access onto Dawes Garland Drive, our engineering review, but also State Highway Administration reviewed that and have granted approval of the concept plan, but they are looking for additional information on the final plan set. Stormwater management, this was just because it was a topic of discussion with the last project. This will be provided through the construction of level spreaders that are going to be kind of sporadic throughout the site, and they have granted concept stormwater management approval. I see you making a face. I'm sure he can provide more information on level spreaders and kind of how they operate. And then lastly, in accordance with site development plan memorandum received from comprehensive planning, the land use is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan. Because this is a concept plan, we haven't done any testing for adequacy of public facilities, but obviously that will be tested before they request final approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then as with every site development plan, the Planning and Zoning Commission does have the option to delegate final approval to the chair. So after running through that report, I also want to show you what the site looks like as well. The aerial does a great job of that, but there are some pictures that will help. I've elected to provide one per slide. I think it might be difficult to see a lot of the details when you have too many on the same slide. So if this is helpful, let me know. If it doesn't really do much besides what we normally do, let me know. But this is up on Dawes Garland Drive. This is on the public portion of it. You can see the existing facility shown here, the fence, the landscaping. Moving through further down Dawes Garland Drive, this is after it transitioned to a public driveway. You can actually see the sign for the in-county maintenance up toward the top there. And in the distance, you can see the existing solar array over here, but you do see the contours of the land as they currently exist. From that same spot, just pivoting over, looking at more of the site, and then same thing, pivoting over, looking at more of the site. And then moving further down Dawes Garland, so this is down close towards that existing house. Again, this is looking at the arrays that are shown to the north. So again, just pivoting, looking at everything, you can see the existing solar array up there in the distance. And then these last few pictures, so this is looking at the area south of that existing house on the same property. So there's that driveway leading to the house, and then this is that area that's south of that. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, as well as the constituents here today.
With an array this big, the cumulative total of runoff, how is that calculated? And so if you would, I mean, there's a lot of square footage of runoff here. And if you translated that into a roofing, or an area of roofs, where does the calculation for stormwater come into play here? Because it's so close to a stream, and if I put a shed up that would be the cumulative total of that many square feet, I would have to have all kinds of stormwater requirements attached to that. So what are they?
Yeah, so I'll defer to Jeff for a lot of the details. My understanding is that for these, it really depends on how closely packed in they are to one another, as far as what requirements they have, what facilities they're allowed to use for these. But as far as the nitty-gritty.
So, the way these stormwater facilities are designed, they're considered disconnects, where we have slopes that are 5% or flatter, or where we exceed 5% slopes up to 10%, we're putting in level spreaders, which collect the drainage into a stone facility that's 2 to 3 feet deep, and sends the overflow out to the grass to flow down the rest of the property. As David mentioned, we do have a FEMA floodplain that goes through our property that a portion of this discharges into. Another portion of it drains into the adjoining solar farm property that has already been dedicated for water resource protection for that stream that came up on the plan right-hand side, the eastern side of the property. So because this property drains into the existing streams, quantity management was not needed to be calculated according to MDE's requirements and the local county government requirements.
What is the slope? What is the average slope on this project?
Average is somewhere between 5 and 10%.
Okay. So the steeper the slope, the more spreader areas you need. Is that correct? Or is it?
You need the level spreaders anytime your slope is between 5 and 10%.
Okay.
If it's over 10%, then you need a quantity facility proposed. So we've graded the site so that we're, in some cases, less than 5%. I would say probably 2/3 of the site fall in between that 5 to 10% range.
Okay.
What's the acreage for the existing solar field next to this property?
So there is a chart on the first page of this plan, and that says for the solar array, the existing site is currently at about 13.7, 14 acres.
Okay.
What's proposed now is right around 19 and a half, 20 acres. And that's not collective, that's independent.
Okay, right. And this is considered a commercial solar project? Or is it a community solar project?
It's a community solar project.
It's a community solar project. Where are the connections, connectors to the interconnection point on the property?
So, your first map might be where you had the,
Back here?
yeah. So,
You want me to go one more?
That's fine. The power well, your first one you had where you overlaid it on there you go.
Okay.
So in the top corner on the existing solar farm is where BG&E they have two 33 kV feeders that come in right there. So we're taking that and then extending it just down Doss Garland underground, and then you'll have 3 interconnection points kind of spread out evenly to each site going down to the south along Doss Garland.
So
Road.
there isn't any new construction for any of that equipment needed?
Just some underground trenching from the existing equipment that's over there feeding the other solar array.
Same thing with the transformers and all that stuff that's up there on the existing BGE construction?
There'll be new transformers to service the solar array, but there will be ground-mounted transformers that sit beside the solar array.
And what's the acreage of the unused property south of the
Watershed.
The watershed, yeah.
Off the top of my head, I want to say it's like 25 acres, but that's just off the top of my head.
Just for my education, because I'm not fascinated, but I'm curious about this, because every solar project that we are seeing are typically maxed at 2 megawatt, 1 or 2 megawatts, similar to this. This is 2 megawatts and 1 megawatt. But it's, so the cumulative is 5 megawatts, if I did my math right. Why are they broken down into 2s and 1s and not just a big old 5?
So the community solar program has the exemptions from going through the CPCN process, where the Public Service Commission will approve them without that. And some of those exemptions are industrial zone properties, brownfields, such. So this site sits across from an old Black & Decker facility that had a retention pond there, and there was a leaching from that retention pond that created a groundwater plume. So it posed the risk of creating, water contamination under these sites. And if you look at the voluntary cleanup program, I think there's 4 or 5 of these voluntary cleanup sites around there where people have taken it through the voluntary cleanup program. So this site went through the voluntary cleanup program with the MDE and was accepted, and because of that, the Public Service Commission considers it brownfield eligible, which means it can co-locate sites. So we can have 2 megawatt sites on the same property without having to go through the CPCN process with the Public Service Commission.
So you're okay if it's 2 or less, more or less?
2, you can 2 or less, you can co-locate.
Gotcha.
So I guess I think this may be I'll ask Chris Hine to put it on his list of things that he and I are going to talk about at some point. We'll probably, I don't know that there's whatever. Is there an unintended consequence, David, on our county? And again, we don't have to have an in-depth conversation about this today, but I guess my concern is that we get piecemealed at 2 megawatts a pop. And I think what we want, I'm a fan of solar. I want solar. But at the same time, I think our county, so this isn't speaking for myself, I'm speaking for my county. I don't think my county wants to be paved as a parking lot or have solar panels wall to wall as we drive up 140. So I guess what I want to understand is, what are the limitations that what have we put in place that prevent someone coming in and saying, I'm doing at 2 megawatts a pop all the way down, 6 months from now, we're going to see something for the property that you were talking about just south of the watershed. And pretty soon, in 4 years, we're going to come back and this entire, everything to the left is going to be solar panels because we've done it at 2 megawatts a pop. I want to make sure that we as a county understand what limitations we've put in place to prevent something like that, so that, Maryland Land Holding LLC Venture 1 is this, the Maryland Land Holding Venture 2 is the southern portion. We just don't want to get boiled with solar panels. And again, I'm for solar panels. I just want to make sure we understand the consequences of what's happening so that we can get in front of it. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
I think it does. And ultimately, what I'll say is it really comes down to how the state views it and how the county views it. So as I mentioned, and as Mr. Pimpin chimed in, is that for the state's purposes, this is 2 megawatts, 2 megawatts, 1 megawatt. On the county's purposes, because they're co-located, we view it as a holistic project. So we're looking at this as 5 megawatts.
Good.
And what we have, it really depends on the zoning district, but in this zoning district, the R40,000, we have limitations on how big those facilities can go. So 5 megawatts is the cap. They cannot make these bigger than 5 megawatts in this zoning district without going through some sort of CPCN process.
But I guess what I'm asking is, what's to prevent someone very similar, probably the same investor group, coming in and saying, oh, we're a different group, and we're doing another 5 megawatts just south of this? What's to prevent somebody from doing that? Or there's no preventive measure on that?
I don't believe there's anything in the code that would prevent that. I would have to imagine that the need and the market, for these, how much you can actually put back into the grid, I believe there is, restrictions on that from the state level, but.
Okay. All right, again, that's a Manhattan project for another day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have nothing.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
Good. Where's the access road to the arrays on the site?
Comes down that left side.
On the new site.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It comes down really from the top here. So I'm going to move forward to the more zoomed in. So here's Dulce Garland.
Right.
It curves and
Oh,
it
there it is.
runs right through here.
Okay, I missed that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
All good.
Okay. How about public comment? So public comment, I'll read this again. Public comment, please sign in the back. You must sign in. State your name, address, and talk into the microphone to facilitate audio and video recording. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Citizen testimony is not a Q&A session. Questions may be directed to staff after the meeting, and any individuals failing to comply with these rules, the Planning and Zoning Commission Chair may call the person out of order and may require him or her to leave the meeting.
Hi there, I'm signed in at the back. My name is
Okay.
Gary Siegler. I live at 4291 Wolf Hill Drive. On the one picture, just the neighborhood just off to the right there. So I work from home, and so for the last project, I heard what seemed to be for months the sort of droning sound of the land moving, the leveling and all of that. And then for what seemed to months, the sound of the pylon drilling, pounding these things into the ground to hold these arrays. I, like you, I'm a huge fan of solar. I have solar on my house. My concern is the developer mentioned it, the Black & Decker fleet that leached into our land years and years ago. When I bought my house, I had to sign a whole bunch of papers that told me where all the airports were, but nobody mentioned that all of our wells were polluted. And there was some remediation done. But my big concern is how much of this stuff is getting knocked back into the aquifer that we're drawing off of. And now we're having another round of that coming. Is there anything that the county can do to make sure that the developers, taking the responsibility to do some well testing after the fact, make sure that we haven't created a problem, for the future, and potentially to help remediate any things that might pop up. So that's all I've got. I thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Judge. I live at 4090 Doss Garland Drive. This project is directly in front of my house. What I would like to know is, what is the setback going to be? Currently, we have, when I bought my property, I believe there was a 100-foot setback for anything that is done on that property. I don't know what their setback is for their fencing. The last project that was there, they did an extensive amount of grading. This created a lot of dust. You walk out in the morning and your cars were covered in dust. You can't open your windows. I didn't see anything for dust prevention. I didn't see any water trucks down there trying to keep that dust to a limit. As far as the extending of the private road, I believe that they're going to extend it. I'd like to know how far they're going to extend it. I currently mow the grass along that's the existing solar field. Where all the trees are that they were planted, they've never been mowed around. I live there. I see it. We've had one truck come out and attempt to water as much of the trees as they could. Most of them are dead. There is no maintenance outside of the fence. They don't do any cutting or anything. It's and the grade, I believe that they're going to move the grade again. What is going to be the slope now in front of my house? And how far back is it going to be from our existing driveway?
Okay.
You know, I'm not going to be able to stop this project. I'm just concerned, and this is also going to devalue our properties. I mean, I sit close to the existing drive. Now I'm going to be 100 feet from solar panels. And that's what I'm going to see is fields of solar panels. Doesn't sit well. All of you up there, how would you like to have all these solar panels put right in front of your house? So when you walked out your front door, you came out your driveway. That's all you see. And then again, the road leading in, the public Doss Garland Drive, that was put on the top of a very poor base. And when those trucks come in and it's warm out, it crumbles the road. Any of you drive back there, you can see it. In the past, when the trucks would come in, they would block our access and our egress. And sometimes you'd have to just sit there and wait for them because the drivers had nowhere to move to.
Okay, Mr. Judge, I need you to wrap up, please.
All right, so, yeah, these are my questions. I wanted to know what the slope is, how far they're going to extend that blacktopping, and what are they going to do about our utilities going underground? There's currently telephone poles going across our property. Will they put our utilities as well underground?
All right, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Derek Garland. I live on Doss Garland Drive. Doss Garland was actually my grandfather. My house sits right on Doss Garland. When I look out the living room window, that's where all the solar panels are going. So I appreciate the upgrade in the landscaping. It's my understanding there was supposed to be a berm there with the landscaping and then the fence, which would help hide it. So that's good. One of the things Steve brought up is when they bring their tractor and trailers in, they need to have a place that they can pull them in or back them up. And I didn't see that on the drawing. That was a problem. They did tear up the driveway, and I believe the county took care of that. I had to call the county to get it repaired. I don't know how the money worked or if there was any money involved, but that was a big part of it. The dust is a concern. I think that's really what I had. I mean, I've looked at the drawings and I understand the setbacks are quite a ways. That's good. There's a lot of power and a lot of acreage, that's for damn sure. I don't know. They're my concerns
Okay.
anyway.
All right, thank you. Any more public comment? Okay. So that was just a review and recommendation and all that stuff. You heard some concerns and things like that, so we'll see you back, right, with this?
This will, yes, so this is just concepts. They're not looking for any formal approval at this point.
Right. Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not even close to the size of this, and we've never heard anything.
So it's some kind of frequency that's interfering?
Yeah.
It's a hump?
Because these trains,
Is there an audible
Hold
hump?
on, sorry.
Yeah, you can't hear. Buy new solar.
it's got,
When I head with my tractors,
it's got to be the transformers raising the voltage or whatever, yeah.
I've never heard a thing, so how's it gonna affect the people? Just a thought. Never heard one word about it.
Okay, Mr. Hine has joined us for the deferral code changes related to cluster subdivision plans. So review, what are you going to walk us through?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
So as you may remember, I was here last week to introduce this idea. As a quick refresher, we are currently going through two parallel paths looking at codes related to cluster subdivisions. We have engaged a consultant who you've heard from in the past, Troy from Michael Baker and Associates, or Michael Baker International, my apologies, that he and his team are looking at our current cluster codes and making recommendations on on nuances on how we may want to improve those in the future. We've talked some about the state law that is going into effect October 1st regarding vesting of residential projects, and we just do not have the bandwidth to get through with the consultant and staff to try and get these nuance type changes in place by October 1st. So the Board of County Commissioners directed us to look at some of the higher level general type of requirements for cluster subdivisions, namely those changes that we made in 2022 from essentially what was in place since 1993. And so last week I introduced those changes, and back here after I'm sure you all have thought through it significantly to see if any of those topics are ones that we want to discuss potentially making changes to. And then I have an additional change that was a request by one of the commissioners for consideration that I did not have time to put into the presentation last week, so I will touch on that as well. So, this is the old presentation.
Sorry.
Do you have the?
There was a new one.
Yes. So, well, I'll work off of this. So skipping ahead to So this is the code that was in place in 1993, and this is our current code where I've highlighted the 4 changes that have been made, and then have them broken out here for discussion. And so again, the first item is basically the determination of yield, that prior to 2022, we required a conventional plan to be produced to identify how many lots could be developed following a conventional plan, and then that set the limit for how many could be in the cluster plan. Over the years, with experience working through these types of projects and so on, we recognize that because of the requirement that when you reduce the lot size, that reduction in lot size has to be shown as open space, that there is not a increase in density that you would see. So in the spirit of trying to streamline processes and reduce costs and so on in 2022, we made the recommendation, and it went through our whole text amendment process where the Planning Commission agreed to it, Board of County Commissioners agreed to it, that we eliminated the need for that conventional plan to be produced. And then we just set an sort of, I don't want to say arbitrary, but we said, you know what, look at the gross acreage, and that's the total cap, recognizing that as a developer works through the process of laying out the subdivision plan, that they take into consideration all those non-buildable areas and the streams, the steep slopes, and so on. And the plan they produce has an amount of lots that can fit on there. And it's because it's clustered, there's an amount of open space that they were required to show. And we get to a good final product that that typically would not have an increase in number of lots above what previously they had shown as a conventional plan. So the primary question here on this item is there a recommendation to go back to prior to the code, prior to 2022, and require a conventional plan? Or do we want to leave the code as is?
Leave it as is.
Anybody else? Leave it as is. Janice? Matt? Rob?
Leave it.
Seeing a lot of leave it as is.
I'm hearing a lot of, okay, very good. So the second item, the second bullet, is the requirement of the minimum lot size that you can reduce those lots down to. So if you have an R40 zoning, that's 40,000 square feet. If you cluster, you can reduce below 40,000. That amount you reduce has to become open space. But we set a lower limit of 20,000 square feet for those R40 zoned properties. Prior to 2022, there was no limit. The developer could reduce those down as much as they wanted to meet market conditions, what they thought would sell, and so on. As part of the change of not requiring a conventional plan anymore, we set that lower limit. And so the question is, are we good with that lower limit, or do we want to go back to prior to 2022 where the developers have that flexibility to go below that, basically half the zoning?
So I'm going to walk through an example, and I hate
Sure.
to do this, but let's suppose that we have 100 acres gross, and half of it is in floodplain, wetlands, whatever. It's not usable. We can't build on. So if I'm a R20, if I'm zoned R20, and we're basing the lot count on gross acreage, am I allowed then to put, 2 homes per acre on the gross acreage, which was, so 200 homes? Am I allowed to put 200 homes on that site based on the gross acreage? Is that the way it's done?
in theory. The reality is you'd never be able to do it.
No, that's why I said half, okay, because I'm trying to go.
You said half is buildable.
Yeah, half is buildable.
So if it's 50 acres, it's buildable.
But that's on the gross acreage. It's on the 100 acres.
Right.
This is where I'm headed here, because I
Okay.
think we all need to understand this. All right, so now versus, because again, what we're talking about here is our master plan and adhering to the master plan and the intent of our master plan, which is basically, we like, which clustering sounds like it helps us manage open spaces, have nice, viable neighborhoods. And y'all know that I'm not a huge fan of clustering. I just want to make sure if we do it, let's do it better than what we've done in the past. So that's where I'm headed here, I hope. But, everybody else, y'all do we'll do what we want to do here. So the converse of that is if I have the same situation, 100 acres, 50 of which is not usable. So I'm basing it off of the net acreage. I now can put, rather than 200 homes on there, which again, I get is the fictional, you're never going to be able to do it because of the roads and whatever, or the easements. I can now put 50 times 2 is 100 homes on the net usable, if that's what I'm basing it off of. That's the rationale that I'm driving towards.
Yeah.
And that's why, I would say I'm more of a net usable guy, because the developers coming in and swinging for the fence, and again, I agree with you, they're not going to be able to get 200 homes on 50 acres. Pete, that's absurd. Just right-of-way, setbacks, you're not going to be able to get that many homes in. But let's take something that's more reasonable, where you've got, 70 acres, 80 acres, and 10, 15 of it is in wetlands. That's probably more of a real world scenario. Again, I think we ought to be basing this off of net usable, because otherwise we're going to end up with that. If we use gross, it's not fair to the community. It's not fair to the outcome is not what I don't think that's the outcome that we are trying to drive towards for our communities. And so that's the, Chris, am I making sense on what I'm saying?
Yeah, so if I might point out, though, one of the provisions that's been in the code since 93
Yes.
is that the open space that is the result of you making the lots smaller, you can only use, only 50% of that can be those environmental features. So in your example of where you're cutting where you've got a parcel that's 50% environmental and so on, it's not like you can say, well, that's where I'm going to put all my open space. Only 50% of that can be used for your open space. You have to have an additional 50% that is in your developable area, and 10% has to be active open space. So those other constraints, that's where you end up, that you really are not going to have more lots than if you had laid out the conventional plan.
Well, and the other part of that is that we end up with what we just saw, with where a bunch of the open space is, how do we say it, marginalized, because the open space is not really open space, it's not usable. I can't go out there and play lacrosse. I can't, because it is a flipping stormwater management pond that is forced upon the developer. And so are we including that in the open space calculation?
So when you look at open space, basically it's everything that's not hard infrastructure. So if it's not roads, it's not houses and so
it does
on.
include.
So it would include your environmental features, it would include stormwater management and so on, but 50% of it cannot include that. So if you're going from, your example, 100 acres and 50 acres, and you're reducing 50 acres, right? Of that 50 acres, 25 acres has to be developable. You can't use that environmental area.
You see,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, but then I don't even know why why are we even including it in the calculation? You can't build on it anyway. It's a flipping wetland. It's a buffer around a stream. It's not open space. It is conservation. It's unusable. You can't build on it in the first place. And so as a developer, and I'm putting my developer's hat on here, when I bought land like this, and guys, I'm still an owner in whatever, we deducted that land. You know, that was land that was, we will never make a dollar off that land. And, so, I mean, it was all about how much, Pete, you know, I'm all for buying this 300-acre piece of property, but, you know, how much of it is really usable? How much can we really build on? That was the first question the general partner was going to ask me, but when I bought an assemblage to him. And so, you know, this is, for people to stroll in here and tell us with a straight face that they don't know how much of the land is usable, I'm calling BS on that, because I'm telling you, they know. You got to know. Otherwise, you know, you're not signing the document to buy that thing. So
what you're getting back to is having them do a conventional plan to prove out how much of that property is developable and how many lots you could potentially have.
You know, the truth is I don't think they have to do the conventional plan. I think they probably need to, as a matter of good business, they will know with an informal survey. They don't have to punch holes to know. We're not going to be able to build on that. This is really what we can build on. I mean, and to Janice's point, she said it last week, it's going to be subjective. That first look is very subjective, but once the engineers get through with it, they know.
Yeah.
They know what they can build on and what they can't, and what
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, you know, and you go out there and you punch holes, and all of a sudden you find, you know, we didn't punch a hole here, and dadgummit, there's rock. You're right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I
I will say, from a development standpoint, past years, it worked correctly. I mean, we didn't go out and, because of all the factors that limit you, without having to go through the original plan, the conventional plan. You know when you look at a property, so you've got this much over here that is unusable ground. Right? Let's just look at the Beatty property. You know, you got a stream running through. You know you're not going to get anything near that stream.
That's right.
And just common sense, and from developing, you can look at it, get a pretty good idea of where you are, and know that you're not going to get 50 lots on a 100-acre property in all probability, because you've got roads, you've got all of that.
13% loss factor just for roads, exactly. So I'm dialed in on doing the net usable.
Yeah.
Because I think, and by the way, I think it makes sense for that to be the baseline for what we do, so that we don't have to ask, well, no, wait a minute, this is commercial, this is, no, we're talking net usable acreage when you're talking to Carroll County. We've made it real simple for you. It's, well, you know, how simple have we made it? I get it. You're calling me out. You didn't say it, you're still calling me out. Net usable is what we ought to be doing, I think.
So if I may, the development process of laying out a site, and whether you're talking about a cluster subdivision or a site or anything like that, the development process does use essentially net usable. Where we don't call it out is that kind of metric that someone can look at a property and say, oh, you could get 20 lots there, right? But through the development process, we absolutely use the usable area. And so as you're laying out that subdivision, and say it was R40 and it's clustered down to R20, the developer, the engineer who's laying that out is saying, okay, for whatever reasons, easements forest conservation, floodplains, steep slopes, whatever. I'm not working this area, so I'm working in the area I have left. I lay in my roads, and then the net area that's left, that's buildable, because I'm allowed to cluster, I can go down to, I've got the flexibility of going down to 20,000 square foot lots, and I start laying those out. But because it's cluster, I also have to provide for the open space and the active open space, and I have to put that in. So the development process absolutely uses the usable area, the buildable area. I think where we're getting hung up a little bit is that first initial number, and I think I mentioned last week, in retrospect, adding in the number one there, the total number of lots, and saying that we use gross acreage, that in retrospect, we could have left that out. Because that gross acreage, that cap, it's sort of meaningless. Yes, it gives everybody a comfort level that you're not going to see anything more than so many lots there. But that number was never going to be achieved anyways, because we do develop the plans based on the net usable acreage that's on that property. And you see that through the progression of the development of the plans that you all then see to approve.
Okay, so then if that's what we do, then why isn't that what we say?
We basically took out the requirement for the conventional plan and felt the need to put in something there that just set this higher number. And like I said, in retrospect, maybe that we didn't even need to make that statement.
So where can we say net usable in the residential coding?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that it doesn't need to be said, in my opinion, because that is how development and site layout is performed. We've got a couple of engineers here and that I think could speak to it if you'd like to hear from them on this topic. But fundamentally, you have portions of your site that are usable and portions that are unusable.
Right.
And you're developing on the usable portions. And there are a whole host of reasons why you don't develop on areas. The complexity when you start putting in code the net usable concept is then defining what's net usable to come up with that calculation, which then you came up with a calculation for a number, and then you set it aside, and then you figure out how to develop your site. And then there's the reality of how many lots or how many buildings or what area you're going to work within and so on.
All right, so let's go to the end result here for a second and then work our way back. What we're seeing happen on these parcels is, well, first of all, we're not seeing anything that's a conventional neighborhood. Everything is being clustered. And from a aesthetic standpoint, it does change the complexion of the neighborhoods that we are getting. They look different, for better or worse. They do look different. I mean, there's a difference between a home that sits on an acre and a home that's been clustered, that was zoned R40. I mean, the look and feel of it. And so when we say that we're a rural county, that we want to preserve the look and feel, and we don't want to, we know what we don't want to be. We know what we want to be when we grow up. Clustering is antithetical to what it is we want to be. And so, at least I think it is. And so, the way we're doing it right now, where we end up with open spaces that really aren't usable, and the open spaces that we have that may be usable are improved in no way. There's no basketball court. There's no, you couldn't play lacrosse out there or you couldn't hit golf balls for sure, because it's going to go in a road and it's going to take out a windshield. So the way we're doing it right now, Chris, it's not really working. And so what I applaud is us talking about it. Mm-hmm. And what I need to hit myself over the head with a 2x4 is I'm the only one talking. So with that said, I've been talking for 7 minutes, or actually longer. Guys, what do y'all think?
So if I may, real quick, just to address your comment, is that's a great philosophical discussion to be had. and it's not necessarily what we're talking about today, but are cluster subdivisions as a development style something that we want to continue to have, given the remaining properties that are out in Carroll County and so on? The answer to that may be no, in which case we eliminate this section of code. I think those types of discussions are the more nuanced discussions that we'll have with Michael Baker and so on as to the appropriateness of these, this style of subdivision. And absolutely a great topic for discussion.
I mean, I guess really, kind of like you're saying too, is how do we prevent the, give an inch, take a mile type of thing? And a lot of times the developers, obviously, especially the bigger ones, are gonna know every loophole, everything that they can do to essentially maximize. And I know you can't put in, well, we're gonna give you an inch, don't take a mile, but I think that's almost, if I'm following correctly, what you're kind of trying to say, like, how do we prevent those loopholes from being exploited, or those little nuances from being exploited, because, I mean, money's money, business is business, and there's a lot of people that are paid a lot of money to find that, essentially.
I think there are guardrails that prohibit a lot of that. So I think, like Chris is saying, that's something that would be further down here to look towards, but.
I think the verbiage or the language that is in the code, the addition that was made in 2022, is really what drives all of these conversations, decisions by developers, et cetera, et cetera. The all lot yield must be used. That's it. And when that opens up allowance to a bunch of shoehorning or imagination and figuring things out and all that kind of stuff. That really did change all of this. And that still remains.
That was an addition in 2022, yes.
Right.
So one of the things we keep beating back on is the open space that's unimproved or whatever. What are the requirements by the county to maintain open space in these clustered divisions?
So if you look at number 3 in the existing code, and this goes back to 93.
The land around.
Yeah, so when you reduce the lot size, what's remaining is to be open space or recreational areas for the joint use by the residents of the cluster subdivision or offered to the county. So when a cluster subdivision is presented, we look at the open space and we discuss it with recreation parks and whomever to see if we want that open space to be conveyed to the county. There haven't been a whole lot in recent times because we don't have the resources to maintain a lot of small pocket parks, right? So typically the county has not been taking over ownership. If we don't, then it resides with the HOA, and the HOA is responsible for it. And if it's all stream, valley, and wooded and so on, is there really a whole lot of maintenance to be done? Probably not.
No.
But there is the requirement for active open space. So in which case, there's requirements for, I think, under 5B, a minimum of 10% of the required open space, or 1.5 acres, whichever is greater, shall be suitable for active recreational use and may not exceed a grade of 3%. So the idea being you have a relatively flat playing area that's grassed that can be used for whatever the community is using it for. That the community would be responsible for maintaining. Mowing or whatever amenities get constructed and so on. But those would be the responsibility of the HOA.
When I was the director of Recreation and Parks many years ago, we ran into this all the time, and basically the only time we would accept it is if it was adjacent to property that we already had. Otherwise, we were never interested in it.
Okay, so where do we go?
So if I may, there are the 4 items down. We had talked about the conventional lot, but as Pete mentioned, there is still this concern about how you determine maximum. So we can, there were a lot of nods for leaving it as is, but absolutely can make mention when we take this to the commissioners that there is this concern about not allowing too much yield and so on out of this. So your concerns are noted, and will certainly be discussed more when we bring this back, when Michael Baker makes the presentation to the more nuanced aspects of the code.
Okay.
So then we were talking about the minimum lot size, whether we want to maintain that, or if you think that giving the developer the flexibility of being able to go less than half of the underlying zoning.
Well, is it totally, am I totally off base by saying that I think R40 ought to be removed from the clustering section? I don't think you should be able to, I think R40, it's the top end of what we have. We will never have 1 acre homes in this county. And I really honestly do believe that one of the things we want to have is a diversified, not just the housing types, but we also want an economic base. And if we don't have 1 acre homes that decision makers can live on, guys, when you're trying to attract an office building or an industrial building, you can draw a circle around where the guy lives. And if he has to drive past a development to get to his house, he's going to that development that he just drove past. He's not coming to ours.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
We're not talking countywide. I mean, we are talking
Absolutely we
countywide.
are.
But it's water and sewer, what we're really referring to here. So to take the growth area, which is also what we're talking about,
There's one piece of property we're talking about.
and say that it has to be, no, there's a couple, but to say that it has to be R40 left is defeating the smart growth, the growth area. So I don't think we can take R40.
Wait, I don't understand. We're not increasing lot yield. How are we defeating that? What we're talking about is the type of home that's constructed, Janice. We're not.
Yeah, but a developer can make that decision and still do R40 if he wants to. He doesn't have to cluster it.
But it doesn't, yeah.
So it leaves it up to, the developer on what they want to do.
We will never have, guys, we will never see another, first of all, we can have a sidebar, because I'd like to know what the other properties are, because I think there's only one left in the Freedom District that's R40. I think there's one left. So we're talking about one piece of property that we can have homes that have septic and city water and sit on 1 acre. It's our last opportunity to have these types of homes in the Freedom District. And we want a variety of homes. So if we want a variety of homes, this is our last shot to do it, Janice.
I think, let's take where you are.
Mm-hmm.
You are in a community of 1 to 3 acres. And I think there are plenty of them around, but to limit a developer on and say you have to have R40 is.
But that's what it's zoned, Janice. The underlying zoning is R40. We're not limiting them. It's already by nature, that's what it is. What we're saying is we want it to be what it was envisioned to be all along, which was 1 acre homes. I mean, we're not limiting him. It's already limited. It's zoned R40. So why would we want to cluster something that was intended to be, these homes were supposed to be sitting on 1 acre lots or more. Why would we? That's not limiting. We're basically saying we've got a bunch of homes that are on 1/2 acre lots. We've got a bunch of homes that are on 1/4 acre lots. We've got retirement homes that are now being built, for whatever, And this is our last opportunity to have 1 acre homes. We want an inventory of housing opportunity in the county. This is the last shot to do it from 1 acre lots. That's what I'm saying. I know I'm the minority on this, and I'm spent, because again, I've said I believe it with all my heart that this is the right thing to do, but I know I'm in the minority. So I would love to see R40 removed from the clustering code in its entirety.
Totally understand what you're saying, and we can absolutely present that as one of the opinions that came forward from you all.
All right, so what else are you looking for?
So minimum lot size. So if you're zoned R20, and you can go down to I think it's, just make sure before I speak. 10,000 square feet in the R20 district, yes. So if you're zoned R20, the minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet. And we've set that as the minimum threshold. As I said, before 2022, there wasn't that limitation. You could go down smaller.
Right. So just taking the argument about R40 and not allowing cluster there, doesn't that, there's no denying that R40 gives those big, beautiful, $1 million homes anymore. That's where they are. But if you allow them to cluster, doesn't that give, and maybe have some R40 homes in there because of land constrictions, but doesn't that allow the possibility of maybe something being affordable rather than?
No, on R40?
No, or, yes, if you allow it to go to half-acre lots, not saying.
It's not going to be affordable, Janice. I mean, we're not talking about affordable housing here. I mean, we've exchanged emails on affordable, we've got ideas on affordable housing.
Right, but I think
The
what
R40
Janice is saying, a home built on a 1 acre lot isn't as expensive as a home built on a half acre lot. I think that's probably the reality.
I think it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Did I say that backwards?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
You know what I
try
said.
that again.
The smaller the lot, the larger the lot, the more desirable maybe,
To some
depends on the
people.
buyer.
To some people.
Versus a half-acre lot with the same size house on it.
I will acknowledge, Janice, that, and you're not wrong, okay? You're not. I mean, we're reducing the
It's in the minutes.
You're reducing the infrastructure, the linear feet of road, the linear feet of pipe, the water, all those things. It's reduced when you cluster. All that's reduced. And so it can have an impact on the price point of the house on the market. But these are not affordable homes. The person looking for a house on a 1 acre lot that's brand new, he's not, she, they are not looking for an affordable house. That's not a.
I think that's a completely separate.
It's a separate thing.
Yeah.
That's a whole.
But your point's taken. It's less expensive to develop, for sure. I agree with you totally. I'm in on that.
I said the value difference between a half acre lot and 1 acre lot is so small, because it's all about the lot.
It is. I mean, and
Really not much difference.
yeah, Richard said this.
Except when you're looking at assessments, often they are, because a half-acre lot, the county can get more half-acre lots and charge for than acre lots, so.
But again, we're not talking about an increased yield here.
Yeah, we're not.
What we're talking about, we're talking about the same number of homes, And the other thing is, and we've talked about this, and this is kind of a Manhattan project moment, because what we're talking about is putting land in open space that's owned by the HOA that will never be assessed as a land that is domiciled. And so, I will maintain till the day I die that the county doesn't get the same, in perpetuity, the county is not going to get the same assessment on that undeveloped, open space land that they would if a house sat on it.
Yeah.
And that's from here forevermore.
So a good point. Last week, I happened to scroll to look some public records, and I pulled up Tawnytown, and I pulled up open space in some communities. I knew $60 is what their tax bill was. So I don't know if that goes around the county, but if you're allowed to cluster and you can get R40, and I think your calculation might be a little off because you could get a little bit more with less, so less acreage.
All right, so do we stay with the R40 to 20,000 square feet, or 20 down to 10,000 square feet? I mean, let's make a recommendation here. What we're gonna do.
Well, can I ask staff, I mean, there is more than one property that's still R40,000 down in the Freedom area.
With water?
Just looking at it.
With water
Yeah,
and
but if they're in the Freedom area, they're,
I'd have to,
Well, they don't-
off the top of my head, I
yeah,
can't say
I'm
for
just
sure.
looking around. I know we've done some infill projects in the last couple years. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, we're making a recommendation to the board.
Yep.
Director, I mean,
That's right.
commissioners, and they're gonna have to go
Right.
through the whole thing all over again.
That's exactly right.
And, you know, I feel that we should still be able to cluster R40. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. Because we're gonna have these small infill projects. By looking at the map, there's still several more infill projects that they won't be able to cluster.
That's right, they won't.
And they're not super highly desirable when they do the infill.
So
No one's gonna go build a McMansion
On a,
in between a
an
whole
eighth
bunch
of an acre, yeah. Yeah,
That's the other.
Yeah.
I think the Gibson property is the last meaningful piece of property. Maybe that's the correct way to say it. The last meaningful piece of property in the Freedom District that's zoned R40 is the Gibson property. I think that's the correct way to say it.
Large parcel.
Yes.
Okay, so,
At
Yes.
what point are we going to do public? Because I think if we're making recommendations now, I think I see two people I know will probably have something to say.
so if I could, if we could finish going through this, and then certainly I would appreciate public comment. And we didn't really talk about process, but from a time perspective, today's the last day, unless you all schedule another meeting between now and next Thursday.
Here to get this.
Then we can talk about it, right.
We're knocking this out.
Yeah.
Not gonna be here.
So is there a recommendation on keeping the cap on the minimum size? So minimum lot size is essentially half the size of the allowable zoning district. We want to keep that, your recommendation is keeping
We're all
that?
in on that.
Okay. And then another change that was made was prior to 2022, you could not cluster on projects that were less than 10 acres. And so we removed that provision in 2022 to allow clustering on smaller lots. As part of that, because of the open space requirements, and I can go back, and it's specifically the one that was really the issue, is 4B, the minimum of 10% of the required open space or 1 1/2 acres has to be active open space. If you're talking about a parcel that's less than 10 acres and the code requires 1 1/2 acres of active open space, that's a big chunk of your less than 10 acre lot. So we allowed the provision for you all to vary those requirements on open space. And that's what happened with, I'm drawing a blank now on the name of the project. But anyways, one of the more recent, Mineral Hill. Because that was, I believe, just under 10 acres, you all varied the amount of active open space on that property because the 1 1/2 would have been excessive. So, so really the question is, do you want to allow cluster subdivisions on lots 10 acres or less? I'm seeing some nods, yes.
Yes, I think we should keep it.
Yeah, I think we have to. It's my opinion, but I'd like to hear what everybody else says. But, you know, you got to remember, that's the largest segment we're probably dealing with now in the county.
Yeah.
So I think we have to allow some flexibility there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then the last item was that all the lot yield must be utilized when you're producing the cluster plan. Yes. Okay. So before we move on, and I apologize, I don't have the most recent presentation up there for you. Yeah, I've got it here. Yeah. So one of the commissioners mentioned that there are situations when a project is being proposed, a cluster subdivision may be proposed, that there is a benefit to the county to perhaps reconsider some of these absolute metrics that are in the code. So metrics such as we've been talking about, the amount of open space or the density or lot size. If there is specifically a county benefit, that maybe we want to be able to have those negotiations with the developer.
Okay.
And so have given it a lot of thought on how we might put that into code. And my recommendation that I'm throwing out for consideration is that you tie that to a development rights and responsibilities agreement. And so the language, and I'll read it slowly, that I've came up with for consideration is the Board of County Commissioners may, through a development rights and responsibilities agreement pursuant to Chapter 161, which that's our chapter on DRRAs, vary the requirements for open space, density, and minimum lot size. So that's the meat of it. Now, if you recall when we talked about DRRAs, we have a requirement, it's 16103C, that says that DRRAs are only appropriate for residential developments of 125 units or more. Reason being is we didn't want every residential subdivision to be coming before us on them wanting a DRRA, so we set that requirement. So the recommendation is, because we're not going to see a whole lot of 125 lot or more subdivisions, is that notwithstanding 16103C, a cluster of subdivision that provides a benefit to the county as determined by the Board of County Commissioners may request a development rights and responsibilities agreement. So essentially saying that eliminate for the purposes of what we're talking about, cluster subdivisions where there's a identifiable public benefit, that you don't have to meet that 125 unit threshold, that the Board of County Commissioners can decide to enter into a DRRA and vary some of these requirements that are in the cluster code because there is a recognizable public benefit. And that would be a decision entirely with the Board of County Commissioners as far as what the agreement is. They're not required to have an agreement. It's entirely in the hands of the Board of County Commissioners. But this gives them that authority to look at a potential property where there is a significant county benefit to enter into a DRRA, that the developer gets something, some relaxation of the codes and so on, and the county gets something. And it's up to the board to determine if what the county gets is worth entering into an agreement.
So I think that's a good idea. I like the county benefit piece of it, absolutely. Where in the process, on the timeline, would the county commissioners weigh in to pursue that agreement? A technical review, or, because they're not even, you know?
probably even earlier than that, because if I'm a developer, I'm not going to go down the road of producing plans and so on without having some assurances that I've got this agreement.
Right.
So Chapter 161 lays out that whole process on how a DRRA is put into place, and that would still apply. And so it would be a negotiation between the Board of County Commissioners and the developer as far as.
Go to BZA and
Yes.
all that, yeah.
Yeah. Now, as part of the DRA process, when an agreement has been drafted, it is brought before you all so that you can weigh in on whether you feel it's consistent with the master plan and making recommendations to the board for consideration as part of the negotiation.
So
that's,
we could overrule Commissioner Gordon?
I think the code specifically says that you can make recommendations.
Yeah, make recommendations.
But within your charge, you're ensuring that it's consistent with the master plan, right? So,
right, okay.
yes.
So in what you read, the word "may" appeared twice. I would encourage you to consider, and I'm on a mission to get "may" out of the code as often as we can. If you could strike "may" and put "can" in its sole discretion enter into, or whatever you want to put.
So I'll step in and advise you probably don't want to do that on this specific instance.
Okay.
Purely because we are talking about contractual negotiations here. If you change that to shall, or then can and may are going to read the exact same legally. They're not going to really make a difference.
Okay,
But
so
if you switch it to shall, now you're telling the Board of County Commissioners and whoever does the DRRA, you have to enter a contractual agreement.
No, I don't want to, we certainly don't want to do that.
Takes away negotiation.
But what I don't want someone to be able to do, and so Liz, I'll follow your lead on this, obviously, you're the attorney. I did know can and shall read the same. That's awesome. That's news.
No, sorry,
What
can
we
and
don't-
may.
Can
read
and
the
Can and
same.
may, that's what I mean, that's what, can and may, thank you. I didn't know can and may. I thought may had anyway.
There's more flexibility.
Exactly. What I would like to protect our Board of Commissioners from in suggesting that is that we have the total right it's within our commissioners' abilities to either do this or not do this, and
Absolutely.
it's their decision.
Absolutely.
And you know what? We can be arbitrary. We reserve our right to be arbitrary, because I want to protect their right to yay or nay. I mean, on their sole decision.
Yep.
So, I mean, again, my right to be unreasonable is a right or your right to be unreasonable as the county attorney. And Janice is all about, we put in there, my approval, well, yeah, I'm done. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so that was a discussion, certainly when we were putting together the DRRA code, Chapter 161, is that this is not something, a DRRA is not something the county is required to enter into. And even if you negotiate away all entirely favorable to the county, the county commissioners are not required at all to enter into DRA, totally at the commissioner's discretion.
Okay.
Right, and regardless of all that, that's why courts and lawyers are around, because when a decision's made, they always have the right to go to the next highest.
Right.
So,
So does that language sound favorable for when there's that significant county benefit?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I like it.
great, thank you.
And Liz's job is also to keep us out of jail.
That's what I really get paid for.
That's right.
All right, so that is all that I had to cover. So again, we still have this parallel track of the consultant working on diving deeper into our cluster code and making recommendations on best practices in other jurisdictions and so on. So we will be back to discuss that in the future.
Right. But you have
yes.
what you need.
I have what I need to discuss it further.
Meet our deadline of today
Yes.
for this cluster subdivision.
Yes, thank you very
language.
much.
Okay, all right. And with
And public
that,
comment.
let's move on to public comment.
here they come.
Here they come. We have two public comments, it looks like.
3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marty Hackett with CLSI, 439 East Main Street, 21157. The cluster, and as we're going through this, obviously, they, looking at the minimum lot sizes and all. I mean, coming up with a better plan, I know, is the goal of this deferral and trying to create some parameters and all that. I think that what Mr. Hine alluded to, as far as in certain cases, you may really want to, you'd be able to get your density in a smaller location so you can give some public benefit, that kind of thing. What we find is the R40 zone that we're talking about in certain cases, there's a couple around. Most of the time you see them outside the water and sewer service area. The problem is if they're outside the water and sewer service area, they're going to be on well and septic, and then you fall under Senate Bill 236, and then you can't obviously do more than 7 units per parcel, that kind of thing. And there's some ways around some things, but you won't see that much. But if the county, we have a lot of history with these cluster subdivisions over the years. We've done probably a majority of the ones that are existing today, whether you like them or not. You know, it's just one of those things. But we can certainly look at giving you guys densities and working with you to understand whether you're looking at a gross number and you're deducting things and coming up with we worked that out a few years ago with Development Review on some of these to try to compare. Well, as we're doing these calculations, they were coming up plus or minus 1 and 2 lots on a 100-lot job, that kind of thing. You know, we have a project right now going through that it actually calculated out to be about, I want to say, 4 lots more than what we're getting, but we don't have any more room because we have to put in some stormwater management facilities and so on. So we couldn't even obtain what you could normally get. We need to be in a position to, particularly like R40, you got to allow people to cluster down if needed, and that number has to match no more than you can get conventionally, like we've talked about. Nobody's getting any bonus densities. Because if you don't, if the number, whether you use a net tract area or a gross tract area, if we're feeling that the number, you're always consistently better to do a conventional plan, then you end up not doing a cluster plan, and therefore you don't have any open space requirements. You can have easements on lots and so on a conventional plan. So that's just, you know, we have the data as well. You guys obviously have it. And we know we've previously did that. So we worked with the county previously on those when they were developing it. But the DRRA, I mean, most municipalities do utilize that opportunity. I know there was probably a year ago when Chris alluded that the county has the ability to do it. Some people don't, and some places don't. So that's a great way to do it. You guys always get the opportunity. Even today, you guys decide whether or not a project can be clustered at the beginning of the process. So, you know, it's one of those things where I think looking at that, it gives a lot of opportunity in the future on some flexibility, especially with public benefit and stuff like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm back again. Linda
Hello.
Alexander, 439 East Main Street, CLSI. I wanted to throw one thing out that Marty didn't actually address, and I know, Peter, you've discussed about the amenities that are added with some of these open spaces. Years ago, now grant you, I'm talking way back, we did Diamond Hills out here on the edge. It's all done in county and Westminster, right? Ton of amenities in there, trails, tot lots, some other stuff. It was a mixture of R40, townhouses, single families. 5 years after the trails went in, the trails were removed by the Homeowners Association because of issues, okay? Jenna Estates, we did that one. We put some multi-purpose fields up on top of that area. There was a huge open space area. Trails again, some tot lots. We have found that, and I'm just throwing this out there, when you start talking about the amenities putting in, may not be a bad idea to contact some of these homeowners associations on these bigger subdivisions, kind of see what problems they've been running into, because not just in this county, we had it happen in Frederick County too. We go and we put some of these amenities in, and 5 or 6, 10 years later, they're getting removed because they're having problems with them. Not necessarily from a maintenance issue all the time, but just, you know. So I like the idea of, I know the county doesn't want the open space. In some cases, it seems like if it did have them, maybe these homeowners associations wouldn't have quite as much problem with them. I prefer not to have to do the conventional plan. We spent years, 1993, we did it again in 2004 on the first deferral. We did it again in 2005. We did it again in 2020. We came through, and every time we hit these clusters, we do these calculations, and we're not really noticing any density. What we've noticed is the open space over the years has been eaten up more by stormwater management practices. So that's required. If we had the ability to go under a minimum lot size, we're able to get that open space easier. And the stormwater management, yes, it's taken up open space, but if we're able to go those smaller lot sizes, we have the ability to have more open space, more amenities. Right now, I mean, some of these subdivisions are just getting eaten alive by stormwater. The open space is getting eaten up by stormwater, even with that active open space, which we are providing. I don't know, it's just a thought, because I've just noticed over the past 15 or 20 years, the amenities that were provided on some of these subdivisions are disappearing. And just wanted to throw that out there as a possibility of just maybe bringing them into the mix, and especially some of these larger ones in that Freedom District area.
Okay.
Okay?
Very good. Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Well, we'll wrap that up.
I
then.
would, so if we could, because we were making formal recommendations to the
Oh,
Board of
okay.
County Commissioners, we will require a vote.
A motion,
Yes.
a motion.
So let me just recap what
Yeah,
I
some language
understand
needed.
the discussion has been. You can correct me if I've noted it wrong. But on the question of determination of the number of lots, the recommendation is to leave it as it currently is. On the question of minimum lot size, the recommendation is to leave it as it is. On the question of minimum parent parcel size, the recommendation is to leave it as it is. On the question of using all the lot yield, the recommendation is to leave it as it is. And on the question of adding language that would allow for flexibility in cluster requirements when there's a benefit to the county, and to address that with a DRRA, the recommendation is to include the language as proposed. Did I get anything wrong?
No.
I would also add, though, to it that there was a lot of discussion on the first item regarding the conventional plan and so on, and we'll note that to the commissioners.
So move.
So can I get a motion on all of that?
You did.
Can we do what she said?
Do what Daphne said.
I make a motion that we accept Daphne's recommendations.
Oh, it's not my recommendation.
Well, that's your wording
How about
for
that
Daphne's
you
notes.
forward the
Daphne's
recommendation as described?
notes. As described, there you go.
Second.
All right, do a roll call.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
No. No.
Mr. Robertson? Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Soyson?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon?
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect, we have 4 yeas and 1 nay, and 1 abstain.
Okay, so moved. All right, thank you. So,
Good job, guys.
yeah, good discussion.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
you'll
you.
note that there was a lot of discussion when, and Mr. Commissioner Gordon will take that to the board as well to let them know that.
And you guys have done a ton of lifting. Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to take a break for lunch now, so I need a motion to take a break for lunch. How long should we,
Half hour.
half hour, 30 minutes? Is that enough? Let's take a 30-minute, get a motion for a 30-minute break for lunch.
So I make a motion, we break for lunch.
Second?
30-minute.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Break. Okay, we're back in session. And I want to make a meeting that we close the meeting. A motion that we close the meeting so that we can, to consult with counsel to obtain some legal advice.
Do need a second.
I'll second that.
Roll call, or all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Closed. Okay, we're back in session. So just a.
We'll actually have you make a motion to
Motion.
reopen.
I'm sorry, yeah. I want to make a motion to reopen our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of July 21st, 2026.
Second.
Roll call? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, now we're back in session. So let me just make a slight comment about what we took a break to obtain some legal advice. Lots of notes were taken, and those notes will be uploaded to the website as soon as possible. So there, you'll be able to go onto the website and see what was talked about. And then for our next public meeting, we'll have a little discussion about it as well. So anyway. So moving on to item number
Ms. Gaffney.
12. The deferral code changes, retirement homes and villages. Review and recommendation. So yes, we are making a recommendation at the end of this session on to the Board of County Commissioners. We've been going through quite a bit of reading and writing and brain teasing and history lessons and all that kind of stuff with this rewrite, or this new code. So today we got to get it done, guys. And with that, I'll turn it over to Daphne to lead us through this, the home stretch here.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to go through a presentation that's going to try to take a pretty weighty, voluminous set of text amendments and distill it down to some key decision points that I think will help then at the tail end of our discussion in going through the actual text itself.
Great.
So hopefully that'll help get the juices flowing, give you a little bit of context. But before we really get into that, I do want to almost take a little bit of a step back to kind of frame the discussion about text amendments in terms of the way in which the zoning ordinance serves as an implementing tool of our comprehensive and master plans. So we always have to make sure that the zoning is implementing our plans. And in some cases, the plans make very specific references to how that should occur. The Freedom Plan, which is particularly of concern with respect to these text amendments related to the deferrals, actually has quite a bit to say on some of the topics that we've been talking about. So I wanted to put that out there as context for our discussion, because I think in some cases, some of our outstanding questions need to look back to what the Freedom Plan says. So I'm going to go through a few of those points. We'll touch on some of the fundamental questions that were kind of left open in previous discussions, specifically related to the question of density, the question of variety of housing, and some of these essential site characteristics that we want to make sure are provided in age-restricted housing. And then we'll get into the actual details of the code. So very quickly, I've got about 3 or 4 slides here that pull out some excerpts from the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan. The first one is found in the Element 1, entitled From Freedom's Past to Freedom's Future. And this is a few points from the summary of recommendations that you can find on page 3 of that document. It generally talks about the need to accommodate a variety of housing types and densities while also maintaining the character of the existing communities. And you can see here a few of the things that are emphasized in that broader gist of things. When we get to the housing section, element 5, housing, we have some specific language that talks about senior housing. So in the housing needs section on page 59, it talks about the fact that as the demographic called out here is specifically baby boomers, but this probably applies across the board as people age into the senior population. There may be a need or demand for different housing types as people age, and a few of those are called out specifically. So moving from their single-family homes on large lots into smaller attached or detached homes, such as villas, townhomes, apartment-style living communities, retirement age-restricted communities, in-law apartments, or townhomes on smaller lots. So this was noted as a need in the housing section. Also in that housing chapter, there is a recommendation, or there was a note to look at the zoning and subdivision codes, which currently allow for a limited variety of housing types and development patterns to serve a diverse population. The actual recommendations from that chapter appear on page 66. And I know the text here is small, but there are quite a few that touch on housing and this question of housing density and housing types. So there are several recommendations related to reviewing what variety of housing types are provided and accommodating differing densities within our designated growth area. There is talk about providing well-designed communities with diverse housing types and on-site amenities, providing housing across the board for residents at all ages, all stages of life, and accommodating infill development in character with the existing homes. So these are the recommendations in the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan that touch on some of the things that we've been talking about here. Also in that plan, at the back in Appendix D, is the designated land use definitions. And these are the drivers for our zoning code. You see here residential medium density, which is generally equated with our R20,000 zoning district, has specific language about the 3.5 dwelling units per acre. So our zoning code currently aligns with that definition in allowing that density for age-restricted communities. So all of this is to say that the challenge before you is to take this language from the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan, and I should note that that when that plan was adopted, the county master plan land use designations were amended to match up, so it also relates to the county master plan. But the challenge is that this plan expresses a desire for a variety of housing types and densities, while also expressing a desire to respect the character of existing communities. So our challenge is how to allow for that variety of housing that the plan envisions while ensuring that new development does not fundamentally change community character. This is the beauty of plans. They are not black and white. They allow for a whole lot of flexibility, and And your job is to kind of find that balance in terms of what sometimes can be competing goods or competing good objectives. So we want housing variety, but we also want to maintain the character of existing communities. So I think that question has been really acutely brought forward in some of these discussions that we've been having related to age-restricted housing. So with that framework in mind, I'd like to dive into what we think are a few of the fundamental questions that we'd like to find your preferences for before diving into the nitty-gritty of the code, because there's a lot of text there. And we'll start with the question of density. So the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan and the Master Plan both define the density for age-restricted communities in residential medium density as not to exceed 3.5 units per acre, and our zoning code reflects that. However, density for age-restricted communities and homes is not defined for residential high density, which is our R10,000 or R7,500, or any commercial areas. So the first question that we have up here for discussion is whether there should be a density defined for age-restricted communities in the R10 and R7,500 and the C1 and C2 districts. And if so, what? For reference, the plan defines the land use designation residential high density as ranging from 4 to 6 units per acre. So one option may be to take that 6 units per acre as your density in those zoning districts, or anything in between, or whatever you would like to suggest. As I said, it's not defined at this point. And then the second question, you can choose to pick them up in whichever order you want, is whether the age-restricted density bonus should be given by right or should be tied to providing something. And if you say it should be tied to providing something, the natural follow-on question will be, what? Right now, based on the zoning ordinance and the language in the plan, there is nothing that you have to provide, nothing that you have, no minimum standards that you have to meet in order to receive the 3.5 dwelling units per acre, other than the basic requirements of an age-restricted community. So let's start the discussion on density with those questions, and that will help us probably when we get into the actual details of the code. It'll help us work through some of those sections.
Can we start with the easier one, as I see it, the commercial?
Sure.
Because we're limited in what we're seeing in terms of what's coming through with land submittals and things like that in the commercial district, commercial zone. And we have one currently going up down in Freedom. Oh gosh, I forget the name of the development, but Mr.
Legends at Lures.
Yeah, Mr. Mangione's project. So we really don't have a whole lot of reference points to point to saying, oh, that's, our experience is this. Well, there is no experience with any of that. But he was, in the meeting we had last week and the week before, he was expressing that if you're going to make it, we need something for commercial. If you're going to do something, make it 20 an acre. And I think he was referring to, that's what Howard County has. So I just throw that out there as a starting point. Is 20 good, bad, ugly? I mean, it works in Howard County for these, higher multi-level housing units and stuff like that. So should it work? Could it work in Carroll County? Anybody?
In the past, we've had stuff done on commercial, correct?
Yes.
And it was case by case, because there wasn't a restriction, so.
Yeah, so to clarify, we're talking about two different uses. We're talking about communities and we're talking about homes, right? The single-family detached kind of concept, and we're talking about homes, the multifamily. So what Mr. Mangione is proposing is the home.
Right.
So the density that Daphne is talking about here is more on the community side. So we're not quite at talking about Mr. Mangione's situation just yet, because while it's a similar question, the density related to a community and the density related to a home in the R10, R75, and C1 and C2 districts are not set. That's for you as the planning commission to agree to, right? So this first question is specific to the communities and the fact that we don't have that density set for these zoning districts. Now, if you want an example, the project you heard this morning is split zoned between R10 and C1. So it does sort of apply to this morning. And the density that was established, there wasn't a cap that they were working within. They looked at the property and the layout they wanted, and they came up with 31 units on that property. And then they brought that before you all to agree to the density. But there was not some metric that said, thou shalt be allowed to have whatever number, right? So both from the perspective of the C1 zoning and from the perspective of the R10, there was no density requirement there that they had to meet. It was up to you all to agree to what they proposed. And that's really our first initial question, is on communities in that scenario. So using the project this morning, should there be a density that they're capped at? Now, just to remind you of that, the metrics of that project, it's about 6.5 acres. What we're recommending, and we came up with 6, because R75 is 5.8 units per acre, so 6 is a good number, but it's totally up for discussion what that number may be. But if you take 6 units per acre times the 6.5, you're over 36 units, right? And they're proposing 31. So is that a realistic number? I'd say it's in the ballpark. But again, it's totally up for your discussion.
Thoughts?
Well, if we were, I think a decent starting point would be R7500 would be somewhere like 6 to 8 units. R10,000 would be 6 units, and R20,000 would be the 3.5. So if you kind of write those out, guys, 7,500, just, put it on a piece of paper for you so you can look at it. 7,500 would be, again, I'm thinking
5.8.
8 units. R10 would be 6. R20,000 would be 3.5. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yes.
No, it makes, you're right.
That doesn't give you your answer to the C, the commercial
Right.
district. 'Cause
That's okay.
I do think there ought to be a cap on that at some point, but the way it's written right now, it allows us to say, wow, that's a lot, I'm more concerned with the R10, R7500, but I don't mean to disregard what you're saying.
Gotcha. Well, I think you guys are asking for both.
Yeah, I think later in the presentation, we get into the homes discussion, so the Mangione project.
Yeah.
But for right now, we're
This is the
focusing
community.
strictly on community.
Okay. And once again, no, our 7,500 is actually 5.8
Yes,
units per
yeah,
acre.
that's 5.8
And
units per
10,000
acre.
's 4.3.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
So, let me just make sure I'm understanding. So you're saying R10 at 6 dwelling units per acre, R7500 at 8 dwelling units per acre, C1 and C2 stay as planning commission discretion?
Yes.
Okay,
And R20 was 3.5.
yeah.
Right.
Wow.
You say, wow, was that?
Well, I just want us to make sure that we understand that the idea of the freedom, the initial freedom plan was to try to stay consistent with the neighborhoods.
I hear you, I know.
I just feel like we're not doing a service to the people in those neighborhoods if we don't put some sort of cap at some point between the R10 and the R20. The R75 really worries me.
You're saying 8 too many? 8's too many?
I think it's a real disruption to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
To
I
just
don't,
see it.
I'm just,
And then-
just trying to get the conversation started.
But what I mean disruption, I'm talking about roads, services, everything that the citizens down there have.
You're not wrong.
Have expected, because there was a freedom plan that laid a lot of that out. So.
So you level it out at 6?
At what point do we allow that disruption to continue?
Yeah.
And, I'm willing to go, I think there's compromise in everything. That's what life is, and it just seems like the R75 really starts to stack it on. I'm concerned about that, so I might as well lay it out the way it is.
I thought we saw earlier that our 7,500 was out. That our 10,000 would be the minimum. But,
Yeah.
I realize we're building a lot of this on one bed apple. And it's spoiling some of our thoughts for everything else. I think there are guardrails that the county themselves have for guidelines where things need to be changed a little, and that's probably a different conversation. But for instance, the, fire chief in the local jurisdictions looking at it more than just when the initial one came. I mean, if there's a pretty significant change, even if the zoning didn't change, I think it's probably smart to send it there. But if we're relying on an email address, my thought goes to the, many emails we probably all get a day. Some go into spam, some go into junk, and some go into the cyber world, wherever that is.
Janice, I don't want to hang every one of these projects on what the fire department says. I think we set those guidelines, and then they come in. I mean, we're saying maybe we don't like the R7500 or whatever, but we're gonna depend on the fire department to tell us that's not right. We're not doing our job if we're doing that.
Well, you're
So-
talking about the notification.
Yeah, I know,
Correct.
but
Yeah.
But the actual,
But the actual, we
But-
actual set the guidelines here,
right.
and then the other agencies,
Well, we set the recommendations here.
Yeah,
exactly.
we're going to set the recommendations and then the process of how they
Right.
go through their yay or nay.
Right, so the
is-
county has their recommendations,
Something
their
different.
guidelines, what they do,
Right.
so.
So back to the numbers. And even, Janice raises a point, should 7,500 even be included in this, right?
Right.
Because currently it's not.
While I'm looking, is there really that much R 7,500 in the Freedom area? Like none?
No, there's not much,
There's very
not at all.
little.
I mean, we're splitting hairs over something that's,
Yeah.
but, I mean, we probably ought to codify it, but as soon as we say, don't worry about it, something will come
Well, I
forward.
mean, it's got guidelines to begin with, 5.8.
Exactly, yeah.
5.8 and 4.3.
Yep. Yep.
And once again, it's our recommendation to the county commissioners
That's right.
to
That's right.
beat themselves up over it again.
I mean, and the way I kind of came up with the numbers that I was suggesting was, under normal density, R20, you would basically be getting, 2 units per acre, right? So we're saying 3.5.
3.5.
So, you're basically, again, it's not necessarily a multiple. So if you say if R10 is getting 4 per acre, we're now saying 6. It's 2 additional units rather than 1.5 additional units. So that's how I kind of, in my mind, rationalized it. I'm not saying it's right, but that's how I was coming up with it, just making it up. Then there's no, and I'm sorry, there's no rationale. It's just me
So
sketching something on paper.
say it, so R20, what,
3.5.
3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
okay,
Which is what it is. And then the R10 would be 6, is what I'm suggesting. But again, that's just me.
so R10, what is it currently?
It's 3.5.
4.3.
Yeah,
4.3 now, yeah.
10 would be 4.3.
So you're getting a little bit of a bonus.
With 6.
I like that.
You cool with it?
I'm good with
So am I.
And then R7500, do we not want to address it, or do you just want to leave it at 6? Are we saying that, Ralph, are you saying from a community preservation standpoint, neighborhood preservation, you're thinking 6 is about as high of a density as we should go?
Certainly wouldn't want it anymore.
Yeah, that's
No
too
way.
much.
Okay,
Not for homes.
Not for homes or, no,
I'm in on that.
absolutely
So we
not.
flatten it out at 6.
6.
Very good.
3.5 and 6.
Commercial is still for the planning commission to
Right.
approve.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I mean, otherwise would be out of the realm of sanity, maybe, right now.
Well, I mean, we do have height restrictions now.
We
Yes,
do.
oh, absolutely.
And so there's a limit to the height,
And
Yes.
which is good.
Right.
To your
they're
point.
your guardrails.
That's your guardrail, yeah, exactly, Janice. But, yeah, okay.
It works.
Okay?
Okay, next question is whether you feel the age-restricted density bonus should be given by right or be tied to providing something.
And if I could, just to set the stage a little bit on the discussion. In a little while, we're going to be talking through all of the requirements that at a base level, this development model, which is a community that's owned by one entity and their condominiums on it, right? The base requirements, things related to the widths of roads, the amount of parking and so on. So regardless as to whether a developer takes advantage of the density bonus or not, right? We set a ceiling, they can go up to that ceiling. They're going to have to meet those basic requirements. So the question that we have for you all is, in order to get that, come close to that ceiling or hit that ceiling of the 3.5 units per acre for R20, for example, is there something above and beyond the basic requirements that we're going to be talking about in a little bit that are going to be the basic requirements for an age-restricted community?
Yes, I mean, it's not right. There should be something else, because, guys, we've talked about, amenities being driven by the marketplace and all this, and it is market-driven. And I'm, for a guy who I want to go back to the gold standard. I'm more laissez-faire than, but I'm here on a commission, and we're tasked with protecting communities and property values and predictable outcomes and all those kinds of things. That being the case, since we're giving someone a bonus, if we build these communities and they don't have some services, on site, the county has to provide them. We do, as a county. We're inviting people into our community. So, senior centers, they got to be staffed. So I'm just saying, and not only that, we do have, for every person who says, I don't want HOA fees, I don't want this, I don't want that, we also have people saying, I looked at what you have, this is not what I want, I'm out of here. I would have stayed if you had it, but you don't, so I'm not. And so I think we want to err to the side of having nice communities that can be contained. You don't have to leave. If you want to walk, you can. If you have a dog, you can walk the dog. You don't have to walk in the middle of the street because people are parking on the sidewalk. I think we want amenities. What that amenity package looks like, again, I don't think we have to tell somebody, but I think there ought to be something in it for the community if we're giving this bonus density.
Well, I think we need to set some sort of a standard that we don't want to go below. And we've talked about all the ills, so I don't think we want to see a community where you walk out your front door and there's a stormwater pond. You look up the street, there's a stormwater pond, and everybody says that's open space. We don't want that.
Right.
To me, not having things like that is an amenity.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be complicated.
We aren't, that is what the rules are. That's what they say.
Yeah, but the people are complaining about that already that are living in these communities and saying, I didn't think this was what's going to be. So is it incumbent on us to make that so it doesn't happen like that again and again and again?
Some guardrails. I mean, for instance, one of the notions I have in my head is if we're going to end up with these stormwater management features being a part of the open space, some of them need to be covered. Some of them need to be treated in a certain way, like you're saying, to where it's, I don't know that it has to have a water feature and a fountain or anything like that, but maybe it needs to be underground.
Peter, we saw one this morning where the builder's going to provide a nice long walkway for people to walk on. That's a great thing. They've opened up things a little bit. We're seeing things that to me are looking a little bit better. I just think we have to put those guardrails up so that we have those things moving forward. I'm not talking about swimming pools and pickleball courts and all the stuff that I don't even know what they are. I'm talking about just good, to blend to the community.
Exactly. I hear you.
What I'm seeing is not blending to the community and making the community look better.
So we're saying tied to something, but we
It
don't
should
know
be tied.
we don't know what something is.
Well, that puts a lot of pressure on us, but
So,
maybe that's why we're here.
Well, we're recommending.
We're recommending. So, some of the basics, I think, in age-restricted communities are a meeting area for the community. And, a room for folks to go play cards or have their bridge club meeting or,
And we touched on this earlier when we said,
Right, but I think.
when a project comes in early The earlier we know about it, the more we can help work with the builder to say, you know, don't come in here with something like we've seen in the past. Come in here with better.
Right. And
So do we have to put something down that shows that?
I don't know. I mean,
So-
that's.
I mean, really, it depends on the size of the
Well,
community
there's
it's gonna
that.
be. That's
Sure.
the biggest
We're gonna
thing.
be
Yeah.
from,
I said, if you just have small ones, I mean, you don't, like, they've said multiple times, I mean, the amenities
Well,
don't
we
get
saw a
used.
small one
They
this
don't get
morning,
used.
Matt, and we saw a nice big walking trail is gonna be put in there.
That's why I
So
don't,
there was an amenity right off the bat.
I don't think we should dictate what the amenities are.
I
Yeah.
agree.
I agree.
I just think that's a
It's-
market-driven thing, and like I said last meeting, you know, if there's a need in the market for, you know, an executive level, 55 and over community with pickleball pools, you know, whatever, there, you can have that, and present it that way. If you don't want that and you want to maintain affordable housing, because these things drive up costs, if you want to make it more affordable, then you have no amenities or a path instead of all this other
You know,
infrastructure.
Affordable is just a word.
I
That's
know
all it
it. I
is.
know it is.
It's just a word. It has nothing to do with it.
What's affordable to me is not affordable to, you
and
know.
it's kind of funny that we're saying, you know, we think we seniors want all of these things, but if you think about your children as they grew up, and you may have had everything in your neighborhood for them, they had their friends, and all of a sudden, they're like, well, I don't want to play with them. I want to go play with my other friends because they have a better pool, they have a bigger house. You know,
I think-
seniors are looking at the same, just even like in Eldersburg, Merritt offers a huge opportunity for seniors to come and participate in water aerobics and a lot of different things. There's a cost associated with it, but often they're meeting up with friends outside of their neighborhood because they aren't really that close with somebody there. So I think it's good to say, you know, maybe amenities should be there, but I don't think we can say what.
I agree.
So we're saying
I think some people here are missing the point. I'm not talking about, I call the little things, like the swimming pool and the pickleball court. I'm talking about how that community looks. Open areas, you know, something that's healthy for people. And, you know, I could care less about all the other stuff. I just want to see a community that is wide open, looks like there's room for people to stretch their legs a little bit. That's fairly basic. That is a big amenity, but it's fairly basic.
And we're not getting it.
We're not getting it. So there's where my biggest concern is. I could care less about all the other little things. You know, whether you have a place for the dog to crap or something like that. I don't care about that.
Gotta pick it up.
But I, you know, we're into definitions now. I think,
Yeah.
you know.
So,
builders
so
have-
to your point, we do want, it's not by
We do
right.
want amenities,
It's not by
but-
right.
But it's not right.
You don't get density by right.
Okay, so one of the things that, maybe this is a good question to circle back around to once we're finished with our discussions, because like Chris was mentioning, we're gonna be looking at setting sort of a baseline, right?
Right.
Maybe let's get to that baseline and then come back to this question to say, what else would we want to encourage or incentivize by giving a density bonus?
Yeah.
So let's
It can be
come
that
back to this.
simple.
Table number 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be that simple.
Yep.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. The second fundamental question that we seem to have been talking about is this question of housing variety. And I mentioned the excerpt from the Freedom community comprehensive plan that notes a few different typologies that may be attractive to people who are looking to downsize, who don't want a yard to take care of, who want to be able to have their streets, plowed by management company, what have you. So the two questions when it comes to housing variety relate to what's appropriate in specific zoning districts, which typologies are appropriate in different zoning districts, and then whether a variety of housing types should be required. And if so, where, and is there a threshold in which that requirement kicks in? So let's talk about the first question here. I've given you a admittedly AI-generated image of different housing types. I just wanted to help you kind of visualize this, right? So what you have here is a 1 acre plot of land and different housing types on that same piece of land. So starting at the upper left and making our way around, we have a single family detached. You have a duplex, so taking up maybe a little bit more square footage, but essentially the same kind of footprint, but two houses. You have a triplex or a triple, which is going to increase the size of that actual building, but still maintain some yard space around there. Same thing with the fourplex or the quad. This is shown as a 2-level. You also can have single-level quads, which you often will find in age-restricted communities. On the second level down, you have townhomes. And I do just want to note that our zoning definition, the definition in our zoning code for townhomes, it encompasses both the traditional townhome that you see there, as well as something like the fourplex or the triplex. So we don't have a separate definition for those. They are covered under our definition for townhomes. Then you have something that has been talked about a lot recently. We don't see a whole lot of them, but it's this idea of a cottage cluster. So these are very small detached units. They're usually around the 1,200 square foot size. So it allows for independent units clustered around kind of a central green space. And that's 4 units on 1 acre. And then you have something like a small apartment building, which is getting at really more of a age-restricted home.
Apartments, right.
Something like that, what's proposed at Legends of Lures, or a little bit smaller than that.
Isn't the cottage cluster something that you'd see more in Fairhaven or Carroll Lutheran? Isn't that kind of how they position those smaller homes?
Yeah, both of them.
It may be, yeah.
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 There's, Janice, there's some of those in Berlin, Maryland.
And where?
Berlin, Maryland, outside Ocean City. They're become popular down there for folks, but.
They're not age restricted.
No,
I don't think,
no.
yeah. Yes,
The,
and there we go with affordability.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I'll just note on the cottage cluster, typically the way those are designed is it is kind of a condo regime. So you own the unit, but not the land. Yeah.
So just for labeling, the number 3 photo picture is still a duplex. So number 4 and number 3
Number
needs to
3
be-
and 4.
Yeah, they need to slide over.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's your AI.
Potentially, although you don't, I guess you don't really know what the, I mean, certainly, number 3 is larger than number 2.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And you don't know, I mean, the thing about both triplexes and quads is you can have interior arrangements that might not be evident
The upper floor could be
from-
divided into
You could
two.
have
True.
an up and a down.
Yep.
That have a single entrance.
Yeah, which
Be a back entrance or whatever.
makes accessibility a little harder on those. And the quads, you share more than just one common wall usually. It's often, they may be back to back or,
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that any of these housing types would be appropriate in any of these zones?
Well, that's what the question is. So,
Instead of saying.
so we have
you
our
can't have this.
20,000 zone. If you were looking at just a single-family detached, you would have 2 of the number ones. Now, granted, what's shown here is a 1-acre lot, but you would have 2 single-family detached on a half-acre. Our R20, I believe, also allows 2-family. Let me just verify. Oh, nope. No, I'm sorry. Only single-family detached are allowed in the R20 if they're not in a retirement village or a planned unit development.
You know, the way you had originally proposed this, in terms of having, I thought that there was some merit to what y'all did, by saying that, you know, if you got to a certain point in terms of the number of units, or I forget where it was, but if you got to a certain point, a certain percentage of the unit, no single type could be more than a certain once you got to a certain.
60%.
I thought that was a good way to deal with it, to ensure that there was a difference, a diversity of housing types. I don't know, and again, that allows the developer the flexibility to do what it is they do.
Yes.
And so I thought that was a pretty good way to deal with it. Did y'all have any ideas on that? Ralph, did you think, Matt, what'd y'all think?
Well, I like the idea of diversity in the plan.
Yep.
Again, I think that spreads out the essence of the neighborhood better than one no Johnny's. I do.
I agree. I don't think we should,
I think that's something we should really look at. Yes, I do.
yeah, I just think that we shouldn't be this fine with saying this is the type of house that you need, that is appropriate in R20. Maybe not, R20 is a big example, R10 or 7,500.
If you look on the matrix that they gave us.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
There's if you go to, what they wrote in, I don't know, there's not a page number, but
Sorry about that.
it's on the top, and it's community and age-restricted home unit mix. And it's, under B 158.161B 2. I thought that was a pretty good way to do this, because again, it said, once you get to a certain threshold,
Yeah.
you should have a mix of housing types.
50 units requires a mix, with no dwelling unit type shall comprise more than 60% of the total unit. Yeah, that kind of.
And then that leaves the smaller one okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to be fooling with,
That's
that,
right.
or even, it doesn't make sense on the smaller.
That's right.
The larger, yes.
So I thought this might, again, to use Janice's, it might give some guardrails to where, again, we're saying we want diversity. We're not telling you what to do, but we're indicating at this point, you're going to need to do it, because if we don't do this, you're probably not going to do it unless we require it.
That's right.
I didn't say that.
No, but you use, guardrails. We're putting guardrails.
So, so just to kind of translate some of that, let's take, for instance, an age-restricted community that's proposed in an R20,000 zoning district. What I hear is you would be okay with a mix of any of these options, as long as one of them does not constitute more than 60% of the units. So you could have 60% townhomes and 40% duplexes.
All right, having heard what you, because, yeah. On R20 specifically, I think there should be a predisposition, because if we say any mix, we're going to end up with, we're not going to have any single-family villas. And I think in R20, the predisposition should be towards single-family villas, particularly in where we are, in Eldersburg, because that's what we are. It's a bedroom community primarily of single-family homes. We don't want something that looks like row houses. That's not what we are. That's not the kind of community, that's not the kind of developments we want to attract. Does that make sense to say it like that?
Yeah.
So-
No, it doesn't.
I think when you're talking age-restricted communities, that you don't want to say just single-family, because I've sold to single-family communities, and people shied away and went to others, and then they, like, gobbled them up. So it's,
Plus, they're more expensive.
well, this is true, but it's, you know, if you're looking at single family and it's not a condo or an HOA, then the burden of maintaining all that comes right back on the owner, and that is 90% why people are moving to age-restricted communities, because they don't want the hassle.
If I can, I just had a thought of maybe a suggestion on how this could be addressed, because one of the questions that we've been hearing has been that in what was recommended, we weren't real prescriptive as to the other alternatives. We didn't get into quads and triplexes and so on and so forth, and so then the question is, what was our intent? What if we turned it around the other way, and we said that a minimum of, pick a number, 40% of the dwelling units must be detached single family. Then you've got the single family detached that you're looking for, and the remaining 60%, or whatever the number is that you feel is appropriate, could be in whatever the developer feels is correct. Now, maybe it's 60% townhomes. Okay, that's an option, but maybe it's 60% that's duplexes and quads and so on and so forth.
Right.
But what you're setting in stone is that 40% of the dwelling units must be single-family detached. Does that kind of skin the cat a certain way? And 40%, that number can be whatever you feel is appropriate.
I'm fine with it if you said 30, frankly. Again, I appreciate what you're saying. I just think there needs to be I would be all in on that.
I think 40% is too heavily weighted to single. I mean, I would even say maybe 25% or 20. It's, you know, it's not something that everybody wants, because.
Plus, you only have so much land.
Right.
About 25%.
You might as well forget it.
Maybe.
You might as well forget it if that is low numbers.
Why?
Well, if we're trying to open up the communities a little bit and try to blend them into what's existing, anything that's 40%, 35%, okay, you get under that, you still have what you're trying to improve.
Yeah.
You know, we
So,
saw,
We're just caving to the realtor all the time here.
we saw communities last week that were presented to us. And there was a fair amount of open space in that community. You know, they had an entranceway that looked, I mean, I realize it was marketing looking at it, but it was very complimentary to go into that. So I don't think that a community done correctly with a lower or higher density is detrimental. You know, if they've got the walking space and open areas, you know, maybe not a meeting room, but a gazebo out there somewhere in the midst of it all. It gives the feeling of openness.
How about if we split this system of thirds way kind of thing? 35% single family, and then 65% other.
I'd be more inclined to 30.
33 and a third?
I think we're splitting, I think we're splitting hairs.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're really splitting hairs.
Yeah.
I'm going to do 30, 70, but yeah, that, just something like that.
So what are we trying to achieve here?
We're trying
We're
to
trying to
achieve
better
and get
the,
something to
we're
the
trying to
board of
better the
commissioners so they can do
communities, the
bigger.
looks of the communities.
Yeah,
the-
we want it
To
to
blend
look-
into what's already there.
Right.
And then we come right back to where we're already at, so this is a frustrating thing here.
So would you want 100% single family?
No.
No, I mean, that's not reasonable
Right.
at this stage of the game.
Is.
So.
We think is reasonable.
What's reasonable?
May not be reasonable for others.
I'm kind of,
That
and
would-
I'm putting
think
words
the
in your mouth,
65%,
Peter.
like
But you had the 40%. It just seems like in a large development, that's not unreasonable.
So 40% and then 60% other than
Can be, yeah.
detached, single family.
That's just my thoughts, you know, I'm just one.
My thought is 30%.
Yeah. I'd go with 30.
Steve?
I do 30.
Matt?
I would say 30%. Let the commissioners fight it out.
30%.
And I was about to say, the good news is that you all don't have to make this final decision. Commissioner Gordon and his
Recommend
Patriots do.
somewhere between 30
So,
and
yes, we can
Between
say
30 and
We're not
40%. There you go.
30 and
There
40%,
you go.
if that's the recommendation of the board, and we can
30%.
convey that.
30%.
30 and 40.
30.
Between 30 and 100%, that's the recommendation.
All right.
We certainly could say a minimum of, and that would.
Yep, minimum 30%.
So what I'm hearing is that in terms of question number one, that all of the housing types would be appropriate in any of those zoning districts as long as there is a required mix of housing in which at least 30 to 40% are
30%.
single.
30%.
You didn't say
40%.
Are,
Minimum of 30.
at
Single
least
family.
30% are
Attached.
single-family
Detached.
detached.
Sold.
And then, as Pete mentioned,
do that.
what we described in the code that we'll get to later is an applicability of 50 units or more.
Yes, sir.
And that's the last question on here is, and you're all good with that? Okay.
I do have a question as to how that would be implemented if something was a phased development. How would that be done? Because, if something's large, they come to us for a permit of 25 units at a time or something like that. How does that, I'm just curious, how does that get managed, Chris?
Yeah, so what gets approved is the overall site plan.
Thanks. Okay, done.
So that's
Okay, moving
what
on.
you all approve and so on.
Yeah, stupid question. Good job. Point
Pulling
to be.
building permits, that's a separate issue. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, moving along here.
I think we addressed these.
We did. Okay, I think this is the last sort of fundamental question on age-restricted communities, and this is related to the kind of the essential characteristics. Oh, no, this isn't the last question, second to last question. So these are things that are covered in other parts, that are covered in the proposed code. Rather than going through the code, I wanted to just touch base on each of these to make sure that you all feel like they are essential characteristics of age-restricted communities, so that when we get into the code, we're all kind of on the same understanding. So, as we've talked about, the plan emphasizes the need to provide housing variety while also maintaining existing community character. Some of how you would help to maintain that community character relates to density and housing variety, but it also relates to sort of specific site design features or characteristics. So we've listed out here what the proposed code is addressing to try to get us to that community character question. So, are the following design characteristics that are contained in the draft code essential for ensuring community character is maintained, and is anything missing? So I'll just touch on each of these, and you can zero in on ones that you want to talk about specifically. So we have grading and landscaping that is similar to existing or blends and screens the new from existing development. We have spacing between buildings that's similar to the surrounding community. Placement of garages on the units so that they don't dominate the facade. When it comes to townhouses, the proposed code looks at how many units can be attached to each other, the maximum width of that building, the facade articulation, in other words, how the facade undulates with windows or bays or other kinds of projections to break up that plane. Roofline variation, something similar. Building massing that's compatible with the surrounding community. In other words, you don't have a hulking mass of a building next to some cute little bungalows that have been there for 80 years. So those are all things that are touched on when it comes to the character of townhouse developments. We also have some language in there related to building materials, trying to make sure that those are compatible with the surrounding area. As far as age-restricted homes goes, there's proposed code language around scale and massing of those buildings, also facade articulation, the height of the building, and the entryway being kind of called out as a primary way to get in and out of the building, making sure that all of those features are compatible with the surrounding area. We also have language in the proposed code relating to making sure that parking provides for both resident and guest parking needs, and that a minimum percentage of open space is required. So going back to the question, these are things that have been incorporated into the proposed code in an effort to make sure that no matter what your density and housing variety is, the site is also blending in with the existing community by way of these kinds of site design features.
So, Daphne?
Yeah.
So when you're talking building materials, a property that is located within a community that's 60 years old, typically, they're going to be nothing but brick. So are we saying we want these homes to be brick or to have a certain amount of brick? You know, now we're adding cost factors on top of cost factors. So,
Yeah, so the language that's in the proposed code, number one requires that plans show proposed building elevations with material specs on them. Number two, that brick, stone, fiber cement siding, stucco systems, architectural metal, or comparable durable materials are used. And number three, that if you use vinyl, it's not more than 50% of the materials there, and avoids having like large expanses of vinyl siding. As far as what you're saying, if you're building right next to a community that's all brick, the idea of compatibility it's not the same as duplication. So you can have compatibility without mirroring what the surrounding area is. So it might be that there's, I don't know, some aspect of the architectural design that is a nod to the surrounding area without duplicating it. There's a lot of variation there's a lot of variation possible when you're talking about compatibility. That doesn't mean it has to be the exact same.
And the difficulty here is codifying this type of thing. Right.
I think we're really getting into the weeds here.
Yeah.
That we don't want to.
Well, but what our intent here is, by putting it in code, is that we're identifying the issue. And so that when you have a plan in front of you all, that the intent of the code is to look at this. Then it's your decision, and you're looking at this and saying, is this compatible with the surrounding community? And you have something to fall back on in code language to say, you know what, the intent of our code is that you're compatible.
That's right.
It's I mean, you already
It's open to interpretation.
Yes,
Got it.
yeah. So I know it's subjective and so on, but really the intent is to give you all some teeth to be able to say, I'm looking at what you're proposing, and this doesn't fit into the community. And our code says that it should. And then it's the challenge on a site-by-site basis is for you to then articulate what it is when you're looking at something that's in front of you that's being proposed.
So these are the design standards,
Yes.
basically. And, yeah, okay, because we've talked about this for, a good bit. And we talked about whether to put it in code or not. But if we feel it needs to be in code, I think okay, but I think it needs to be very, what's the word?
Broad.
Kind of up here, visionary. This is the vision, this is what, and it's,
Aspirational.
Aspirational, thank you, Peter. And then, and that's the statement, right? That's the vision statement, the mission statement, however you wanted, the goal, whatever.
Exactly.
And leave it at that, instead of, and then get into the detail of how many townhouses, how
wide
per block and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so it just needs to be a statement, right, or two.
So I'll make a note that you want to look at making sure that that is flexible, and then when we get into the actual code section, we can tinker with the language to
Right.
see.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the builder can say, oh, nope, I'm just gonna, here's my design.
Yeah.
So,
And he might, or she might think that design is the character of the neighborhood.
yeah, honestly, if you look at what we saw this morning
design of that character.
and Freedom, the surrounding area, you know, that design would be a lot different than an older community that's ranchers and brick and surrounded with lots of lush shrubbery. So because they were newer homes and
Right.
they didn't have all the, so, yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Okay.
Anything that might be missing from this list that would help to make sure that new development is consistent with or fits in with the existing community character?
That's a good list. I'm not thinking of anything right now.
Okay. Okay, and this is the last fundamental question on age-restricted communities that I think we've touched on in previous discussions, and that's the question of amenities. We've already talked about it a little bit today already. So in our, in the draft code, there's purpose and intent section that talks about the purpose and intent of these communities and homes as being to provide thoughtfully planned, age-restricted residential environments designed to meet the housing, lifestyle, and wellness needs of adults aged 55 and older. So the questions are, what are the essential community amenities that support an active over 55 lifestyle that you'd like to see in any community regardless? And then to what extent, well, what are the essential community amenities, and then to what extent should these be required? In other words, which ones need to be in every age-restricted community regardless?
I would think that we would want sidewalks throughout, and we would want the community connected to adjacent neighborhoods so that there's a connectivity. Then that's kind of the minimum as far as, you know, in terms of amenity packages. Again, I think that that's one of those things where it's done to scale, depending on the size of the development, and I would leave it to the developer on some level. There's a moment that kind of, it causes you to think, you know, there's a development that didn't do anything, and those people are complaining that there's not even a common room where they can gather to do anything, and you know, have a birthday party or something. So I don't know that I want to say that, you know, but at some point, there ought to be a common space provided. I don't know how we do that, and again, I'm not sure there's a will up here for us to mandate that, but I'd be open to something at some threshold where, you know, the developer would provide some common space for the community. But again, you know, do they put a Nordic track in there, or you know, you have to have 3 ellipticals per, you know, 500 homes? No, I'm not ready to go there on that. But I do think there's a moment where we ought to. I don't know, guys. What do y'all think about that? The common space, a climate controlled space that people can congregate in. What do you think? What do y'all think about that? I don't know what to do.
I know that I lived in an HOA with them, and it was never used. It was a big battle because essentially, like I said, with the developer, I guess to close out their bond, it was on the original thing, and nobody ever wanted it, but the township wouldn't close out the bond until they built as was originally submitted. and the only thing it did was raise our HOA fees. Nobody used it. I mean, nobody used it. And again, too, when it was small that you could maybe have 15, 20 people in there comfortably to play a game. But this was a very large community, so when we had our HOA meetings or any community stuff
So
like
the
that,
outside.
it was over at the playground, or we rented a space at the church hall right in Spring Grove. Having experienced it, I think that they're just a waste.
I agree.
Yeah, we have one down the beach at our condo, and, you know, the ladies have their book club, and God forbid you walk in there when they're having their book club. But it's honestly not used as much as people would think.
Let's let it start with the developer, what they're recommending.
It's one of those things, I think in theory, it sounds like a better idea than it is actually put into
Yeah,
play.
I
And to
agree.
even kind of get onto that too, is there did become, again, quite a big brouhaha with the same thing, because there was like group of, because it was the townhouses, the quads, where the senior housing, and then the, to where the older people were using it and they weren't paying for it. So it was like, well, wait a second, now you guys are turning on the heat, turning on the air conditioner, So it just, I said, it just became a boiling point. I would strongly.
Why don't we, because this amenities, it just drives me nuts.
I agree.
Under the previous page, essential characteristics, why don't we put, or somewhere in here, amenities are encouraged, not required? Something like that.
Just
And
amenities are
leave it-
encouraged,
leave it
amenities
like
are
that.
encouraged, period.
Yeah.
So what we've included in the code is, and it's still there, we haven't removed it yet, is a provision that an amenities plan get developed at concept, and that's part of what comes to you all for
Submitted.
review.
I like that.
Perfect.
And then you all can make the decision,
Yes.
more amenities, less amenities, it's a decision.
I wouldn't change it.
And,
there. That's it.
And if the developer comes in and says, I'm not proposing any amenities, well, there's their amenities plan, and you all can push back and say, no, we think this community should have some. It lends to the discussion, but it's in the code as we're proposing that a report be produced.
Okay. I like that. Everybody else okay?
I mean,
Yeah.
Yep, sure.
Okay, so from this discussion, the essential thing that I heard was sidewalks and connectivity to adjoining communities. But amenities would be encouraged, not required.
And if I could, I would
Yeah.
recommend that sidewalks and connectivity to the surrounding
Be
neighborhood,
everywhere.
that's not an amenity in my
No,
mind.
I
That's
don't
a
think-
requirement.
I think
Yeah, it's a
you should
requirement.
just
I
do that.
agree,
Yeah.
agreed. I agree too. Thank you.
It's a meeting room and a pickleball court or a basketball court.
But for the most part, I mean, sidewalks are typically right in front of the house. Are we saying we want a separate, like,
Path or something.
big
now-
path somewhere?
So that, in my mind, would be an amenity, and if.
Walking path.
A walking path that's not a long roadway and so on, then that's in your amenity report, and you all can review it and say, that's great, or why are you ignoring this perfect opportunity to have a walking path in this area, right?
Well, why don't you have sidewalks in here?
And the connectivity is often to the place in nowhere. So, yeah. Okay.
All right. Now we get on to age-restricted homes, and this has a fewer questions to grapple with. In fact, there may just be one. So the first one is about density for commercially zoned properties. The allowable density for these age-restricted homes has really been set in place for the last, 50-plus years. And it's one dwelling unit per 3,000 gross square feet. This is equal to 14.5 dwelling units per acre. These homes now can only be built in our R10,000 and R7,500 zoning district. So you may be familiar with the Snowden's Creek home. That was built prior to this change in the code, so something like that would only be found in our R10,000 and R75 zoning districts, but, bless you, they are also allowed in our C1 and C2 zoning districts. There is no density limit for those, however. So this is the question. Should there be a density limit applied to commercially zoned properties for age-restricted homes? I'm just going to switch to the next slide, which gives you a summary of where we are now, which is what I just described. The Planning Commission does approve the density, as we've talked about before. And right now, the proposed code would place a density limit in the C1 and C2 zoning districts at 1 dwelling unit per 3,000 square feet of gross area, same as R10 and R75.
So this is the Lou Mangione question, right? So he's proposing on, I think it's C2. Yeah, I think it's his property is zone C2, and he's come in with a density. I think it's 192 units or something like that, spread across multiple buildings. And so you all have not seen it as a plan for review, for concept review. But he's proposing multiple home buildings on that site. There is, as Daphne just said, there is not a cap, but he's proposing the 192. So the question becomes, do we want to establish a cap? Now, we were just talking about the communities, and the decision was that you were not recommending for commercially zoned properties to institute any sort of a cap. So I just want to remind you of that decision, and maybe we want to stay consistent and leave things the way they are, or if you would like to recommend a cap so that there is a threshold. Now, again, the way that the code is essentially says is that you have to meet all of the bulk requirements of that zoning district. So there are height limitations, there are setbacks, there are things like that, that you're not going to have a skyscraper in Eldersburg that with 1,000 units in it, right? So you still have to meet those bulk requirements. Mr. Mangione has lobbied against setting this threshold because depending on how you look at his site, it may reduce the number of units that he would be allowed. Right now, there's no limit, and he's proposing 192. Depending on how you look at his acreage, setting this rule of 1 dwelling unit for every 3,000 gross area might limit him to a number slightly below that. So he is lobbying to not change this. But and actually, I think he recommended, Michael, you said 20, which I think you're right is what Howard County says.
Yeah.
So it's 14.5 currently 14.5 in R10 and R75. In commercial, do we want to say 20?
Yeah. He wrote a letter to all of us about that, yeah. I feel like it's an auction. 14.5, 14.5. I don't have a problem with 20. Like I said, I think our experience here is limited, our exposure here is limited. And, to mirror Howard County, I'm fine with that.
Is there an unintended consequence of like somebody coming in and saying, okay, wait a minute, I have an opportunity here to assemble 3R 7,500 homes, and there's a piece of land next to it that I'm enamored with, and by bringing these 4 together, I can create an opportunity to take those homes down and build something different. Is there an unintended consequence that we're not thinking through here because of the density that we're not capping it so that you understand what I'm trying to? What we don't want to have is Snowden Creek happening again. We can't. I mean, it messed up that neighborhood.
And that's been fixed. So that was
It's
zoned
been
R20.
fixed. So again, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Is there Chris, do you see anything here that it should be a cause for pause for us to, you know, stranger danger here? I mean, is there something
Yeah.
we should fear by not putting a cap?
Nothing's coming to mind. Certainly we'll continue to
Can't
think
think
on
through
it.
I can't think through it, so I'm
No, I know what you're saying.
I'll follow your lead on this, Michael, but I'm kind, that's my concern, is that, you know, there's something that we haven't
Gotcha.
anticipated.
Yeah.
Then there's bright people.
Yeah. Well, as we've said, this type of use and this code has been in place for over 50 years.
And nothing's happened yet.
And we haven't changed it.
Okay.
Now, I couldn't swear that the zoning districts that it applies to have remained consistent over the past 50 years. The metric of 1 building for 3,000 square feet. And because I think back in 71, when it was put in place, I think it was allowed in ag and conservation. I think it was allowed in multiple zoning districts. It's now been boiled down to only R10 and R75, but there's also the allowance in commercial. So our recommendation is that it stay the same for the residential. The only question is do we want to put some sort of guardrail in place for the commercial?
I'll follow your lead on this.
Yeah,
one.
yeah. I'm good with what I said.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you
20.
confirm?
20.
Okay.
I mean, not R20, but 20 units.
20 units.
Yep, I'm with you.
20 units per acre.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Just in the conservation, I mean, just in the
C.
C1 and C2. Okay.
Commercial.
All right. We have one last area to touch on before we dive into the code itself. And this is a new use, which is age-restricted community that contains an age-restricted home. The example that you've heard mentioned a number of times is Winifred Manor, which is off of Monroe, south of 26. This is a fairly small site. It's just under 12 acres, but it has 152 units, 96 of which are in a cluster of 8 homes, age-restricted homes, and 60 of which are in quads. So that means 63% of the units are in the age-restricted home variety. I think what our code has suggested is that the density for these, well, first of all, that they're only allowed in the same districts that a home is allowed. So R10, R75, C1, and C2. And then the density would be the same as what it is for the residential zoning districts. I do feel like this is a typo. I don't know.
Yeah, so the concern is that this is a higher density than what we're talking about for communities, right? So what we would not want to have somebody do is come in and say, I'm doing a age-restricted community with a home, and then they put up one building that has 5 dwelling units in it. So the home part is 5, and then 100 single-family attached or detached. So if you're going to get the density related to a home, which is what we're talking about.
I see.
Then a minimum of 75, and again, these numbers are absolutely for discussion, a minimum of 75% of those must be in the home, because that's the density criteria you're looking at, right? So, and the reason why we're proposing this new use is before the 2022 changes, retirement homes and villages were both called homes. They were in the same use. There was the allowance for the single-family attached and detached, and it was a different density. and the multifamily, they were all called homes. They were all lumped in the same category. Then in 2022, for clarity, we separated them, especially because we wanted to address the Snowden's Creek situation, right? Is that we wanted to get the homes out of R20. So we created the two different descriptions of use. But that ignores the scenario of Winifred Manor, because now we've got two different uses, and then you start getting squirrely as far as, is one accessory to another, and all this and that. So we're trying to address, there's none in the pipeline, there's nothing that we're aware of coming towards us, but we figured, let's take care of it.
Right.
And so let's address that scenario like a Winifred Manor. And as Daphne pointed out, the percentage there for Winifred Manor is 63%. So is 63 a better number than 75, or is 60, or it's entirely up to the board as to, that was the intent of trying to address this type of business model where the community has some multifamily in it, like Winifred Manor. And obviously, because you all just made a recommendation on a
Yeah,
density for
30%.
C1, C2,
Right.
we can translate that into this.
That's
the same
what I
thing.
was looking
Yes.
for. And that, to be consistent.
Yes, yeah, we can do
That's
that.
not a bad thing. And, whereas we said, what did we say before, 30% in the single family?
Yes.
So in this case, it would be inverted of
70.
70%, right?
Mhm.
In whom, right?
Yes.
You know, as a starting point, that's consistent, makes sense. Logical, somewhat.
Okay, so just to be clear then, the density is, you're recommending at 20 dwelling units per acre, the same as C1 and C2? And the minimum of 70% of the dwelling units must be in the home side of things?
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that, thank you for that discussion. I think that it'll help us as we go through the parts of the code, because some of the nitty-gritty questions we'll already have kind of sorted through.
Can we take a little stretch break?
Sure, absolutely.
All that kind of stuff. Can I get a motion for a
Move that we take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break?
All those in favor?
Aye. All right, so moved.
Who has the authority?
We're back in session.
So we're going to start and walk through the code so that we can talk about each item. And I think that we had great discussion leading up to this, which we're hoping will have addressed a lot of the questions. But we just want to reaffirm and so on. The first question relates to the fire code section. And one of the comments that we heard, and I think it's an appropriate comment we heard from the developers, was the definition of fire apparatus access road. And the way that's defined is it's a road or a series of roads, conveyances, from the fire station to the site. And the issue there is that the requirements of the fire access road, which are defined through the rest of the code, let's just take the most basic, 20-foot width. There are roads in the county, there are a lot of roads in the county that don't meet that. They're small country lanes that would not meet that. And this code does not apply strictly to the age-restricted communities that we're talking about. These are for all sites. So if you want to build a wedding venue out in the middle of the countryside, that's a site plan. And so this code would require that you have a fire access road all the way from the nearest fire station through all the back small county roads to your event, your wedding venue. I don't know if that's what we're trying to accomplish here. And so after having looked at this and talking it through, our recommendation for discussion here is to eliminate the definition of fire apparatus access road, keep the definition of fire lane, which is that lane on the site of how the fire EMS equipment gets from, once you get to the site, how do you get to all of the buildings, everywhere through there. Leave that definition, and that's where these things apply. The width, the clear space, vertical clear space, and all of that. And so there are a number of changes in the right column, but really all we're recommending is to eliminate that fire apparatus access road, keep fire lane, and then change all the references to fire apparatus access road to fire lane to make sure that on the site that we're talking about, that you have that fire access lane for fire EMS equipment.
All right, so we build a church out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a big fellowship hall, and the darn thing catches on fire.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying that we allowed them to build it, and that they had fire access from whatever road it was that serviced their property to the back, to the fellowship hall, but it's not their problem that the public roads were not wide enough for the fire apparatus to get there. Is that what we're saying?
So what I would submit is that from
We wouldn't allow it in the first place.
From an APFO type perspective of looking at the roadway widths and so on, that we would take a look at that and see how wide are the roadways and so on. And then that would absolutely be a discussion item for you all to discuss. We're building a super Walmart next off of Old Westminster Pike or Road, Old Westminster Road, right?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. All of this traffic is going to be going there, and it's on a 14-foot wide road.
Got it.
I'm just making up numbers, but you see what I'm saying?
I got what you're
Right.
I got what
And so
I just, yeah.
that would be the discussion.
All right, I'm in.
Okay.
But you also have to remember too, in that regards, a building of that size is going to have to be sprinkled, and there are different NFPA codes where a fire truck
why you're
only
here.
has to get within a certain distance of the
Yep.
building, because they're pumper trucks, and
Got it.
you're going to have drafting tanks and stuff like that in the area as well.
So you're good?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, we can certainly talk about through the rest of the fire code items, but before this change, this was reviewed by the Director of Fire and EMS, and he was good with them. And I think we've addressed the kind of the principal comment. There have been some comments about, there's a section in here about painting the curbs and
Yeah.
designating the fire lane.
That's what I'm looking
But that's prefaced by if directed by the Director of Fire EMS. So basically, as Fire and EMS is reviewing this and they say, you know what, this use is important enough that we want to have stripes and paints and signs and all sorts of things, he has the authority to require that, but it's not that it has to be done on every single project.
Okay. Fine.
Okay,
Like that.
One thing on the second page there that I do just want to call out, because we received some comments from folks down at the Sykesville Fire Station about Parkside at Warfield being a good example. And we did check the widths of the roads there, and they pretty much are what we're recommending with this code. So 20 feet, a minimum of 20 feet wide, 13 and a half for unobstructed vertical clearance, and a turning radius of 45 feet. So that's pretty much what we found looking at that development.
Good.
Okay, so a quick question, I hope. What is the difference and how do we treat a site plan differently from a subdivision? And why do we treat them differently in terms of like fire access? And, if you're 25, if it's more than 25 units, you have to have a second entrance, but in a subdivision, you don't.
So there,
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah, no, that's right. So there is, the county has an engineering design manual, DPW manual that was adopted by code, by reference, back in, I forget what year it was, but anyways, there are standards for subdivisions. So standard on roadway cross-sections, standards on lengths of roads, so cul-de-sacs can only be a certain length, and so on. So there are standards that were all developed by discussions of DPW with the Board of Education, CCPS folks, as well as fire and EMS folks to establish what these standards are for county roadways. And this is important because those county roadways get conveyed to the county once the developer builds them. So we want to make sure that they're built to a certain standard, a certain width, and meet those fire EMS and how the school buses can traverse them and so on. Those are all defined in that manual, and subdivisions are all built to those standards. When you get to a site plan, which is primarily what we're talking about today.
Right.
Now, forget the residential side. Picture a Walmart, like Eldersburg Commons, where the Super Walmart is and so on. That's all private property. So we are not conveying those roadways to the county for maintenance and so on. Now, they are still reviewed by fire and EMS to make sure that access for fire vehicles and so on and so forth are capable of getting through there. But we don't say that we want this roadway to be 20 feet wide. If the developer, it's their site, if they want it to be 50 feet wide, a roadway that's 50 feet, they can do that. We don't define it because it's not going to be ours. But we ensure that the minimums are met from a fire and safety access perspective.
Got it.
And now, what we're recommending is putting into the fire code those requirements for that fire lane. So we're not, I hate to say we're duplicating, but we're codifying something we were already doing.
Yep.
But we're codifying it.
Make it more clear.
Yes.
Okay, clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the recommended changes to Chapter 91, which is the fire code?
Just about the signage. We didn't change that, right? It's just not spaced, not more than 50 feet apart. And we got feedback that was kind of ugly.
Right.
For lack of better words.
Yeah, but there
Is that
again,
required?
that's not required.
Or it's up to that
that's
goes back to the beginning.
the Chief Robinson.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just down at
above
letter
there,
E,
E.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Where
the-
required.
Yep. Okay.
And I should just point out, so people know what we're looking at here, because each of these columns doesn't have a heading. But on the far left is the code section. The column next to that is the original proposed text. The column to the right of that is the kind of the rationale for why that is proposed. Then we have a column of feedback, notes, considerations. And what we've done on the far right is try to take, summarize what we heard over the last couple of meetings and put that into some possible revisions for you to consider.
All right.
So that's what we're looking at here. Okay, so one other thing on the fire access roads is just a section that would be changed in 155, our development regulations, just to note that, just make that change of 20 feet. And to refer people to the additional parking design standards for age-restricted homes and communities.
Okay.
Okay, then we get into chapter 158, which is our zoning regulations. We have several new definitions that are being proposed. I did not hear anything in previous meetings that would change this. One thing, we did have a developer comment about calculating net developable acreage. The only place where that was reflected in the code was in our calculation of open space.
Density.
Oh, sorry, density. And so based on your prior discussions, I think we don't need this definition anymore because the recommendation is not to calculate density based on net developable acreage, as far as I understand it. So I would suggest, certainly if we're not going to use a term in our code, that we shouldn't define it. But that's up for your discussion. And let me, in fact, see if I can point you to the area where that had applied. Let's see.
We had contemplated a density calculation similar to Howard County
Right.
based on 8 dwelling
Yeah,
units
thank
per
you.
net developable. But we've gone back to the basic calculation that's current code of 3.5 units per acre for R20, and then the 6 for R10,
10.
R75, and commercial.
Right.
Or no, not commercial is still at the discretion.
Right.
So we don't
We don't need
So I
it.
don't think we need this definition.
get rid of it.
Take it out.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on the definitions? Again, we've seen these before.
There's, so a topic that we've heard, and this is how we're addressing it, and so I want to throw it out there to see if you want to address it stronger. So one of the questions is the because these are age-restricted developments, communities and homes, there is a requirement in the federal HOPA, I'm forgetting what housing and, maybe we have it here.
Housing for Older Persons.
For Older Persons Act, yes. That says that when a development is age-restricted, that in the covenants and so on that are recorded in the land records, you have to have those age restrictions spelled out. So people understand them and they go with the property they're recorded. So that's a federal requirement. There's been some expression of a desire to make sure that we say in our code that it's also required. Now, we've addressed that. If you look at the definition for age-restricted home, we had I think it's the second to last, or last sentence. The age restriction requirement shall be clearly noted in the approved site development plan, incorporated into a recorded deed restriction against the property, and included in the lease agreement for each rental dwelling unit. So we're essentially saying, you've got to have those age-restricted covenants. And so part of the question is, to what extent should that be reviewed? So we can certainly, we're essentially saying that you've got to prove to us that you're putting those covenants and you're recording them. So we can get those as part of the site plan process and so on. My question is, to what extent do we review those? And who reviews them, and against what metrics do we review them? Right, according to HOPA, they have to be recorded. That's being done. Now we're adding it to our code, but are we going to be reviewing those and making comment on the substance thereof?
So and it may just be the condo ones, but the senior communities that have condos, of course, you have to submit them to the state, and they have to follow guidelines and then come back and, they're approved and recorded. So to the best of my knowledge, the county never reviewed them.
Yes.
Would that be a similar thing here? Would it have to be submitted to the state?
And that's the question, right, is that this process exists at us, and I'm not, forgive me, I'm not overly familiar with it because the county's not involved with it typically.
Right.
But these are recorded in the land records. I've looked for them for like Nell's Acres, and I found them. They're right there recorded in the land records, and I could provide those if you want to see an example of what something looks like. The question becomes, do we at the county want to get involved in that? And then if we are we reviewing them? And if we're reviewing them, to what standard and what are we looking at them for? There are other jurisdictions like Howard County. They require that they're provided as part of the site plan. I have not asked Howard County to what extent they review them and approve them, but they are submitted as part of the site plan. We are essentially saying that we're looking for that documentation.
So most of the developments that we see are typically condos or condos and HOAs. And as part of the process of selling it, you have to disclose to a buyer exactly what your fees are, and you have to give them the condo documents, because just like condos, it's specific as to what's covered. Majority of the homes are basically, you own your footprint. You don't own the ground around it. You can use it for your enjoyment, but, it's not something you get to own. So I don't see, once the state has approved them and you've come back, I don't see what benefit we would have, because they have put their eyes on them, assuming they're good eyes.
So I guess this is arising out of the fact that we've had somebody drop the ball on providing these agreements in the past, or why is this arising?
I think anecdotally, the concern I've heard is that that these documents, so and as Janice said, they need to be provided to the people that are buying into these communities, right? When you sit down to buy into these communities, you probably get a stack this high of paperwork.
You're not reading it until after the fact, and now you're realizing it's not what you thought it was.
And so the question is should the county be reviewing these documents to protect those individuals that get this stack of papers this high that, that they are then signing into? And we can absolutely put that requirement, and I think we've added in here that we would like to see it. We would like those documents. But my staff does not have the background to review and approve these legal documents. We can volunteer Liz to review these.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you do that, and I cannot tell you what kind of backlog you'd be getting yourself into.
Yeah.
So what, is this part of a closing on the?
Well, honestly, it's part of when somebody comes to, just like any contract that you sign for property, you know, I'll dumb it down to the Carroll County addendum that has to be included that says Matt might have some unfavorable odors coming from his property, but it's his right to have it because he farms. So that has to be a part of a contract, just like when somebody walks in the door, you should be saying, here is the requirements for this community. You know, we can provide you with this, but you will get a copy when you go to closing. But they have to tell you what your fees are, what you get for your fees, all of those things. And unfortunately, new home communities aren't all obligated to follow the same guidelines that realtors
Would
do.
it include, I hate to bring this word up, amenities?
Well, it should. But, you know, in the instance of condos, you know, it's very specific that, you know, here's your house. You know, your
Maintenance fees and all that.
walls are inside,
Oh, yeah.
you know, but you're going to be responsible for windows, doors,
Yeah.
things like that.
So I would imagine there's a certain rhythm to all these documents. And does the state has a format that they prefer to receive this stuff in? Do we know? I'm asking.
I am, Janice may know better than I do.
Think.
I'm not sure about the format. There are certain, you know, first off, they're prepared by attorneys, so we have a couple here that could probably tell us what exactly all has to be in it. But, you know, they're prepared by them, and then they're shipped to the state, and often it's not like overnight for them to get approval and get it done.
But the state approves these things.
The state approves them, yes.
And to what we're specifically talking about, they specifically address the age-restricted aspect of the site. And they talk to a certain,
How long you can be there if you're not over 55?
if you're not 18, if you're under 18, you can
Marry somebody
be
who's
there.
under age.
Exactly.
Yeah. How long have you been
They have,
there?
it has all that language in it.
Yeah,
So
what's covered in it, what's not always covered in those particular docs is what amenities are there and what you get for that. But that's something that the developer or the builder has given at the time that you go for contract, so.
So I guess my only point is that I think we've addressed the concern is that those covenants will be provided to the county so we can check the box that we've gotten them. Maybe we can take a look and see, are the basics of age-restricted type things noted in there and so on. But as far as a comprehensive legal review of these covenants,
Yeah.
or that's a much, much bigger discussion. And that's where I'm asking, have we addressed this sufficiently in your mind regarding the protection that these properties, they're age restricted, and that's being recorded in the land records? In my mind, they were already being done, but that's okay. We can put it in our code also, and I think we've done that here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm fine with, to me, I'm going to go where, I think this is almost a buyer beware kind of thing.
Consumer
At closing,
protection.
I want to see it. You know, let me have that document that's so large I don't want to read, you know.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily at closing. They have to get it when they sign their contract and you sign that you have received that.
That's even better, yep.
So,
Okay,
Thank
or
you.
they're supposed to get it.
Good.
good.
That's a positive for the buyer.
Okay, so the next big section that we want to tackle is related to parking. So you've heard some comments about the proposed text, which is suggesting that the required number of spaces is two for each dwelling unit, but that only one, the garage can only count as one off-street parking space. This section also covers the requirement for additional guest parking spaces to be provided at a rate of 1 per every 5 dwelling units distributed throughout the community. And these can be either on-street or off-street spaces. So this is for age-restricted community. We have slightly different calculations for age-restricted homes. So let's stick on the communities. Any revisions that you would like to make to the number of spaces required for age-restricted communities and how those are counted?
Said we know we had a lot of pushback on the two-car garage, only counting as
Should
one.
count as 2. Yeah.
And the requirement is two parking spaces, and you've got the garage and the driveway. So if you count the garage as, if we get rid of that provision, if only counting it as 1, now they're going to indicate that they've got 3 parking spaces, the minimum they're required is 2. So they've met it. I think either way, they're meeting the requirement. The big question, the big addition that we've added in here is the requirement for 1 spot for every 5 dwelling units to be guest parking, and you can't address that on your individual home.
Yeah.
So it has to be either on-street or in a little parking lot or some parking bay of some sort. So that, to me, is the most important part of this. If it's confusing and gives some heartburn of saying you can only count the garage as 1, that, we can remove that.
Yeah.
That to me is not a big issue because the requirement's 2, so
Let's remove it.
But
remove
Chris,
it. Yeah,
You're
yes,
still saying they have to have off-site parking, though?
yes.
yeah, it
Yes.
seems
So
like
it's
that.
not gonna make any difference.
And that's a common theme of everything we've heard from the
Yes.
public here,
Yeah.
that this is a problem.
Yes, and
Time
that is the important part.
Time that we address
Yes.
it here.
Mhm.
And I know it adds more impervious surface and all that, but let's do it now.
Yes, totally agree.
So, it's up to us to find the right number,
Yes,
right?
yeah. Yeah, Michael Baker recommended the 1 for 5.
Yeah.
If you all want to recommend a different number, we can certainly do that.
No.
Okay?
Good.
Yep. It works. 1 for 5.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I heard a couple murmurings to eliminate the garage
We're good with
limitation.
Good with the way it is.
Leave it the way it
The way
is?
it's written.
Okay.
It's It's not gonna make any difference.
Okay, for age-restricted homes, the number of spaces required is 1.5 for every dwelling unit. And additional guest parking spaces are calculated at 1 for every 10 dwelling units, with a requirement for off-street, that is, sorry. Yep, 1.5, and then 1 for every 10 for the guest parking. And that also can be on-street or off-street. Any changes, comments, questions about that?
Checking notes. Nope. I don't have any
Okay.
Notes on that.
All right, let's see if I can I zoom in? Okay, I was gonna try to zoom into this table. I can't. So I will describe for you what's shown on the table. This, there are two tables that you'll see in your presentation. They're the table of principal uses, one's for residential, the other is for commercial, industrial, and employment campus. What's being proposed here is a fair amount of language changes, so references to retirement homes, retirement villages being replaced by the age-restricted. We've also added in the age-restricted community that includes an age-restricted home. That's being shown as permitted in the R10 and R7500. The big change here, which relates to the next section, which actually continues on into the next page, is that the suggestion is that the the age-restricted community and the age-restricted home no longer be a conditional use, that it be a principal permitted use, so they would not have to go through that extra step of coming to you first, getting approval of the layout, then going to the BZA, getting conditional use approval, then coming back to you. I believe that the intention here was to streamline that process in recognition of the safeguards or guardrails that have been put into this code, so that a lot of the things that you might want to address through that multi-step process are actually codified and required, so that extra level of review may not be necessary.
Okay.
So that's the proposal here with the table of principal uses.
So there's no, that's just a table for reference. It just reflects everything that's in the code. And the result is the BZA no longer needed.
Yeah, so we often see BZA cases related things like dog kennels and things like that, or other types of uses where conditions may be placed on it. We're not seeing that as applicable in this type of scenario, especially with the new requirements that we're putting into the code. That
Age restricted.
Yeah, that we're already addressing that impact to the community with these proposed codes. So
Okay.
the BZA aspect just didn't seem like it needed to be applied anymore, and would simplify everything.
Good. Okay.
And we can still have discussion about this, but just to show you then on the next, top of the next slide is where the proposal is to eliminate the language about establishing the density at the time of initial site plan review and making sure that it doesn't exceed certain limitations, because that's already going to be addressed in the density calculations. Anyone want to discuss anything about that proposal from going from conditional to principal permitted?
No.
You're funny.
Okay. We'll keep moving then. Okay, something similar with our table of uses for commercial, industrial, and employment campus districts. Most of it is just a name change and adding the extra line for the age-restricted community that includes an age-restricted home.
Okay.
At the bottom of that slide there is where we really dig into the new section 158, 161 that will address age-restricted communities and age-restricted homes. You'll see starting about here and going through the rest of the text, I've added in some comments that you all made at the last meeting or two, just for your reference. And here's also where you'll see some more significant suggestions for what might change based on those comments. So the first section is the purpose and intent section. We had discussion about the fact that a lot of these areas that were called out were a little bit more detailed than you might want to see, and that the real focus just needs to be on clarifying that the purpose and intent of the age-restricted communities and age-restricted homes are to support an active 55-plus lifestyle that incorporates amenities, housing mix, safety features, and creates communities that are safe and attractive additions to the area. So the suggestions are to kind of leave most of the introductory language intact, but then maybe reduce some of the bulk there by getting rid of the examples that are included.
That works?
Yep.
I mean, we had the debate or discussion about should it even be in there?
Yeah.
Right.
Or should, it is a prelude to what this is all about, so I think skinning it down like that's fine.
Okay, moving on then to the section B, where we talk about the density and the unit mix requirements. So see some of the comments from previous meetings there. We had made the suggestion that the R20,000 density remain at 3.5 units per acre, but that you all set a density for R10 and R7500, possibly at 6 units per acre, and that is what our discussion from today resulted in. I will also add into this version the discussion about leaving the C1 and C2 density as a planning commission determination. On B1, C, it looks like. Age-restricted homes, I would change that to be 20 dwelling units per acre based on our discussion today.
Just for commercial.
Oh,
Staying the
thank
same-
you.
Commercial. The same for resident.
For C1 and C2, residential remains. Okay, thank you. And then the age-restricted community, that includes an age-restricted home, also would be 20 dwelling units per acre. And the age-restricted home component would be a minimum of 70% of the proposed dwelling units. On the unit mix, I think that would remain the same based on your discussion. So any projects that are more than 50 dwelling units would be required to have a dwelling unit mix. I think we're still leaving the language in about no one unit type comprising more than 60%,
We've
but
changed
we
that.
would have
We changed that to 30%. Single family.
single family must
70.
must comprise at least 30%, but do we still want to say no one unit type would be more than 60%?
No, I think we,
No?
please correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection from our discussion was that a minimum of 30% of the dwelling units must be single-family detached, and that's it. And so then
And
the
then the-
remainder,
okay.
70% can be whatever,
Right.
yeah, is undefined.
Okay,
Discuss the site plan and concept review. and blah,
all right. Thank you. I think that was it for that section. Any other discussion on the density and unit mix? Okay, let's go down then to design standards. This is where we had on that fundamental questions about the essential characteristics. That was what we were talking about here. We do have things like grading and landscaping should retain and enhance the elements that allow the site to blend in with the existing neighborhood. We have the minimum spacing between buildings of 20 feet. We also have a proposal that front-loaded garages should not project more than 12 feet beyond the front facade. On the townhomes and duplexes, there's some suggested language here based on prior discussions that you all had. So the initial proposal was a maximum of 6 units per townhome building. The discussion that was had, I think it was the last meeting, was looking to reduce that. One suggestion that you might consider is an average of 4 units per building or some other number, rather than a set number. That would allow some flexibility, but you could also say 5 units per building, 4 units per building, whatever you'd like.
Yeah.
So I think when we approach this, we have to approach it, because if you do the math here, 120 feet, 6 maximum, 120 foot maximum, that's, 20 feet. And we didn't hear 20 feet at all from any of the developers or builders. It was more 28, 30,
Right.
26, I think, one with a elevator, which I thought was pretty cool, but, so I think we need to come at it from that. If it's it needs to be 28 feet. And then how many in a block for those 28-foot sections. And, I mean, I don't know if it's 4, 5, 6, I don't know.
Say currently we're 180, or there is no limit now?
Currently, there's no requirement at all.
No limit.
Yeah, and from the consultant, the recommendation was 6 units and 120.
But wasn't that for the large, he based that off of the large communities that they had looked at, which is probably not practical here.
Yeah.
So, you know, if we did 5 units, figuring 28 across, you know, that's 140. I think if you get much less than that, you know, I mean, 120 simply isn't feasible.
Yeah.
It's,
So if I remember, I think last meeting, the 128 feet that Pete was talking about was 4 units at 32, assuming a 32-foot width. So that, I think that's where we came up with. But whether it's 4, 5, and then an
Well,
assumed width.
it does say maximum 140, so if
Right.
somebody wanted to present 4 at 32,
Absolutely.
that works.
Yes. Yeah, these are both maximums, so it's not that you're required to do 4 and that they have to be 120 or whatever combination. It's, those are the maximums. So you could certainly propose 4 that are only 20 feet wide. Whether that's gonna sell, but it's a max cap on both metrics.
I would just say 130 feet, which you're not going to get there unless you have some weird math, but I think that just gives a guideline, because then they could do 4 units where they could do 5 narrow ones, but I don't think they
yeah,
will.
you can't, I mean, if the,
You can if you put single cars on them, not double cars, dual cars.
no, I don't even think you can there with that, with the first floor.
But I thought what the builders were saying, that if you do less than 28 feet, that makes the floor plan inside more difficult for the first level
Yeah.
bedroom and things like that. So if we go less than 140, it's 10 feet less than the, if we go 130, that's 10 feet less. And what's that do to the group? It's 2 foot off of each home, which I guess could make a difference, you know.
32 times 4 is 128.
Yeah, but if you know, at that, then you're limiting them to do 4. I mean, they're pretty much stuck doing 4.
Right.
And that does have an effect long-term on what they're going to be able to get as far as they're allowable.
Right. And how do we keep some variety with a group of 4, a group of 5, a group of 4, you know, they're not all groups of 5s, they're not all 4s.
How about if we pass the recommendation on to the commissioners? I like the average of 4, so they could do 5 and not be over like 150. Not to be over 150, but they would have to average 4. And then,
I
I
think it
mean,
would-
once again, they have the flexibility to
Yeah.
change it one way or the other, depending on what comments we have.
We can certainly say an average. I would still recommend putting an upper cap, though.
I said 150 feet.
150 feet? Oh, okay.
150.
Gotcha.
But if you're going to average 4, they're not all going to be that, obviously.
Yeah, they're not going to be 40 feet or.
Yeah. You know, something we didn't address, and I'm sure it doesn't really have a bearing, is but the depth of them.
Right.
Not that it probably matters to us.
Well, we never
Sure.
really talked about the total square footage on any of them either, just the,
Yeah.
well, yeah, just the width, just the frontage.
So it sounds like for the maximum units per townhome building, you're leaning towards an average of 4 units per building. And then for the maximum cumulative building width, 140, did you
I
say?
said, you'd have to be 150 for 5
150.
units. But that'd be your average, you'd have 3. For every 5, you're gonna have a 3, so.
Okay,
Does that average, does that language work in here? Average 4?
Having 4 units with length
I'm
not
not
being
sure.
longer than 150.
I mean, it all sounds good when we're talking. I'm much more of a visual person. I like to see it plotted out, and then it makes sense.
I think I like the base with the 150 feet. I'm okay with that. But the units, I think we need to say a maximum of, instead of average of average of 4. What are you gonna do?
5.
6 and a 2? Or, that doesn't work. I don't
Yeah.
think that works.
So a maximum of 5.
A max of 5 and with an average of 4, that way you get more diversity within the.
You and your 4.
Once
So then you're down,
get beat up
then
a
you're
lot
back
more
to
than
30
us.
foot.
Yeah.
30 times 5 is 150.
Yeah, I think, I can put that in there. And Matt's favorite saying so far this afternoon is to give it to the commissioners and let them have it.
We'll recommend that to them.
Not that that's fair, but I think we've killed this. We've talked about this so long for meetings and meetings. I don't know.
So here's a question, playing devil's advocate. Suppose they say, okay, we have 150, but we can throw in a couple single-family or single-car garages in there, which would allow us to have,
6.
yeah.
Well, I guess, said just have a max of 5.
well, I think the idea here is that both metrics are your limiting factors, so you'd have to meet both of them.
Well, that goes back to the number of parking spaces, and that's why we would want the garages 2 to prevent.
Yeah, but if you have a one-car,
Because they're gonna park one in the driveway.
No, but I'm saying it counts as 2, so you gotta build a 2-car
no,
garage.
it counts as 1, and you have a driveway, so you get 2. So if you have a single car, it's still 1, and
Yeah.
driveway is 1, so that's 2.
Right.
Sorry.
No, I know what you're saying. I think I'm trying to say, how do you stop the single-car garage, which reduces the footage? So how do we say 2-car garage?
Well,
Instead of allowing a single-car garage? Or do we?
well, like Daphne said, it's a maximum of 5 if we're saying that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I don't know you want to mandate a certain number of garages.
No.
That would be more the
Yeah.
product that they're offering and what
Right,
they,
no, I get it.
yeah.
I'm cool. Okay.
Okay, the additional language in this section then is just borrowed from similar language that was applied for age-restricted homes. And that's just some language about ensuring that the building height, massing, and facade design are compatible with the height, massing, and design character of adjacent and nearby dwellings, which is what we were talking about earlier today. Now, getting on to number 5, which is the primary materials, this is where I had noted that you guys wanted to have maybe a little bit more flexibility in this language. There are 3 items here which I had mentioned earlier in terms of making sure that building elevations and material specs are provided, and that there's a preference for brick, stone, fiber cement siding, stucco systems, architectural metal, or comparable durable materials, and that vinyl siding is limited to less than 50% of the primary facade material.
So I don't quite understand primary materials, item C, where it says they can have vinyl, but they can't unless high quality and detailed. So what would constitute high quality and detailed? Is that exterior insulation finishing system? What is that?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that I know the definition of high quality and detailed on when it comes to vinyl siding or exterior insulation finishing systems.
So there are many different types of vinyl. You know, you have vertical, you have, I mean, just a ton of them that are all different and can give a different look. Some are high quality, much more, but I have a little heartburn saying they can't have vinyl. And then when they talk about brick, stone, fiber, cement siding, stucco systems, anybody that's had experience with some of those things other than brick have probably had issues where they've had mold rain behind the stuff, then you have mold. It's just, I cringe at recommending that stuff. So.
So is there a recommendation to how to change the text?
Yeah, I think. You know, and I think the buyers, this morning, with the Piney Ridge, somewhere we got in all the many pages that we got, there was a design.
A rendering.
They had, yeah, rendering of houses that they had across there. And I think it was all primarily vinyl or some sort of that type of material. And they were pretty aesthetically pleasing as I looked at them. So I just.
There's always the option to strike this section if you feel like the material, the concerns about materials are taken care of in other ways.
Yeah.
Or if we leave A, which says that the plan shall include building elevations and material specifications, then that's required for you, and then it's available for you all to review, and
That's
you
good
can have those
enough.
conversations,
That's
and
good
maybe
enough.
that's
Yeah.
sufficient.
We're getting into dictating what,
That's good
you know,
enough.
siding and brick. And
Yeah,
So strike B and C and leave A,
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good enough. Okay, so the next section, number 6, relates to building form and massing for age-restricted homes. So different than communities. So we're talking about single large buildings, sometimes collections of single large buildings. So we have some similar language here about making sure that it's compatible with the design character of adjacent and nearby buildings. And then there's some language to help make sure that that home is not just one large monolithic block. So there's maximum building length before there is a massing break. There's facade articulation at regular intervals, so it's not just one solid plane. You've got some breaks in the plane. You maybe have some roofline variations that help break up the mass. And then on the next page, language about stepping down the building height when they're adjacent to lower density residential. And then lastly, having a clearly defined base, middle, and top of the buildings so that it's not just all the same material from ground to roof, and you have a little bit more architectural interest in the way that that building is designed. Also for age-restricted homes, there's a section on the entrances and the building orientation, so making sure that the primary entrance is oriented to a public street or a courtyard or a common open space, making sure that they're covered and clearly identified and well-lit, and that they get people from the entrance to the sidewalks and parking areas easily.
So Daphne, on the, on the massing and the distance and the breaks and all that kind of stuff, is that is that a fire code or fire regulation, or does it meet?
No, I don't think it's fire. I think it's strictly design-oriented. So how long you might want to have a single expanse of wall that's relatively unbroken.
Okay.
Or, how large the building needs
Right.
to be in its massing before you have another
Another
kind
one,
of
right.
perceived massive building.
Okay. All right.
Any conversation on those or any changes to those?
So the roof pitch, what is, give me an illustration of a 512. What?
Like
that. Cute, Chris,
that,
cute.
512's that. 612's that.
So that's it?
Well, I think the intent is to avoid flat roofs.
Okay.
I believe that's one of the intentions.
Yeah. I think somebody had mentioned when the builders were all up here, that not that they were particularly doing it, but they were starting to see more designs, more modern, that are, some flat, some elevated. So are we restricting something like that? I mean,
Well, I do think a wall of one is not very compatible to an existing area, especially in the Freedom area. You might see that with the marble steps in Baltimore and everything looks the same, a wall of one. That to me is just not a very aesthetically pleasing
yeah,
design at all.
I get it. We're, of course, talking about designs that could be implemented for the entire county.
That's right.
It's not just for Freedom.
Right.
But, and in in this instance, we were just kind of talking about roofing, which would differentiate from, the wall. I'm okay with the setback some, so it's not like looking straight down.
So, John, that's a 5 for 12. Thank you, Mr. Google, or Ms. Google. Is a roof that rises 4 inches for every 12 inches deep. So it's not a very steep pitch.
Okay.
An 8 for 12 would be going up 8 for every foot deep, so that's more steep.
So
5 for 12 is not.
So typically on a two-story, you'd be looking at a steeper roof, most likely.
Yeah, I don't know. I would guess. Maybe 8, 12 or something.
No,
That's really steep.
Yeah, it's really steep.
not that steep.
We're covering a much larger area with roof on a home, so you can't have a steeply pitched roof where it'd be.
Yeah,
covering over the-
that's true. Yeah.
So I still go back to, not that we've got modern homes, but if we were looking at the bigger buildings, we might have more flat.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I do like bay windows being, not everyone, I mean, you see a lot of communities that have, a bay window here and quite frankly, not everybody can pick one if they decide they want an inside unit. It may be a predetermined what kind of roof line they get, what kind of setback, if they've got a covered archway or just setback. So, I'm not a huge.
This allows the option for using those kinds of treatments in giving some play to the surface of the building.
Yeah. I would, like we did with, and I forget which one it was, that the builder should, say what he is proposing for the buildings, and we can say, but, it would be better to do this.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so our next section is talking about universal interior design standards. We had some comments at a prior meeting about the recommendation for step-free building entrances. And so the possible change to address that would be to note that at least one step-free building entrance would be required, rather than requiring that all entrances be step-free.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I was looking at the 36-inch. I thought that homes that are accessible had to be 36 inches. That was inside, outside. That was a requirement that you needed to be able to get a wheelchair or a walker or something through.
So there is a difference between an accessible building and universal design standards.
Right, I know, we
So-
talked about that.
Right, so
Certainly, if
ADA.
you're building and marketing an accessible unit, it has to have a whole host of other things
Yeah.
that meet that
Lower
accessibility.
counters,
Yeah.
the whole thing, so I get it. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, at the step-free, that's good. I think, unfortunately, you can have some unintended consequences with that, especially if the pitch is a little off and water kind of goes in the wrong direction back to your house. So, which happens, there's,
Yeah, so I think noting it as at least one step-free building gives, or step-free building entrance gives you the opportunity to locate that where it makes the most sense.
yeah. So does that apply to the garage too, coming from the garage into the house? So that would still apply as, you know, that one doesn't have to be. Wasn't there always a concern about carbon monoxide if you don't have at least a step being able to seep in? Because isn't that a lower?
So I asked that question at last week's meeting and of the developers, and it didn't sound like that was a concern.
Did you
So-
talk to building permits?
No, we have not, but we've certainly
That
checked.
may be a good.
Yeah.
So the things that are listed here are listed as required features. Step-free building entrance, the 36-inch front doors and corridors, lever-style door hardware, reinforced bathroom walls for future grab bar installation, curbless or low threshold showers, non-slip flooring.
You got it, just- yeah.
Rocker light switches, zero-step access to balconies or patios, exterior lighting. And then we have a few encouraged features, so not required, but encouraged. And then this section also addresses safety and security, which includes requirements for well-lit parking areas, pedestrian scale lighting, shielded fixtures to reduce glare, even illumination across walking paths, that sort of thing.
Daphne, I'm sorry to be the problem child. Under required features, and I know it's universal design standards, but non-slip flooring in bathrooms and kitchens sounds great, but a homeowner is probably going, I mean, if it's required, does that mean they absolutely can't decide they want to have
Ceramic tile.
hardwood, vinyl plank, something like that, which many people prefer?
Yeah, it may. That might be something you want to reconsider.
Yeah.
Maybe put that under encouraged feature.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of these are encouraged features, except for, you know, the door width and things like that. They should be standardized, but, you know.
So did you want us to move more to encouraged rather than required?
Well, just from what we've listened to over the last month or so, the step-free building entrances are,
Door
the
widths.
36-inch door width, which is pretty, that's large, but it's wheelchair, good for wheelchair and all that.
Yeah.
Quarters.
The lever-style door hardware,
I don't know.
I don't, you know, don't tell me about my doorknobs, please.
Yeah, it is.
Makes it easier when you're
It is
carrying something or got.
definitely.
I get it,
Yeah.
but we could put that under recommended, not required, right?
Right.
This isn't ADA stuff, this is just
Right.
55.
And if you want to change it, you can always
Yeah.
call the handyman.
And I would suggest that the wide corridors and doorways, that's a recommendation anyways in parentheses after it, so that could probably go to recommended rather than required,
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Because it's a recommended in the required.
yeah, okay. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it recommend or required, but if you want to move it to recommended, we could, maybe all this could be recommended.
Right.
Well, I'm only saying that we say wide corridors and doorways, and then parentheses, minimum of 36-inch doors recommended. So there's a recommendation there in a requirement.
Make a bigger door than 36 unless it's custom.
Yeah. Reinforced bathroom walls, most builders do that, but the trick is finding out where they reinforced it.
So which of these do you want to
I think the
leave as required features?
I think the step-free building entrance, the front doors, minimum width, and the wide quarters should be in the required. I think the lever style, and I think everything else gets moved to the recommended. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does.
That's fine.
Okay.
What do y'all think about the exterior lamppost lighting being required
Where are we?
on
Oh.
X? Under A.
I think almost every, I mean, not just senior or active adult, I think almost every townhome community typically has that outside, at least newer ones. I don't have a problem with it.
Do you have a problem leaving it as required?
I think, no, I don't, I mean, I think recommended.
All right.
So, and if we say 0-step access to balconies or patios, doesn't that, I mean, if we're saying only one has to be, so now we're saying they also have to have that.
I think that makes some sense from moving around the interior of the home once you get inside. Is that the thought
We're
process?
not blind, you know.
What?
We aren't blind, we see.
Yeah.
You know, it's, I'm just saying, if we said only one has to be, are we now saying that this would also have to be required or just recommended?
Well, so let me just make sure the language here. I would not consider the access to and from a balcony or patio to be an entrance. I mean,
The entrance would be
I think
from
we're talking
either the
about
garage or
primary
the main entrance.
yeah.
It's entering to somewhere. Okay.
I think a lot of this is stepping on a couple things. People's choices, number one, but the second thing is, you know, builders have standard features that they have, and then they have options for upgrades. And, you know, we're removing probably 90% of that. Is that a good thing? Well, might be, except now you're increasing the cost because people can't back down to something standard.
So right now, the only things that I understand to be in the list of required features is at least one step-free building entrance, front doors a minimum of 36 inches wide, and wide corridors and doorways that are recommended to be a minimum of 36 inches. Everything else would be moved to the encouraged features list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ready to move on to parking design and connectivity? Start off with a note that Parking is provided based on the minimum number of spaces in the section that we reviewed previously. Then we have a few sections that talk about minimum driveway length, so that would be 20 feet long. Minimum driveway width is 12 feet. Unless you have a two-car garage, then that would be 22 feet wide by 20 feet long. One option that I've dropped in here is relating to the spacing of driveway aprons, and this is in response to some of the concerns around Nels Acres and the fact that the drivers are so close together that there is no option to park on street if that was allowed. So just thinking about how that could be mitigated would be something like a minimum spacing between driveway aprons. Unless those, of course, you could have, if you had a townhouse kind of setting, you could have driveways that adjoin one another. We have some language in here about maximum driveway grade so that you can address some of the concerns about people getting in and out of cars with walkers or that sort of thing. And where those driveways or parking areas are intended to serve accessible units, they have to meet ADA standards. So let's just stay on driveways for a little bit. Did you want to add something?
No, I was going to ask the question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, so we've heard some feedback that 18-foot long driveways are sufficient for parking on. It's a number. We've recommended, 20 feet?
Mm-hmm.
We've heard 18 is sufficient.
Yeah.
Isn't a parking space typically 8 or 9 feet wide by 20 feet long? What's the typical parking space?
See what our standards are.
See if you can find.
If it's going to count as a
It's a
parking,
race.
if it's going to count as a parking space, I think, I think it's 8.5 wide by 20 feet long.
So according to Google, it's 9 by 18 is a typical parking.
9 by 18, wow.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, if you have a single car garage, you'd only need an 18-foot wide driveway.
That's why pickups hang out.
What?
That's why pickups hang out.
Yeah. That's why pickups hang out.
Four-door trucks, 22 to 25.
So can we require pickup trucks to remove their trailers?
And
Yeah, tell them they can't have,
so-
tell them they gotta take the hitches out. Yeah.
We're saying 20 feet long.
That was the recommendation from Michael Baker, was to go at 20 feet long. But what we've heard is that 18 is sufficient, so it's for discussion.
So is that from the garage to
Yes.
the
It's
road?
No, it's from the
that's width.
garage to the sidewalk, the house side of the sidewalk. So you would then have the sidewalk and apron road.
I'm not sure that's feasible in some communities and their design.
Well, I would say the biggest challenge is, okay, you're in a over 55 community. There's gonna be people with accessibility issues. And if your vehicle's hanging out in the sidewalk, it's not really a sidewalk.
Right, exactly. So that's why we want that 18 feet or 20 feet, whatever it is, to start at the sidewalk, the house side of the sidewalk, and then go to the garage so that you're leaving the sidewalk unobstructed.
Yeah. I think that makes sense to me.
So the only question is whether it's 18 or 20.
18 or 20.
I would say 18.
18. I mean, that's what the builders were
And
saying.
no pickup trucks.
No pickup truck. We need no pickup truck signs.
Yeah.
We need to pick up police now.
Which is,
And then from a width perspective, the discussion has been that if you, so like we just said, the typical parking space is 9 feet. And I think a lot of these driveways that have been proposed have been 18 feet wide. So it, in theory, it accommodates 2 parking spaces. But the discussion has been that, okay, if you get 2 cars parked in there and you open the door and you step out, you're stepping out into the grass because the driveway is right there. So that's where the recommendation was to widen that out to 22 feet so that when you step out, you're stepping out onto driveway.
Wait, we widened it to 22 or 20?
The width, we're recommending to go to 22. The length, we're saying 18 now.
so,
If you're in a parking garage, we're only gonna have 8.5, remember?
Right, yes,
That would be 17. So,
understood.
and you won't have a car in the grass on either side either,
yeah,
just saying.
it's,
I think that is excessive because every foot on the width is obviously that much more impervious.
It's cost, yes, that's
Yeah.
the balance, yeah.
If we're gonna make them longer, I don't know about wide, I don't know if wider,
yeah, I agree.
Wider's
I mean-
better than longer, you know, for the.
I think,
I agree with that.
Wider's better than longer is what we said?
I think
Yeah,
so.
I mean, cars are
18.
close.
Certainly think
Getting
so.
in and out of the vehicle with a wheelchair or whatever, opening the doors all the way, et cetera. I think wider's better.
Make a call.
I think 18
Start
works.
taking pictures and putting it on here.
How wide?
18 wide.
18 wide? No, I thought we said.
So we have 2 different numbers in here. Or actually 3. So the first,
currently, we're 18 by 16, is that
so
correct?
first, under D2, we have a minimum driveway length, which I'm hearing, rather than
18.
20, should be 18.
Correct.
Then we have, under B here, we talk about the minimum driveway width being 12 feet, but if you have a 2-car garage, the recommendation is that that be 22 feet wide by, this says 20, but we could make that 18 to be consistent. So if you have a single car driveway, that would be 12. 2-car would be 22, is what this recommended text is saying.
I had notes on all this. Okay.
Okay.
So
And 18 feet long.
do we know
18 feet long, yeah.
what regular driveways are? Like a 2-car garage with the 2-car driveway?
I think that's 18. You're talking width is 18.
Yeah.
So if I recall from our earlier discussion. 9 by 20.
20.
Okay.
So it's a parking lot.
So our code for regular parking spaces is 9 by 20.
Okay.
Take that, Google.
No,
Well, that's just our code versus the average.
we used to follow 20 feet parking
So
space.
I believe we heard at some point that a 2-car garage is typically 18 feet wide. Didn't we hear that at some point? That the garage
I think
doors
they're
is 18 feet
usually
wide?
like
Yeah.
20, the garage.
Garage is normally wider than the door.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so the door, so then
Door
the
is
question is,
18.
do you need the driveway coming up to the door wider
Yeah.
than the 18-foot wide door? And what we're saying is that to facilitate exiting the vehicle so that you're not stepping out into the grass or the snow or whatever it is, that should be wider. So you would have, what we're currently proposing is for a 2-car garage, you would have a 22-foot wide driveway coming up to an 18-foot wide door.
And currently, we're 18 feet.
I'm sorry?
Currently, we're 18 feet wide.
We do not, I don't think we have code requirement for a driveway coming up to a two-car garage. Our basic driveway requirement is a 12-foot wide driveway.
I still think 20 could do it.
So it's a foot wider than the door on the garage door on either side. And do we want to go back and revisit the length of the thing because the parking spaces are 20 feet, or are we leaving it at 18 too?
I'm sorry, my husband must be watching. He just said garage door is 16 feet wide.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if
I didn't even hear you
16
phone a
and
friend.
20 foot wide is good. And a driveway, right?
Yeah.
16 foot wide garage door, 20 foot wide
Garage.
driveway, and 16 foot garage door. Yes, that works. And then the parking space of 18 or 20? 18.
18's fine.
And that's going to be universal for the overflow parking, the additional parking?
No,
this is
no.
just the
This is
parking.
just for the driveway.
Oh.
So overflow parking, which would be on-street parking or in a parking lot, as it were.
Right.
Would
County
have to
standard.
conform to county standards for a parking space, which would be 9 by 20,
So 20, okay.
or a parking
So
space,
then
yes.
we're back to that, 20. 20 foot wide. 20.
Okay, so
That's all the way through then.
So it's,
9
so
by
then
20.
it's 24? 24?
No, 22.
No, it's 24 to the road. Is that what we're
It's 20
saying?
to
it would actually
the
be long,
sidewalk.
because the sidewalks are typically 5 foot, and then you have your curb and gutter. And so you'd actually be like 25, 26 feet from the road to the garage if you have a 20-foot-long driveway.
18's enough.
18's enough and
To the
20.
front of the sidewalk.
Okay, 18 to the front of the sidewalk, so 18-foot-long
Makes
driveway, and then a width for single-car garage, 12 feet, for a two-car garage, 20.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
There you
Michael
go.
has spoken.
Sold.
Turn it
Okay.
back.
Moving on.
Now let's talk about parking for non-residents.
Well, did we skip over the slope, the driveway grade?
Yeah, I think we're good with.
We're good
We're
with
good
that?
with, yeah, we skipped that intentionally.
2%? Yeah, okay.
Okay, we've already talked in a previous section about what the requirements for guest parking would be for age-restricted communities. That's 1 for every 5 dwelling units. This talks a little bit more about what the design of those parking sections would be. Distributed throughout the development. There's a distance in there for how far those have to be from any dwelling unit. No more than 10 spaces grouped together. They can be clustered as off-street parking bays, parallel or angled on-street parking spaces, or a combination of both.
So we're saying visitor parking will be no further than 3 football fields away.
That's absolutely for discussion. So Michael Baker recommended that 1320. I think in some of our discussions, the number 500 was thrown out. We looked at, was it Bloomfield is one of the examples that Michael Baker provided to us. It's in Frederick, and I don't think it's in this presentation, but I had made some measurements, and I think it was about 1,000 feet. Like, they had a little parking lot for the community, and to me, it looked about 1,000 feet walking from the farthest house that would feasibly use that parking lot.
Yeah.
It's a number. Yeah.
1,000's a lot, though, guys.
It is.
I mean, I'm all about getting my steps in these days. But, you know, on a cold day when you're visiting somebody when you're carrying presents or a casserole into somebody's house for Christmas, 1,300 feet.
A fifth of a mile, quarter mile.
Quarter mile, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
Once around the track.
Yeah, once around the track.
That's a lot, guys. I think it ought to be, I don't know, 700, you know, whatever, pick a number, but it's not, 1,300 is a lot.
And I think Troy recognized that during discussions.
Yeah, he said, yeah, this is a
Yeah.
number, this is,
Yeah.
yeah, he did. What do you think?
I'm thinking even less than 700. I'm thinking like 500. I mean, if you're gonna have, blocks of homes, 150 feet, right? Is that what you said?
Then you got a break.
And then you got a break, and then you have, you know, so you got, say you got 3 groupings or 4 groupings, you got 600 feet of homes. I would think that typically these are gonna be on the end of those groups somewhere, so you're gonna have 600 feet to get to the other end, or less. So I'm thinking, maybe it should be 600. Just talk myself into it. Just to, you know, just to kind of make sense of how this would lay out.
Yeah.
You know,
Between your head and your heart.
I'm in on that, 600 feet.
I heard
sounds like a
600.
business
600 is 200 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now, one thing I would ask is the recommendation from Michael Baker was no more than 10 parking spaces. Looking at the Bloomfields subdivision or community, they had a little parking lot that was obviously for guest parking and so on. And I think it was at least 20 spaces. And it was a small little lot. So when I then started picturing in my mind only 10 spaces as a little lot, 10 seems like a very small number. But, so I was just curious if that requirement resonated with anybody as far
Well,
as
I
no
mean-
more than 10 spaces in a little lot.
If you did the math on, of course, that would be on just a straight grouping on a single street, would be 12 5-unit things, so you would need 12 parking spots.
It works out
Did it
about
in
right.
between, I mean, you could do it a million different ways.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably leave them a little bit of flexibility if they want to put in a bigger parking lot and have one area to deal with, or do multiple small ones, but they can't be more than the 600 feet.
Yeah, I guess I was just questioning what the I didn't hear from Troy what the benefit of limiting the number of, I mean, we obviously don't want a Walmart-sized parking lot, but you're not going to have that. Nobody's going to build that. So is there a benefit to limiting the number of spots in that?
I guess by doing that, he's forcing it to be distributed throughout the,
They're not going to build one for
sprinkled
4.
throughout, is that the deal?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
But we also have the requirement it has to be within 600 feet of.
So it's gonna be done anyway.
So it's going to be done anyways.
I
so.
thought the plan we saw last week had parking distributed throughout, which looked like a sensible thing.
Yes, yeah.
You know, it's funny, we talk about active style and we want them to have all these amenities, and suddenly we can't walk more than 50
600
feet.
Well, you're carrying a casserole, that's the difference.
you bring the
Yeah, but whoever's got the casserole was getting out in front of
That's
the
right.
house.
I'm letting her out, man. I don't wanna eat
Whoever
cold
can walk
casserole.
is
Don't make me, yeah.
You're bringing the rolls, you walk.
We digress.
So did we want to keep the limitation of 10 parking spaces, or is that?
I would not have
Okay.
that. I don't think I would limit the size of, if it works for the numbers, they can have a bigger one.
Yeah.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Still on parking. We're talking about on-street parking now, and this is addressing the need to accommodate on-street parking in a way that it's a designated parking area. So proposed on-street parking needs to be striped, so it's not just kind of free-for-all. Those are designated parking areas. You need to maintain fire access widths, and when you have an internal street intersection where on-street parking is kind of adjacent to that, you would be required to have curb bump outs so that pedestrians can kind of be separated from the vehicular movement in and out of those parking spaces.
So, does striped, does that, looking for the verbiage.
So as far as striped for parking spaces, like the street that I live on, it's a little T, a little white T that indicates here's the start
It's
of one
not
spot,
like
there,
a-
where there's the start of the next one, and so on. So it's not painting the roadway, but it demarks where your parking
Yeah.
space is. That's the intent.
That
Yes.
works. I was just looking to see if it would maintain the look of the existing neighborhoods where these are being built next to. And they probably don't have that, so. I don't know.
Yeah, so I feel like these would all be on private roads, so.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like you're gonna have these on,
45
public
Yeah.
county roads.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
let's move on to sidewalks and shared use pathways. We have a requirement that sidewalks adjacent to roadways would be a minimum of 5 feet, with a 4-foot buffer between the curb and the sidewalk. If they are adjacent to a parking lot, though, the sidewalk would have to be wider, but you wouldn't have to create that buffer between the parking area
Okay.
and the sidewalk.
Okay, that makes sense.
So why the change to the 4 foot?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a comment that we had. I thought it was 2 feet, now it's 4 feet, so now you gotta have more distance. So now the house is 2 foot farther back on every lot. It's actually 4 feet, because we
Yeah.
made the driveway longer too, so.
Yeah, we asked Troy, and that was a recommendation that Troy made to increase it to 4 feet, and the thought was if you have something other than grass. So if you have a bush or a tree or something like that, you certainly are not going to get that in 2 feet, but you may get a bush or a tree growing in 4 for discussion.
Yeah. I think we've
Definitely not
all
a tree,
seen
'cause even at 4 feet, it's
trees
gonna
that
bust the
grow
sidewalk
out
up.
of 2 feet and bend the
The tree
sidewalk.
needs to be in your lawn on the other side.
Right.
So was there a recommendation of 2 versus 4?
I would recommend to leave it at 2 feet.
Yeah, I mean, a tree,
Yeah,
argument,
and don't
while-
plant the trees
while it's
there.
nice, I don't, look, even if it,
Like Matt
4
says.
foot, I mean, come on, you're talking like that, right? And a tree root's gonna bust that concrete over the
Well,
years.
eventually,
Anyway,
Right,
so-
that's what I said.
And it'll
20
screw
years
up the
it will.
curb and all that stuff, so don't
2
plant,
feet.
don't plant
2
a
feet?
tree.
Your food? Okay.
Plant a tree on the other side of the sidewalk in
Sure.
front of the house.
Tripping
Okay, so we had some conversation heard some comments about shared use pathways being a minimum of 10 feet in width. So I do want to make a distinction between a shared use path and what's generally otherwise a pedestrian path. So if you're incorporating a path as opposed to a sidewalk, a shared use path is designed to accommodate both pedestrians
And bikes.
and bikes. And so that's why you have the wider width, because you have essentially vehicles on that shared use path. But that's not the same as if you were providing just a walking path that's designed specifically for pedestrians. So the suggestion here is to make that distinction. We did not address pedestrian paths in the prior version here. So everything was referred to as a shared use path. The option that's shown here is to have pedestrian paths be a minimum of 5 feet, so in keeping with the sidewalk, and that if you are providing a shared use path, that be a minimum of 10 feet, which is generally the AASHTO standard for that type of use.
And we're not requiring that they put those in, we're just saying if you do it, this is.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yep.
Okay. And then the remaining language there is just kind of aligning with that. Okay, and the remainder of this section, what did we do here? Based on some of the conversation about trying to kind of reduce down the language around certain amenities and that kind of thing, the suggestion here is that all of the detail language around providing benches along walking paths and that sort of thing could be eliminated. And similar for the lighting standards, and simply retain language about pedestrian pathways, sidewalks, and common open spaces that are intended for use after dusk should be eliminated.
That's good.
Perfect.
All right, now on to amenities, and we've had some fair conversation on amenity requirements. The first two in this section are ones that talk about providing a written and illustrated community amenity report that's submitted with the application, and that it needs to identify, describe, and illustrate the type, size, and location of all indoor and outdoor amenities proposed to support independent living, social connection, and long-term community stability. Okay. What we've heard so far seems to suggest that you want to keep that in there. You still want to see an amenity report that details what amenities are provided.
If they're going to.
They are provided. If they don't want to,
Yeah.
we're not asking for it.
Well,
Well-
the report may be, we're not providing it, we don't want to
Right.
prevent it. So,
Right.
yes,
So
that-
it's not required.
So consistent with that, the following two sections are proposed to be taken out, and those are the sections that had addressed the requirement to provide indoor common area amenity space at a certain calculation, and the requirement to provide outdoor amenities for both passive and active recreation. Now, with that said, the requirement to provide a certain amount of open space is retained. Yeah, I'll stop there for that conversation. We can go through the rest of this after that. Thoughts on on just leaving the first two requirements and striking 3 and 4.
Yep.
Right, okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Open space.
Okay, open space shall be provided not less than 25% of the gross area. The suggestion that's underneath that, let me see what I did here. So A, in that open space section, had said that open space has to be provided as a contiguous area interconnected through pedestrian pathways or green corridors, et cetera, et cetera. That would require all of your open space to be connected. It's not a bad idea, but could be logistically difficult to achieve. So one option would be to strike that and instead to simply say that if you are providing open space that's smaller than a certain square footage, that it doesn't count as open space, because if you've got a little dab here and a little dab there.
It's not usable, can't do anything.
Yeah. So what that number is, I don't know. I've threw out anything that's less than 2,000 square feet would not count towards the open space requirement, but that's certainly up for discussion.
So if we have a 10-acre plan before us, 25% of that would be, 2.5 acres required for open space.
Yeah.
That gobbles up land pretty quick. And the,
50% of which can be
yeah.
Water management.
Okay, and steep
If
slopes.
we're going to keep that criteria of the composition of the open space. So
Right.
that's one of the things that Daphne and I were talking about, is that, we want open space, general open space, right? Which could be environmental features, it could be grassed areas, it could be stormwater management facility. It's non-built, so it's open, right? So as a characterization of the community, saying that you need at least 25% of your parcel is that wide open space. That's a characterization, but it's not an amenity. That's how the look and feel of the community. So we think that's a good metric. Now, again, is it 25%, 35%? The number is certainly up for discussion. Then if, as part of an amenity plan, if you want to require that some percentage of that, say 10% of that, needs to be active open space with similar criteria that we've discussed for clustering and so on, of graded to no steeper than 3% and so on, perhaps that's an amenity that's in your amenity plan and would not necessarily be required. Do we also want to, as the description of the characterization of the 25% of open space, put in that limitation of no more than 50% of that are environmental features and stormwater features and so on and so forth? So there are a number of ways that we can address this.
So the project we saw this morning, I forget what it's called now, been so long ago. But, so that was roughly 10 acres?
6.5.
6.5, okay. So something like this wouldn't, they didn't have, so it's 6.5, if they had 25%. What is that number? Would that have been prohibited?
So when I've looked at that plan, there's one of the plan sheets that they show. They've got they highlighted in green, kind of the non-roadway, non-buildings. And at least mentally, when I looked at that, looked like a pretty good percentage of the property. Now, as was noted, there were a lot of stormwater facilities and so on, so I don't know if they hit that 50% criteria, but it certainly seemed like they hit the 25% of their site being green. I don't know the answer about the 50%
And
environmental
they had
and
that tree
stormwater.
save area, or are we counting that?
The tree save area would be part of the 50%.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So, and again, this is if they propose this, not that they,
So the 25%, I think our recommendation is that that's not an amenity. That's part of the characterization. And if you want that to include that 50% can be environmental, a maximum 50% can be environmental. I think that's a characterization. So I would not have that in the amenity section. I would consider that a characterization. Then as an amenity, we could recommend or require 10% of it being active, however you want to recommend that. I mean, what I've heard is that you want the flexibility in the amenities, so maybe we don't want to require that 10% be of active space. But if you do, is that part of the character and it's not in the amenity plan? See, I'm trying to draw that distinction between the required characterization of the community versus an amenity, which, from what I've heard from you all, is more of on a site-by-site, produce the report, and tell us what you're thinking.
right?
Open space is real space. Real
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, we've been, tell us what you propose along the way. So, should we stick with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a starter, right? It's a starting point. And so 25%, right?
Yeah.
Require 25%,
Yeah.
and then do you want no more than 50% of that to be environmental, stormwater, those sorts of?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's consistent, right?
And what
Okay.
do we do about the contiguous nature of this stuff, to Daphne's point? Because
Yeah.
it's hard to, have some green belt, slashing through the whole thing. At the same time, we don't want these little enclaves of unusable space that they're saying is usable. So what is the suggestion there? Because I think it's a good notion to make it contiguous, but it's not practical. So do we have a suggestion to that, or do we just strike it and say every effort will be made to make the green space contiguous?
One of the recommendations was that, and I think this originated with Michael Baker, and then I think there was some additional comments from developers, is to indicate that, that every dwelling unit should be within 1,000 feet of some open space. Whatever the number, yeah.
Some usable open space. Or just a stormwater pond.
So.
See, that makes no sense.
So the non-environmental, right? So if we allow 50% of it to be environmental, which includes stormwater and so on, so the non-environmental open space, whether it's usable, when I think usable, I think of the graded flat and so on. We're not saying that, but non-environmental within 1,000 feet or 500, whatever the number may be of a dwelling unit. Perhaps that's something to consider.
Yeah, I don't think you can, I mean, the reality is you're going to have stormwater management throughout, so I don't think you can take them out of the equation.
But you could have some non-stormwater
Right,
open
but
space
you
within
can't-
500 feet or 1,000 feet of every dwelling unit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you wouldn't prohibit it. Certainly you wouldn't prohibit it from being.
Wait, I'm thinking that, if I'm interested in going outside and being active, throwing a
football with my grandson or something, then I ought to either be willing to walk to the contiguous space that's been developed. I mean, because wouldn't you rather have a nice, large, contiguous space that's usable than a bunch of them spread out throughout the development? I'm asking.
Yeah, as long as there's ample, usable, open space.
That's right.
I'm not
I'm
too
with-
concerned about the distance to get there.
That's where I am, that's where I
As long as
am.
we have a good, I mean, and I'm gonna bring this up, it's just like this, like E here, stormwater management facilities may be included as active, common, open space if they're designed to accommodate active or passive recreational uses. What's that, mud wrestling?
No, that's, you've buried it.
In a
It's underground.
stormwater pond?
You've put it underground.
Or a wet pond.
Or a
Yeah,
wet,
you-
A
or
wet pond
or
where you
put
can
a pond
fish
in
and
as a
so
feature.
on.
You've got fish in it.
okay,
So,
but I haven't seen one of those here lately.
but this maybe will encourage someone to
To do it?
give us a feature, a water feature. Water's a calming thing, Ralph.
Oh, I know that.
So,
We need some right now,
that's right, we need, yeah.
from the heavens.
Yeah, serenity now. Serenity now. So I'd rather scrap the 1,000-foot distance and just encourage
I,
a good usable, I'd rather have one good usable space than four poor ones. Does that make sense? Yes.
I'd like to see some open areas that are usable.
Yes, sir.
And whether it takes, somebody to
1,000
drive
feet.
you there or not, I just want to see
Agreed.
these open areas
That are
that are usable in these age-restricted
I
developments.
agree. I agree totally.
So does that speak to the 10% active open space that we've talked about? So 10% being graded to a 3% or less slope and in a contiguous area, so it's
Yes.
usable.
Yes.
So we're back to basically 25% of the gross area needs to be open space. No more than 50% of that can be environmental. So 50% is non-environmental, right? And 10% of the gross required open space needs to be active area. So if you have.
So we gotta, go back to our, go ahead.
So I was gonna throw some numbers, right?
Yeah.
So
10 acres. Thank you.
25% is 2.5 acres.
10% of that.
10% of that needs to be active. So a quarter acre,
Quarter acre.
yep, on a 10-acre site.
That
A
doesn't-
quarter acre is,
That sounds reasonable.
what, 16,000 square feet?
100 by 100.
100 by 100. Yeah.
Yeah. Not even.
Third of
Yeah.
a football field
10 by
square.
110, how about that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so just to recap, for item number blue 4 on here, open space, we're saying it shall comprise not less than 25% of the gross area, that a maximum of 50% of the required open space may be steep slopes, streams, ponds, stormwater management facilities, watercourses, and floodplains, and that a minimum of 10% of the required open space shall be suitable for active recreational use.
And my recommendation would be that we move this out of the amenity section and move it to the previous section, which is a characterization of the site.
Okay.
So this is not an optional thing that you're putting in a report that you all are reviewing. This is the look and feel of the community, that you're going to have this open space and you're going to have this active open space component and so on. It's not an amenity, it's a must-have characterization.
Makes sense, a good idea.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Are we keeping in the stormwater management facilities may be included as active common open space?
Provided
Or designed to
it's-
accommodate? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would submit that if the intent is for active open space of that 10% of the 50%, that stormwater management, even if it's a wet pond where you're going to fish, would not be, you're not going to toss a ball
No.
and that sort of thing, right? you could certainly, it could be part of the open space, the 50% environmental, sure, but I would recommend that it not be part of the active
Got it.
recreational open space.
Okay.
Chris, I think what we're trying to do here is put a little Carroll County flavor in these,
Yeah.
into these projects. And, you know, we talk about Carroll County and all the great things. And I just think that's what we're trying to do here. And I don't think we should back off from trying to keep that theme.
Understood, yeah, agreed.
Okay, the remaining revisions here, not quite sure where we landed with this. There was originally a suggestion that open space be located within 1,000 feet of all residential units. I had put in an option that you could also say something about at least 50% of the units have to have some kind of view of the open space. It sounds like maybe we don't want any of that.
I don't see how.
And that's fine with me. Okay.
Put a camera.
The last section here talks about making sure that the amenities are maintained.
And I would recommend that those would be in the amenity report. A description, if you're going to present an amenity, like a gazebo or a clubhouse, that there be some sort of description on how that's going to be owned and maintained and so on for your consideration.
Yeah, that's under 6C. We have, that has to be included in.
Okay.
Okay, so just closing the loop, because I promised we would do this. We're going to go back to the question of whether the density bonus, having gotten through all these things, it said, here's what you have to do if you're going to do an age-restricted community or an age-restricted home. So I just want to circle back around and close the loop on this question of whether the age-restricted density bonus should be given by right or tied to providing something over and above what we've already described here.
Tied to what you're offering.
Yeah.
Tied to something.
Yeah, so we've discussed the baseline, so these are all the things we just talked about are required for a community. Whether you're at 2 units per acre or 3.5, if you're doing a community, you've got to do these things. So is the right to grow to 3.5 units per acre just by right?
I see what you're saying.
Or,
Because we've embedded all this stuff in here, is it now a right? Interesting.
and you can certainly say there's something additional, but the difficult
But the
part then
addition-
is, what is that?
What is the additional?
Yes.
And have we not already done the additional by putting the stuff in here? I don't know that we know what the additional is until we see what the additional is they're proposing. It's a chicken and egg, right?
Yeah.
So, but the points, Daphne, I get what you're saying now. I kind of was like, what are you talking about?
That didn't settle in the
Now I see the light. And Richard, you were on this pretty quick. You got to do something extra? That's where you are on this?
I think the question is what has been described in here
Enough extra?
extra?
Enough extra.
That can be decided every time we talk to one of these, each project.
Yep.
I think you're right, because we don't know what the extra is, because we've left it open-ended. Okay. Interesting.
So you're looking for a statement that says it's not by right, or it is by right, or does that mean?
Right now, the current code is,
Conditional?
right now, the
You're
current
looking
code
for
is,
something in the code to say there's additional requirements or there's not additional requirements.
So right now, we have a section, let me see if I can get back there.
How about if we say it's by
That talks
right, as
about-
long as you follow
yes,
everything in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go, how about that?
Excellent. Sounds good to me.
It's by right as long as they go through all the guidelines, that they meet all the guidelines, which has some scrutiny by us.
Yes.
Okay.
That it?
All these things we recommend to the Board of Carroll County Commissioners.
I would recommend public comment first and then make that motion.
So if I may, just from a procedural perspective, normally what we would do is we would take, this has been all great comment, especially last week and today. Lots of great comment. We really appreciate it. Normally what we would do is we would take all this comment, put it into another version and come back to you all to go through it one more time and so on. Certainly, if you would like to have another meeting between now and next Thursday, we can do that. Otherwise, if you trust us to capture everything that we have discussed, we will move that on, we would move that on to the commissioners, if that's the trust.
I would say we trust you, and if not, we're going to Tom over there to make sure that.
However, I don't want to shortchange, I'm sure there's public comment and so on, but from a procedural perspective, I just wanted to let you know that unfortunately, we don't have the time to bring this back to you for one last look. But again, the work with the county commissioners is a public process, so we will be discussing it in open session. They will hopefully be directing us to take it to a public hearing. If we're going to make changes, we have to have a public hearing. That's completely open to the public, and we will certainly be publishing the final version for everybody to look at, to comment, written, verbal, in the public hearing and so on. So I believe we're going to provide lots of opportunity for additional comment that you all, as citizens, could certainly comment on as well, so.
In our sleep.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, time for public comment. Please sign in if you haven't done so already. State your name, address, and talking to the microphone. Comments are strictly limited to 3 minutes, please. Citizen testimony is not a question and answer session. Questions may be directed to staff after the meeting, and if any individual fails to comply with these rules, the chair can have you call you out of order and have you leave the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. This has been a very substantive discussion, and I have a lot of comments that aren't going to fit in 3 minutes, so I'll make it short here. You are effectively being mandated to offer some sort of recommendation today on this expedited timeline that you're all working on because of the state legislation. And I just want to, I know we've said it before, but I just want to say again that over the course of the history of this planning commission, these text amendments have been reviewed much more thoroughly with more time given to them because of the substance of the comments and the content that you're looking at. And I know that you all have had several meetings on this, but this text amendment I would submit to you is probably the most substantive text amendment that has been proposed since the comprehensive rezoning text amendments happened. And those were over the period of a year talked about, if not more, for certain provisions there. So this is a massive text amendment being rushed because there's fear of 5 plans that are in process. Your time to review this has not been mandated by the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners motioned to pass this amendment to you, and they are aware of the state legislation, but it was not in their motion that you had a certain timeline to review this. So I just want you all to be aware of the fact that even amendments have come before you that you've spent 7 months reviewing the planned commercial center text amendment fairly recently and issued no recommendation up to the Board of County Commissioners. So I just want you to remember that that's the power you have. You do not have to take action on this. You do not have to recommend favorably on this. And it is your power to have a thorough review and opportunity for that. It's also customary in your text amendment process to ask about the impact of any development. And I heard Mr. Lester say it a few times today, unintended consequences, asking about unintended consequences. And I would ask you to consider what undeveloped or infill development potential exists. Has there been an inventory done of that? What does that look like? And also, what existing sites have developed with age-restricted communities under the code right now that might be impacted by these changes? Because I'll tell you, there's at least one out there. This is not going to impact existing developments. You asked about 2 meetings ago for a test fit of this. I have not seen one, and I think that that's an important request to see how this amendment really works before you feel confident recommending that up to the Board of County Commissioners. You keep hearing us ask for grandfathering, and I'll again emphasize that there has been grandfathering protection that has been afforded to plans in process in almost every last text amendment action that you have taken, some at the suggestion of staff. So I would again reinforce that request here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a handout if I can give you this.
Sure.
Sure. Help my conversation. You mind if I sit here instead of?
No, not at all, go ahead.
If I can, just before I start, to the north, or the top of the page, there's a few areas that are labeled amenity opens, or active open space. And then to the south, there's a large area that's labeled as open space. Just want to point that out before I start. So Thomas Pilon, St. John Properties, 2560 Lord Baltimore Drive. I'm speaking specifically about the exhibit I handed you for the Beatty property, as you all know it kind of generically. We were here a couple of weeks ago and you sent us on our way to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and the impression that I had was that as it related to amenity and open space and things like that, that you guys felt like we had done a good job with that. So I just want to give you a couple of numbers. The dark green area at the bottom of the page, first of all, the gross area of the northern and the southern 55 plus is 78.7 acres. 25% of that would be 19.7 acres of required open space. And we're actually providing about 30 acres of open space. However, we cannot meet that requirement of the 50%. I'm going to say that again. We cannot meet that requirement of the 50% that you just discussed. If you look closely at the plan that I handed you, those dark green areas, you'll notice that there are blue areas outside of those dark green areas. Those are stormwater management facilities that are required to manage the 100-year storm, because there's a downstream flooding issue, which we have no control over, and we're required to do that. And you can see there's a lot of land there that's taken up by that, which we're not even including in the area that we're calling as open space. All that said, we're still providing 2.5 acres, which would be more than what would be required of the 19, if we did 10% of the 19.7. So my point in sharing this with you is that this plan wouldn't be able to get over the hurdle that you've all talked about, but a couple of weeks ago, you seemed to indicate, well, you did indicate, that this met the requirements that you were looking to satisfy. So what I'm asking is that you would just strike that 50% requirement of the environmental areas, because I think you can see from this that you can get a good plan without the need for that requirement if you focus more on kind of that percentage of active open space. And just, if you look at it on a unit by unit per unit, square feet per unit, based on the active open space, we're providing 470 square feet of active open space per unit, which in Howard County, if they were applying the standard, they would say 400 square feet per unit. So again, I think it meets a lot of the requirements. It's that 50% that's concerning. All that said, there's a lot of other things that you all discussed today that would be of concern to us, and so I'll just re-echo the comment that we do think grandfathering would be appropriate, and we'd appreciate your consideration of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more public comment? Okay. Any general public comment?
At this time, we still need a motion if you intend to recommend the
I'm
changes
sorry,
you made
need a
up to the
motion.
Board of County
Yeah, I need a
Commissioners.
motion of whether to forward this to the Board of County Commissioners.
I'd make the recommendation that we approve this to send to the county commissioners.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Mr. Huff?
Yes.
Ms. Kirkner?
Abstain.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Soyson?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon?
Abstain.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect, we have 5 yeas and 2 abstains.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So now, any general public comment? Seeing none, hearing none.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.